Hello there. A few years ago, I wanted to find out if it was possible to obtain every single Pokémon in National Pokédex order. In that time, I slowly but surely made my way through each generation of Pokémon games, obtaining every Pokémon in the correct order. It was fun, but at times very tedious, and over the course of 9 generations, well, I may have been successful, or I may not have. But I guess you'll just need to find out. This is a full compilation of every video in that series. If you enjoy high effort, long form content like this and want to see more, please subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, like the video and share it with anyone you think may be interested, and follow me on Twitch if you want to catch me live. On my YouTube channel I have a bunch of other various Pokemon challenges, most of them revolving around completing Pokédexes in silly ways such as this. Along with that, I do videos not only on Pokemon but for other series as well, so be sure to check out the full channel in case there's anything there that you like. I also have a VODs channel on YouTube where I store all of my footage from streams called Kiwi VODs. The link to that will be in the description. Whether you've watched them all or not, I'll go over all of the rules of the challenge and then we'll hop straight in. If this is your first time seeing one of these videos, I would highly recommend checking out the rules so that you understand what's going on. I must obtain every single Pokemon in the order that they appear in the National Dex. Once I've obtained one, I am then allowed to move on and get to the next one after it. However, I am allowed to freely obtain any Pokemon as many times as I like after I've gotten it once. If, for example, a wild Caterpie shows up before I've gotten all full evolved Kanto starters, I am not allowed to catch it. Or if, for example, I'm playing Pokemon Sapphire, I'm looking for a Nincada but instead find the 1% Skitty, guess what? Bye bye Skitty, you'll need to wait your turn because you're number 300 and Nincada is number 290. Alternative forms do not matter for this challenge, so as long as I get any form of a certain species, that's fine. This is due to alternative forms still being the same species of Pokemon, and most crucially, they have the same dex number. I can use any games that I want to, and jump between them and use games that I used at previous points in the challenge, so long as playing them won't break the main rule of obtaining Pokemon in order. It's not a living dex, so I don't need to obtain them all in one game, have them all together in one place, or even keep them at all. The Pokédex in one game isn't what I'm keeping track of, just the Pokemon themselves being obtained. I can trade back and forth with these games as much as I want as well. I can use any side games, peripherals, glitches, events, or anything else I can think of. Except actual cheating, of course. However, I can only use these alternative methods if there is no way at all to obtain it in a core series game without breaking the chain and catching a Pokemon out of order. And I can only make use of events or limited edition methods if there is truly no other way whatsoever to obtain a Pokemon without you breaking the order, since events are no longer available in real time and therefore need to be fabricated instead. If I get a Pokemon in a side game, I won't count it as obtained in the context of this challenge until it has been transferred into a mainline game or into Pokemon Home. I also decided that if I ever do obtain one outside of a regular method in a mainline game, I will then need to obtain it properly later on if possible, but that will be explained in better detail later. Also, to those who are curious, Colosseum and XD are counted as side games, not mainline games, despite the way they play. And the Legends games are core series games, despite how different they are. Speaking of, Legends ZA still wasn't actually out when I finished the entire challenge. This game would have made certain catches easier that I struggled with, especially in Gen 6, so just bear in mind that I had no access to this game at those points. Another thing to remember is that anytime I say a Pokemon is not available from Pokemon Go or an event, that was the case at the time, but might not necessarily be the case now. In this compilation, I went through each video and fixed all of the editing mistakes, did better audio balancing, removed the intros and the thanks for watching end sequences and the please subscribe 99% of your not subscribed messages, and a few other big talks in various places to remove redundancy. I've also placed chapters for each generation in the video, so if there's one in particular you want to skip to, you can easily do so. A quick side note, I decided to completely redo the editing for the Generation 1 video because it was very rough and didn't look or sound great in comparison to the rest of them. I couldn't do much about the voice quality, so when it jumps from this intro to that video, the difference in audio might be a little bit jarring at first, but you'll get used to it, and you'll notice my voice improving with each new video as I discovered better ways to edit. Finally, I'd like to add that although Legends EA added ways to get certain mythicals properly without events, and Generation 10 will probably come out in the future, I've decided that since Scarlet and Violet was the finale of the series, I'm not going to bother messing with it or adding anything else on. When I completed it, Pecharunt was the final Pokemon, and it'll stay that way for this compilation. Obviously, when Generation 10 inevitably releases, I will be making a new video continuing the series, but it won't be part of this compilation. Anyway, enough delays. Let's get this show on the road. Generation 1. 1 to 151. In this challenge, I will be completing the entire National Pokédex in Pokédex order. The rules are simple. I must catch every Pokemon in existence in Pokédex order. I can use any games in the series, but I am never allowed to use traded Pokemon that are from existing save files. All Pokemon must be caught using fresh save files newly created during this challenge. They don't all need to be contained within one place at the same time, as this will not be a living dex. They just need to be obtained at some point during the challenge. Now, this may seem a bit confusing at first, so the best thing to do is to simply show you what happened. So let's just dive right into the challenge and begin this painful journey. I started with Fire Red and Leaf Green, and although I could have also used Red or Blue, I decided on the GBA games due to quality of life changes and overall nicer graphics. Starting with Leaf Green, I was of course forced to choose Bulbasaur as my starter, and it would be my companion for a very long time. However, I don't have any complaints because Bulbasaur is by far my favourite of the three. You can probably already tell though that this challenge is going to be a harsh one, especially at the very beginning, as I won't be allowed to catch any Pokemon until I've fully evolved 3 starter Pokemon. Therefore, I have cut down the footage substantially in order to prevent the video from being 30 hours long, and I would rather my first video not turn people away just by looking at the length. However, the start of the game was as per normal, after getting my starter. Beat my rival, get Oak's parcel, do a bit of grinding, return to the lab, give Oak the parcel, get the Pokédex, nothing too exciting. I decided to forego any more grinding for now to see if I could just solo the rival with a Bulbasaur, but instead I embarrassed myself by losing the second rival fight, which was definitely not my finest moment. It was also, hopefully not, a sign of things to come. After a bit of grinding on Pidgeys, Rattatas and Bugcatchers, Bulbasaur evolved into Ivysaur, and I finally had something resembling progress. I then returned for revenge, using the over-leveled Ivysaur to completely destroy my rival, and then after that did the same to Brock's team to get my first badge. I then swept the entirety of Route 3 and Mount Moon, making sure to pick up the Dome fossil at the end, which will come in handy much later. I ran around and grinded for ages on Route 4, until Ivysaur was a high enough level that it couldn't possibly lose to any of the upcoming battles, defeating Misty along the way, and beating more trainers until it gained enough EXP to evolve into Venusaur. Unfortunately, this was the easiest grind, as it's the only one of the 3 to evolve at level 32 instead of 36. Once evolved, I beat my rival and switched to Fire Red, and we won't be seeing Leaf Green again for quite a while. I chose Charmander this time and followed the exact same process as last time, beating all the same trainers and training on all the same wild Pokemon, evolving Charmander into Charmeleon, and after the evolution I gave Brock another beatdown, picked up the Helix fossil from Mount Moon, and then did a lot of grinding. But you didn't come here to watch me grind, you came here because the algorithm was kind to me. Or you were one of the people who I forced to sit down and watch this against your will. Either way, after completing routes 24 and 25 and a long grinding session, I picked up more rare candies and evolved Charmeleon into Charizard. And you'll be seeing a lot of it throughout this video. Also, don't worry, I won't sit you through every single slow evolution animation. Later on it's going to be so fast you won't even be able to keep up. Anyway, starting a temporary new game, I chose Squirtle, and I won't even bother getting into the small details. I evolved Squirtle into Wartortle, and then evolved that into Blastoise. And that's all you need to know. A very well spent few hours of my time. I then immediately reset without saving, obliterating that Blastoise from existence forever, and went back to the original Fire Red save. Hi there, it's me from the future. Just letting you know that I am fully aware that I could have just played red or blue and chose Squirtle, then fully evolved it there instead of having to delete it from existence. I also did something similar with Cyndaquil in the next video, but from that point on I never did it again. This will be the one and only time in this entire compilation that I edit a video to chime in and explain stuff like this. However, there are more things that I have retrospectively learned from, or things that needed further clarification, and if YouTube hadn't removed annotations, there wouldn't be a need for me to explain this. So therefore, from this point on, I've decided instead I'll just shove little messages onto the screen whenever something needs to be clarified further. Anyway, it's back over to you, past Kiwi, with terrible mic quality, nervous speaking, stuttering, and no filter to drown out background noise. Good luck out there, you're gonna need it. On the SS Anne, I defeated my rival with my overpowered Charizard, got the cut HM, beat Lieutenant Surge, and then decided it was finally time to start catching Pokémon. So, heading into Viridian Forest, I excitedly came across a Caterpie, finally getting to do something other than grind, and caught it. This was truly a momentous occasion, one which felt like a massive relief. Oh, that's not good. Oh dear. So this was not how I was expecting things to go, and the thought of having to catch more than 1,000 more Pokemon was making me consider quitting altogether. I mean, if I'm having this much trouble with a Caterpie, how am I going to manage to catch legendaries later? But then I just said fuck it, and caught it. After this I very quickly evolved into Metapod, and then into Butterfree after a short grind. Keeping up my momentum, Weedle was next. After a quick stop off to get the Old Rod, Bike Voucher and Bicycle, I evolved into Kakuna, and after a quick switch training session, into Beedrill. Pidgey was next, which I actually caught easily, and it was a quick evolution into Pidgeotto. However, not so quick to evolve into Pidgeot. However, once reaching level 36, I hopped over to the Celadon department store for some stones, got the HM for Fly from the secret house, and then I caught Rattata. Lovely. Then I got the tea from Celadon Mansion, and that reminds me actually, I'll be back in a minute. Apologies for the delay. I entered the Rocket Hideout, beat Giovanni, and got the Sylph Scope. After a few battles against some of the Celadon gym trainers, Rattata finally evolved into Raticate, which means I was allowed to catch Spearow. After getting that and clearing out the Celadon gym and defeating Erica, and doing a little bit more grinding, Spearow evolved into Fearow. And then I caught Ekans and evolved into Arbok after a short grind. Back to Viridian Forest, and after a while of searching I caught Pikachu, and then remembering that I have caught 25 out of 1025, I died a little inside. Not looking forward to Gen 9. I then immediately used a Thunderstone to evolve into Raichu. After fixing my voice up a bit, I swapped games for some version exclusives, finally getting to add to my Leaf Green repertoire. I caught myself a Sandshrew, which would later become a mainstay on the team. I did catch it. There we go. Using it extensively, it finally evolved into Sandslash. And then I was allowed to catch Nidoran female. Staying in Leaf Green due to it being much more common here than its male counterpart, I did eventually get a hold of it, evolving that into Nidorina after a lot of switch training, and then I used one of the Moonstones I picked up earlier to evolve that into Nidoqueen. Then I decided to go ahead and beat Lieutenant Surge, and also cleared out Rock Tunnel. Back in Fire Red, I caught Nidoran male, then beat my rival in Pokemon Tower, with it getting enough EXP to evolve into Nidorino, then Nidoking immediately afterwards. Returning to Mount Moon, I did an unnecessarily long hunt for Clefairy, using a Moonstone straight after catching it to evolve it into Clefable. Then after switching back to Leaf Green, I thought I may as well just progress as far as I can, so I swept through a lot of the same locations I had already done in Fire Red, then caught Vulpix, fed it a Firestone to get Ninetales. I then caught Jigglypuff, using my last remaining Moonstone to evolve it into Wigglytuff. Then it was everyone's favourite Zubat, which I shared EXP for in the Pokemon Tower to evolve into Golbat. It also attempted to evolve into Crobat multiple times later, but we can't do that just yet. I got the Pokéflute from Mr. Fuji and then caught an Oddish, beat some of Silco to get it to evolve into Gloom, and then gave it a Leaf Stone to evolve into Vileplume. Paris was next, and after a bit of grinding I got it to evolve into Parasect. And this unexpectedly became another mainstay on the team. And then I didn't catch Snorlax because it's number 143, but they give you 2, so it doesn't matter. Venonat was next, and more Silpho switch training got it into Venomoth. The confused self-employees saw me leave yet again so I could go mole hunting, catching Diglett and Dugtrio in the wild. Finding Dugtrio was a relief because evolving it is a very slow process. Then there was Meowth, and not long after it evolved into Persian. Then, after a little stop off at Fuchsia City, I powered through the Safari Zone to get the Surf HM. Using this I was able to catch a Psyduck, evolving it later into Golduck. Then I caught Mankey and beat the rest of Silpho along with Giovanni himself, not quite gaining enough EXP to evolve it, but I did at least make a bit more progress in the story at last. Clearing out some of Sabrina's gym did allow me to evolve it into Primeape. Then there was Growlithe, and after catching it, it was immediately forced to evolve into Arcanine. I later realised I'd forgotten to pick up the Good Rod and Super Rod, along with giving the Warden his golden teeth to get the Strength HM, and with the rods in hand I was able to catch a Poliwag, followed by 3 Poliwhirls, and of course one of them was destined to become a Poliwrath. Next was Abra, and I needed 2 of these, keeping one for later, and evolving the other into Kadabra after a very short grind. Then I connected my 2 Game Boy Advances that I was definitely using with 2 real wireless adapters, totally not just having 2 emulator windows open at once. And through this method I traded Kadabra into Leaf Green, evolving it into Alakazam. Unfortunately, with it sitting at level 16 it would have needed a massive amount of grinding to make it useful for me, and I was not willing to do that. Then I caught Mashop, and at this point I had obtained more than 50 Pokemon in Fire Red, giving me the holy grail of all completion runs, the EXP share. Then I evolved Mashop into Machoke, and after another cheeky little trade, it evolved into Machamp. Staying in Leaf Green, I caught Bellsprout and Weepinbell, evolving the latter into Victreebel with a Leaf Stone. Back to Fire Red, I finally decided to make my way to Cinnabar Island, catching a Tentacool on the way, which just took way longer than it should have. I recorded this ages ago, and looking back on the footage I keep asking my past self why I was so terrible. Anyway, I completed the Pokemon Mansion, beat Blaine, and accepted Bill's request to travel to one island. I talked to Celio, however you pronounce his name. Surfed about for a while until I found a Tentacruel to catch, actually caught it relatively quickly, then powered through the Savai Islands quests. There we go. Which involves talking to a guy whose daughter has gone missing, then single-handedly beating up a biker gang, heading into a forest to save a child, saving her by running away, because 23 other Pokemon need to be caught first. And after all that, I don't get any tangible reward, just a pat on the back and thank you from Cilio. And with that, I buggered off back to the mainland and caught myself a Geodude. Then I remembered I forgot to pick up Rock Smash at the Ember Spa, so I did just that. After a bit of grinding, it was evolved into Graveler, and then heading back into the trade centre, I actually recorded the wrong game. So you don't get to see the evolution into Golem, because I really do hold myself to the highest of standards. Heading back to one island yet again, I caught both Ponyta and Rapidash because I was getting sick of grinding to stupidly high levels. Then I did every single thing I just told you again, but in Leaf Green. And I also caught a Slowpoke and a Slowbro since they don't exist in the Fire Red universe. I actually almost accidentally used a Master Ball on it as well. I caught another Spearow, which will be a surprise tool we need for later. For now though, I took a trip over to the power plant for Magnemite and Magneton, because, you know, fuck grinding. Using my pal Spearow, I took it to a house where I did the first of 4 very unfair trades. Unfair on the person initiating them, that is. Getting the only Farfetch seemingly in existence at this point in time. Then there was Dojo, and unfortunately there is no Wild Dodrio in the game, so more fun grinding. Then, entering Seafoam Islands, I caught myself both Seal and Dugong back to back. Then I remembered I never actually talked to Sphelio again in Leaf Green, and while I was on that game I picked up Grimer, and after a stupid amount of searching, Muck as well. Next there was Shelder, and yet another Waterstone later it became Cloyster. Back in the Ghost Tower, I was finally allowed to add Ghosts to my collection, finding Ghastly quickly and spending quite a while finding Haunter. But after catching both, I was able to complete the last of the 4 Generation 1 trade evos, evolving it into Gengar. Onyx was next, followed by Drowsy, and then to prevent any grinding, I also caught a wild Hypno in the berry forest. And then crab fishing time had come at last, as I reeled in both a Krabby and a Kingler, the latter of which took way too long. And now for a monumental occasion as I caught Pokemon number 100 Voltorb, followed up by also catching one of the static electrode encounters in the power plant. Running around the berry forest, I then caught an Execute, giving it a leaf stone to evolve into Executor, and then yet again spent more time in the Tower of Terror to quickly catch Cubone. Also, there's a little secret here. If you use the item finder in this exact spot, you get the Soothe Bell, which will be useful for some of the Gen 2 evolutions. After demolishing Sabrina's team and doing a little bit more grinding, Cubone evolved into Marowak. I beat the fighting dojo and made sure to choose Hitmonlee, and then swapped over to Leaf Green and did the same thing, but this time making sure to choose Hitmonchan. I then picked up my Golduck from earlier and did another in-game trade, this time for a Lickitung. Sorry, I mean Mark. Back into the mansion, I caught Coughing, which was just so unnecessarily difficult. Like, why am I like this? Why is my past self, me from August, just did not know what he was doing? But I caught it eventually, and that's all that matters. Next was Wheezing, and if you think I failed badly at Coughing, just watch. It's rare as hell and it just kept killing itself, so I just gave up and trained Coughing to evolve it instead. Which wasn't fun, but oh well. Safari Zone time now, and I caught myself Rhyhorn, and the number stayed at 111 for quite a while because there were no wild Rhydons anywhere, and you need to get it all the way to level 42 to evolve it. Now, if this was Sword and Shield, or, you know, Scarlet and Violet, would be very easy, but no such luck. So anyway, I swept Giovanni and Blue, made my way into Victor Road, did all the annoying puzzles, beat every trainer, all with Rhyhorn in my party with the EXP share, and when I reached the Elite Four, I realised I was channeling my inner child because I almost exclusively used my starter because I was not paying any attention to the battles, only the catching. And I paid dearly for it, not even being able to beat Lorelei. So I ran through the game, beating every single trainer that I hadn't fought yet, using the VS Seeker when necessary as well, eventually actually getting Rhyhorn to its required level 42, and evolving it into Rhydon, which took way too long. And then it was time for the segment which drove me to insanity more than any other point in this whole journey. Welcome to me attempting to catch a Chansey. It took a while. Like, way too long. So, as you can imagine, that was a bit of a kick in the teeth. From this point on, I kept finding Chansey and failing to catch them, trying various methods that did not work. But I persevered. I tried again, and again, and again, and it just kept fleeing. And finally. A little bonus as well for my troubles. I checked and it turned out to be holding a lucky egg, which is a 5% chance on top of its 4% chance of appearing, giving it a 0.2% or 1 in 500 chance. Very lucky indeed. Oh yeah, and I also caught Tangela. And then I was back in the zone again for another frustrating encounter, this time Kangaskhan. Somehow this actually gave me more of a headache than Chansey did. The Gen 3 Safari Zone just isn't it. So after many failed attempts, along with a Cypher that I'm not allowed to catch yet, taunting me at one point, I did eventually catch it, with only 5 Safari balls to go. And with that, I had actually done the majority of the hard encounters now, and to celebrate, I did some relaxing fishing down at the docks, catching myself Horsey, Seadra, Goldeen, Seaking and Staryu, immediately evolving said Staryu into Starmie with a Waterstone. Once my fishing trip had come to an end, it was back to business. And that meant another trade being done, trading my Abra for his Mr. Mime. Then I turned into a compulsive gambler for a while, scrounging for as many coins as I could get in preparation for later purchases. I also just went ahead and traded Venusaur to Fire Red because I just didn't want to do any grinding. I had just suffered the trauma of the Safari Zone beforehand, I couldn't do it. And so, with a grand total of 2 good Pokemon in my party, I absolutely destroyed the entire Elite Four and also beat the champion with no problem at all. And after, allegedly, 55 hours, I had beaten the main story in Fire Red. So, what was next? Well, since I had well over 60 Pokemon caught, I was allowed to get to the National Dex and gain access to the rest of the Savai Islands. Of course, I can't be catching any Gen 2 Pokemon yet, but I was glad to finally have all of that unlocked. For now, I just bought enough coins to afford a Scyther so I didn't have to do any more Safari Zone hunting. And when I checked it in the PC, it wasn't shiny. Withdrawing one of my Poliwhirl pals, I traded it to this old man for a Jinx, and after that I went to the power plant to catch Electabuzz. And then I traded both starters into Leaf Green because I just love to go out of my way to be lazy. So I, again, in Leaf Green, beat Giovanni, completed Victor Road, beat Lorelei, Bruno, Agatha, Lance and Blue, then immediately went to Mount Ember to catch Magmar. And then I spent all of my money so I could buy a pincer to alleviate a Safari Zone grind, and it wasn't shiny, in case you were wondering. Then came another Safari Pokemon, but thankfully I was blessed this time, catching the first Tauros I found. Thankfully I only had to catch one, as this is not an Ash percent speedrun, so I was able to quickly move on and catch Magikarp. And then spend ages trying to catch Gyarados because I was too stubborn to just switch to my sleeper. Returning to Silph again, I got the Gift Lapras, which was not shiny, and then I caught a Ditto, which will soon be very handy. I also caught one in Leaf Green off camera, as it will be needed in both for part 2. Making my way to the secret room atop Celadon Mansion, I took the Gift Eevee and then I evolved it into Vaporeon with a Waterstone. Also went into the same room in Leaf Green, but this time evolved it into Jolteon with a Thunderstone. However, you only get one Eevee per game, and this is where Ditto came into play. But before expanding the decks any further, I just decided in Leaf Green to progress the Savai Island story as much as I could be bothered to, beating various trainers, especially the rich ones, and obtaining the ruby in the process. I also did the same thing in Fire Red because, you know, I had to. Then after that, I deposited Ditto and Vaporeon into the daycare centre. And fun fact about Vaporeon, so after hatching I got another Eevee which was promptly evolved into Flareon with a Firestone. After that, in Leaf Green, I used the money I squeezed from the rich folk in Five Island to buy coins to afford Porygon, which was not shiny. Then I revived the Helix fossil into Omanite, which I forgot to record. Then I grinded it into Omastar. In the game where I chose the Dome fossil, I did the same thing to get Computo, but this time I actually did record it. And then I did the same amount of grinding as I did for Omastar, but this time I actually decided to use this as an opportunity to progress the story instead of just using a combination of the Daycare and VS Seeker. I also found the Sea Incense, which I will need later. And so after beating Icefall Cave and getting the Sapphire, or rather getting the Sapphire stolen from me, I beat the Rocket Warehouse and gave both back to Celio. In the process, Kabuto evolved into Kabutops. I then gave the old Amber to the scientist, getting me Aerodactyl. I had gotten Charizard to a much higher level and it was ready to sweep the entire game along with Venusaur, and thus traded it back to Fire Red. Then it was time to catch the Snorlax that I left alone before, which was much easier than I expected. Then it was finally time for the legendaries. First, a stop off at Steefoam Islands to catch Articuno, which was caught in a single Ultra Ball. Next up, Zapdos in the power plant, and this one also didn't take too much hassle to catch. Only had to knock it out a few dozen times. And finally, atop Mount Ember, we have Moltres, which was actually not too difficult either, only 3 Ultra Balls used in total. After that, I relapsed and started gambling again, using my winnings to buy Dratini, which was going to be the hardest grind yet. I just traded it to Fire Red for faster leveling and used it on my team for completing the rest of the Sophia Islands quests for the second time. It eventually evolved into Dragonair, and after returning the Ruby and Sapphire and also catching another Gloom for later use, I then went back to the Pokemon League to defeat the Elite Four's newly upgraded teams for good EXP. After a few wins, Dragonair evolved into Dragonite, and I was so relieved that this was nearly over. I mean, it's not over at all, I still have another 8 generations to get through, and this is probably the easiest one, but just let me have my win while it lasts. So, with 149 Pokemon in hand, and the post-game story completed, it was time to enter Cerulean Cave, where I was able to encounter Mewtwo. And I, of course, did what any self-respecting person would do and just chucked the Master Ball because there was no way I was putting any more effort in than I already had. And there we have it. All 150 first generation Pokemon finally caught in order without ever breaking the chain. Oh, you thought I forgot. So, the only way without glitches to get Mew without breaking my streak is buying a Pokeball Plus that has not been used yet and transferring the Mew to a Let's Go game. Yeah, I think I'll save my money instead. I started a new save file in Pokemon Red and performed a classic glitch that would save me about £90. The prerequisites are that I must have an Abra and must not have beaten Misty yet. Having beaten Nugget Bridge, I walk on over to the patch of grass to the left, walk towards the trainer in the grass, and before he has a chance to notice me, I open the menu, have Abra use Teleport, and he does notice me, but I leave before he has a chance to initiate the battle. After teleporting, I head into the Cerulean Gym and battle the first swimmer trainer, hence why you need to have not beaten Misty yet. After winning that battle, head back into Nugget Bridge, and upon entering the new area the menu will open. After closing the menu, a wild battle will occur and Mew will appear. And after a few failed attempts, Mew was finally caught. And that's all 151 Generation 1 Pokemon caught in Pokédex order. Generation 2, 152 to 251. So, I of course started the Gen 2 journey in Heart Gold. After naming myself and going through the usual beginning of game process and getting the Pokégear, I entered the lab and obtained Pokemon number 152, Chikorita. After picking it up and having a little conversation, I left New Barktown and entered Route 29, went through Cherry Grove, picked up the all-important Apricorn box from this house, and made my way to the house of the creatively named Mr. Pokémon. After speaking with him and Professor Oak, I received the Pokédex and the Mystery Egg. Upon leaving, I got a call from Elm telling me to head back to the lab. Walking back through Cherry Grove City, I am stopped by this game's rival, who challenges me to a battle. Unbeknownst to him, I grinded for ages while in Route 30 and had no problem at all flattening his Cyndaquil. After winning, he drops his trainer card allowing me to find out his name, and that info was passed on to the police. That is his canon name, look it up. So, after all that was over, I was giving a tutorial on how to catch Pokemon, as if I didn't spend 100 hours catching them right before this. Then it was time for grinding. As I stated at the beginning, I can't catch any Gen 2 Pokemon yet, so the Sentrets need to be defeated. After cutting through every trainer on routes 30 and 31, I'm wandering around in Dark Cave, finding a 1% Dunsparce that I'm not allowed to catch yet. I got to the entrance to Violet City. As you can see, I also caught a Metapod off screen, just so that I'm not needing to solo the beginning with a Chikorita. I decided to do Sprout Tower before the gym, as I knew it would line up with Chikorita and Metapod both evolving if I defeated all the sages here, and defeat them all I did, getting to the top, watching my rival get chastised for being not so nice, and after defeating the Elder, Chikorita evolved into Bayleaf. Metapod also evolves, but we don't care about that. With this done, I entered the gym and took on Faulkner, easily beating him despite the disadvantage with flying type Pokemon. After getting the badge, I was required to go into the Pokemart to pick up the mystery egg once again. Unfortunately, it contains Togepi, and with that being number 175, there's no way I can be running around with that in my bag, so it will stay in the PC box, for the time being. Heading south into Route 32, I defeated every trainer, picked up the old rod in the Pokemon Center, and entered Union Cave. After a brief little jog through the cave with some battles along the way, I exited into the rain and made my way into Azalea Town, where Team Rocket had seemingly made their comeback. Kurt, the town ball maker, was not so happy with the Rockets hanging out here, so he jumped down a well like an absolute fool, and therefore it was up to me and Bayleaf to take them all out. Running through the well and beating all of the Rocket Grunts, I faced off against the Executive Proton, and because I was massively over-leveled, it was an absolute breeze. After Team Rocket left town, I headed into the gym. Doing some funny little spider-themed puzzles, I got to Bugsy, and just like every other boss fight so far, it wasn't a challenge at all. Not due to strategy, just due to me being too high-leveled. I then beat my rival, and was able to head west into Ilex Forest. In the forest, a guy had lost 2 Farfetch'd, and so for some reason it was up to me to find them. After I got them back, I obtained the HM for Cut, realised that none of my Pokemon could learn it, and therefore I ran back to Union Cave to catch a Sandshrew. Using this to cut down the tree, I was able to progress, also learning Headbutt along the way, which will become useful later. I beat every trainer on Route 34, was introduced to the daycare centre, and after that I reached Goldenrod City. In the radio tower, I spoke to Whitney so she would move to her gym, and then completed the quiz to get the radio card. I also entered the bike shop to get a free bicycle. There is a good reason why this guy's business is going under. The gym was next, and this was incredibly easy. I won't be saying this later when I start to add more team members and keep their levels similar, but Whitney went down a lot quicker than normal. Clefairy was no trouble at all, and her infamous Miltank was a bit annoying but ultimately wasn't a threat. I waited for the crying to end, got the badge, and then made my way to the flower shop to pick up the squirt bottle. Going more north, I beat all of the trainers on Route 35, making a detour at the Pokéathlon Dome in order to get myself registered there, as I was planning on doing the events here later on. However, that time was not right now, as I had other things to do. Next up was the National Park. I ran around the park picking up various useful items, the Quick Claw for higher priority in battle, the Soothe Bell for faster friendship levels, and the TM for Dig, which was promptly given to Sandshrew. After that I made my way towards the Wiggly Tree. After watering it with a squirt bottle, it came to life. And this was a bit of a problem. This is because this is the only Sudowoodo in the entire game, but I need to clear it out of the way to obtain a specific item to get a Pokemon that appears before it in the Pokédex. But don't worry, I have an easy workaround for this, which I'll explain later. Doing more busy work on the trainers on these routes, after winning this double battle, Bayleaf evolved into Meganium. And I was sore-leaved. Entering Ecruteak City, I went into the Pokemon Center and met Bill, and also decided to catch myself a Growlithe. Back in Goldenrod City, Bill was in his house, and upon talking to him he gave me a free Eevee. I then gave it a Soothe Bell for later use. And now it was time to start a new save on a new game. So, starting up Soul Silver, I chose Cyndaquil, and I made the controversial decision to have this be the abandoned starter of this playthrough, running through the game as quickly as possible to evolve it into Quilava and then into Typhlosion. After it was fully evolved, I deleted the save and started again. This time I, of course, chose Totodile, my personal favourite of these three. And then I did everything I just went over in Heart Gold. I also found out it's impossible to skip getting the Apricorn box, little fun fact there. I gave my rival the alternative canonical name, made my way through Sprout Tower, defeated Faulkner, and reached level 18 with Totodile, causing it to evolve into Croconaw. Then I completed the Slowpoke Well, Azalea Town, the second rival fight, Ilex Forest, entered Goldenrod, and beat every trainer that met my gaze in the National Park and the routes surrounding it. After winning enough battles, Croconaw reached its required level 30, evolving into Feraligatr and finally allowing me to actually catch some new Pokemon. Oh, but you thought I'd be doing that in Johto? Of course not. I have 2 Kanto games with endgame content unlocked, and so most of the grinding will be done here. So, after catching Sentret, I've added it to my team and gave it an EXP share, went to town on a few wild Pokemon, evolving it into Furret. However, Hoot Hoot is nowhere to be found in the Savaya Islands, but back in Heart Gold it had become night time, so it was easy to find and catch. Next was Noctowl, and to continue the trend of not wanting the grind, I headbutted this tree and found one in the wild. Entering Pattern Bush in Leaf Green, I caught myself a Heracross, Ladybug, I didn't want to wait until morning to find one in Soul Silver, so I just caught it here. After a very short grind, it evolved into Ledian. I also decided I'd stay here in the Savai Islands for Spinarak, so I did just that, catching it in the same place and evolving it quickly into Ariados. I withdrew the Golbat that I attained in the first video, as I had already maxed out its friendship. Simply giving it one rare candy was enough to evolve it into Crobat. With those diversions out of the way, it was time to make some more progress. In the Burn Tower, I defeated my rival again, and then in the basement, I revealed the legendary beasts, 2 of whom will now be roaming Johto. Unfortunately, I can't catch them yet, but I can certainly weaken them when they appear. The gym was business as usual, with Sandshrew evolving in the process. After beating all the trainers, I fought Morty, and he was the hardest one so far, but I still won regardless. Entering Route 38 to the west, I defeated any trainers and wild Pokemon that I found in order to keep my team at a good steady level, as I didn't want to be underleveled or overleveled. I was also sought by some guy who wanted to sell me the Safari Zone, but this game's Safari Zone is very finicky and not fun, and I in fact never bothered to even enter it in this playthrough. Speaking of not bothering to do things, I also never cured the sick Miltank, so shame on me. I reached Olivine City and my rival confronted me again, but this time he just wanted to moan. Then I entered this house, and here is the reason I needed to knock out Sudowoodo earlier. The good rod is obtained here, and it's the only way so far to catch the next Pokemon on the list, Chinchou. So I headed all the way back home to try my luck at finding it. With a 7% encounter rate using the good rod, this took me about 20 minutes to find. It would have been a much more respectable 60% with the super rod, but we can't get that until the post game, so I had to make do with the good rod. When it did eventually appear, it was thankfully a very easy catch. I brought it with me all the way back to where I was before, knocking out every wild Pokemon on the way, and it reached level 27 during that grind, and evolved into Lantern. Going back in time once more, I deposited various Pokemon into the daycare in order to obtain some baby Pokemon, hatching out Pichu, Cleffa and Igglybuff. I then swam through the water labyrinth, reaching this gentleman who gave me an egg that contains Togepi. I could have just hatched the one I have in Johto, but doing a friendship evolution is so much easier when you have access to an Elite Four that can be continuously defeated with ease. And so, after defeating them with Togepi holding the EXP share, it evolved into Togetic. Continuing the Savai Island streak, I caught Natu and did the same thing as before to quickly level it up, evolving it into Xatu. Back in Johto, I started looking for Mareep, but instead found a different electric Pokemon. Throughout the playthrough, I frequently ran into Raikou and Entei and slowly whittled their HP down every time they appeared. Unfortunately, at this exact moment Growlithe wasn't able to do much, but I knew that in the future it would get easier. I actually did find Mareep after this, and it became one of my main party members throughout the playthrough. This was already my plan, so I didn't do any force grinding in one place, but instead just kept it in my team while progressing further and doing switch training. I got quite lucky when I found Raikou while Mareep was in front, allowing me to paralyse it with Thunder Wave since Electric wasn't immune to this back in Gen 4. Also, Mareep found a cool little item and was not happy with me attempting to take it. Back in Ecruteak, I entered the dance theatre, KOing the Team Rocket Grunt who was harassing the Kimono Girl, and impressing the owner, getting the HM for Surf. This meant I can progress to the south of Olivine City. On my way back here, Mareep reached level 15, evolving into Flaffy. Unfortunately, after this, part of my recording got corrupted, and therefore there was no record of me surfing to Signwood City, finding Entei and paralysing it, and defeating Chuck. Fortunately, nothing else major was missed out. Outside, Chuck's wife gave me the HM for Fly, and I used that to fly back to Olivine and entered the lighthouse. After defeating all of the trainers inside and jumping out of a window for some reason, I reached the top of the lighthouse and talked to Jasmine. The Ampharos here needed medicine from Signwood, so I promised to go back and get that. While travelling there, Flaffy managed to get to level 30 and it evolved into my very own Ampharos. A quick detour into the GBA era again. I withdrew the spare Gloom I caught at the end of the first video, using a Sunstone on it to evolve it into Blossom. Then in the pond on 4 Island, I found a wild Marl because there was no way I was going to try finding the 1% Marl chance in Mount Mortar. After catching it, I very quickly evolved it into Azumarill. And now it's finally time to progress in Soul Silver. First up was Whitney, who went down with slightly more effort than Heart Gold, but was still easy nonetheless. After getting the badge and the squirt bottle, I made my way over to the crossroads once again, and this time I was primed and ready to catch Sudowoodo. After a little bit of weakening, I caught it and moved back over to the GBA once again. I did the first of many item holding trades for this segment of the challenge, with the first one requiring me to trade myself a Poliwhirl holding a King's Rock, hence why I caught multiple in the first video. After the trade was done, it evolved into Politoed. I then caught Hoppip, and with a few quick knockouts in the Savai Islands, it evolved into Skiploom and then into Jumpluff. In Heart Gold, I saw and scared off Suicune on the beach in Cyanwood City, which is the first of many encounters required to obtain it later. After battling and beating Usine, I headed all the way back to Azalea Town to headbutt a tree and to find the next Pokemon on the list, which was Apom. After catching it, I went to the National Park to find Sunkern. Once that was caught, I was at an unfortunate standstill, since the only way to get the Sunstone at this point in the game is from winning the bug catching contest. And it was Wednesday, a day in which it does not run. And Sunkern doesn't appear in Fire Red or Leaf Green, so there was really no way until tomorrow. So in the meantime, I opted to progress in Heart Gold as much as possible. First I got the HM for Strength, then encountered Suicune again, beat all the trainers on Route 42 and reached Mahogany Town. The gym was inaccessible at the moment, so I instead headed north to Route 43 and did my usual, knocking out every wild Pokemon and trainer that dared to cross me. Raikou also made an appearance, so I made a small dent in its HP. I went exploring around the Lake of Rage, realising that I just so happened to be visiting on a Wednesday, the one day of the week that the lake is flooded. Entering the lake proper, I went for a swim and approached the Gyarados in the lake, and would you believe it, it was shiny. It's actually always shiny. Afterwards, I got the red scale, which I immediately gave to Mr. Pokemon in exchange for an EXP share, making future grinds less tedious. Flying back to the Lake of Rage, I took the time to explore the flooded area, beating any trainers and wild Gyarados that showed up for a nice bit of experience. I reached the secret house and collected the HM for Hidden Power. Back in Mahogany Town, in the souvenir shop, I watched Lance's Dragonite use Hyper Beam on a person, before having it revealed that it was a front for Team Rocket's shiny new secret hideout. These Persian statues infinitely spawn rocket grunts when you walk in front of them, but I did reach the computer that allows you to switch them off, which I completely ignored for some reason. After fighting more battles than was necessary, I reached the lower floors and joined Lance in finding the 2 passwords required to open a security door, with them being Slowpoke Tail and Raticate Tail. Using those very secure passwords, through the door we come face to face with the man himself, Giovanni. It's not really him though, it's actually Petrel, one of the useless executives. After sweeping the floor with his team, his Murkrow then betrays him by mimicking his voice, saying the password for the next door. Following it all the way to the door, it said the password and allowed me to gain access. Before I could get any further, however, I was stopped by Ariana, but with Lance and his impossibly low-level Dragonite, winning was no trouble at all. And after the battle had ended, the next task was to defeat some Electrodes. I could have also caught them, but I had no real use for them. After that was done, I got the HM for Whirlpool and moved on to the gym. Mahogany Gym was not particularly difficult, especially with a fire-type lead. The puzzles were very easy. I definitely didn't spend ages figuring out the solution to the final room. What you're seeing here is my first attempt, not my 20th. Price himself wasn't too bad either. And after getting the badge, I left and realised I had actually forgotten to pick up the medicine for Amphi at the lighthouse. Shame on me, once again. After picking up the secret potion, I headed back to the lighthouse and handed it to Jasmine. This then allowed me to unlock the ability to get the 6th badge, but 7th, silly me. Also my Growlithe was happy to see them healthy again. In Olivine Gym, I actually didn't need to fight any trainers since I had already beaten them in the lighthouse. So I headed straight towards Jasmine, and with a combination of fire and water, the fight was not difficult. I got the badge, and upon leaving I was warned about Team Rocket getting up to some mischief in the radio tower, and I was asked to investigate, because apparently that's a child's responsibility in this world. However, I had stopped playing for the day, and when I came back, it was Thursday, which meant I could do the bug catching contest and finally move the Pokédex along. I ran around the grass looking for the perfect specimen to get me the win. Not Weedle though. I eventually found a Scyther, and managed to successfully catch it without lowering its HP. That meant it would net me a good score at the end. Entering the ceremony with bated breath, my prediction thankfully came true and I won, winning me the first place prize of a Sunstone. I immediately gave this to Sunkern, evolving it into Sunflora. The next Pokemon was another one that appears 1% of the time in Johto, but is not particularly rare in the Savai Islands. So returning to Fire Red, I found Yanma in the Ruin Valley, and after catching it, I moved on to Whooper, which also happens to be found in the same location. To remove the need for any grinding though, I found a wild Quagsire in the water in Johto. And after catching that, it was time to do some more training on the Eevee I obtained earlier. With the Soothe Bell in hand, I spent a while knocking out lower level Pokemon, with each KO gaining slightly more EVs than normal. After it leveled up, since it was still daytime, it evolved into Espeon. My character in Soul Silver had been waiting patiently for this moment, and starting at night time this time, I continued my journey. I picked up Eevee, completed the Burn Tower, beat Morty, got told about Amphi, got the HM for Surf, travelled to Signwood City and actually got a recording of it this time, picked up the secret potion, turned off Chuck's waterfall and beat him, actually getting recording this time again, fixed up Amphi, beat Jasmine, got strength, caught the red Gyarados, got the red scale, traded for the XP share, beat Team Rocket, beat Price and found out about the radio tower plot. Whew. After all of this, Eevee had accrued enough friendship to evolve, and since it was night time, it evolved into Umbreon. The next Pokemon was... okay. The next Pokemon was Murkrow, and it wasn't available until the post-game in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, so I caught it in the Lost Cave instead. Next up was another Trade Evo, this time giving a Slowpoke a King's Rock, trading it to evolve it into Slowking. Back in Lost Cave again, this time in Leaf Rain I caught Miss Drevis, bringing the total to 200. And now, entering the mysterious ruins of Alph, I stumbled upon a chamber containing a complex puzzle that scientists and archaeologists have struggled to figure out the solution to for decades. I'm not even making this up, literally none of the scientists in the building on site have any clue how to solve this toddler-level sliding puzzle. Falling down into the ruins below resulted in me being given an unknown report, which I will definitely not be filling out. Instead opting to catch one singular unknown and left it at that. Back in my favourite place, the Ruin Valley, I caught myself a Wobbuffet. Then on Route 43, I caught Girafarig. Then I headbutted this specific tree in Ilex Forest to find a Pineco. This was a bad move though, since it evolves at level 31 and I caught it at level 8. So I gave it the XP share and went to work on Team Rocket. After being told that I needed to be a member of Team Rocket to go upstairs, I got an outfit from the underground and headed back in. The guy at the stairs believed me, though my rival immediately blew my cover. Because of this, I had to fight the grunt to pass through, and it was just business as usual after that. I beat every Rocket member who appeared, with Pineco slowly but surely gaining experience every time. After reaching the director, it turned out that he wasn't really the director, but was in fact Petrel, who I beat once again. He gave me the basement key, and back to the underground I went. Using the key to get into the lower floors, I beat my rival for the millionth time, and then did a little coloured button puzzle. I powered through the last of the Rocket Grunts, getting the card key from the real director. I then headed back to the radio tower, using the card key to get further. Beating Proton and Ariana, then reached the top and defeated their leader, Archer. The director showed up and gave me the Rainbow Wing, which will come in handy later. With all that done though, the roadblock in the form of a man forcing you to buy Rage candy bars finally allowed me to pass and reach the ice path. While in here, I found the HM for Waterfall, and for some reason I had to free a kimono girl who was stuck in the ice at the end of the cave. I don't even remember that, to be honest. I reached Blackthorn City, and then suddenly realised I never actually picked up Rock Smash, so I did that, then headed back to Blackthorn City again. After continuously knocking out wild Pokemon in the grass here, Pineco reached level 31 and that horror grind was over, with it evolving into Fortress. And guess where we won't be checking for Dunsparce? Yes, of course I will not be searching Dark Cave for the 1% chance. Instead I headed to the Three Isle Port, a patch of grass where it is guaranteed to spawn. Next was Gligar, which appears in the grass that I had just been training Pineco in. Then it was time for another trade evolution, this time training an Onix holding a metal coat to evolve into Steelix. Unfortunately, I wasn't going to get away with an easy find this time. Snubbull has a 1% chance of being found in the grass on Route 38, and it doesn't appear anywhere else in any game I had access to. I ran around in this patch of grass for 45 minutes. Eventually it graced me with its presence, and it was an easy catch once it did appear. After this, I did a bit of grinding, and it evolved into Granbull. Then it was fishing time in Fire Red, catching myself a Quillfish. Then I did another trade, giving Scyther a metal coat before the trade in order to evolve it into Scizor. I walked into this house in Signwood City and a guy gave me his shuckle that I promised to give back. Yeah, I will, don't worry. Next was Heracross, a much easier find in the Savai Islands than in Johto, and then I headed into Icefall Cave to find Sneasel, as it doesn't appear until the post-game in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Speaking of Soul Silver, I returned there to clear out the radio tower once again. And a little bit of trivia about this section of the game: if you speak to the NPCs in Goldenrod while dressed up like a member of Team Rocket, they all have unique dialogue where they're either scared of you or they berate you for being in Team Rocket. Doing the exact same thing as I did in Heart Gold, I reached the director who gave me this time the Silver Wing. I then progressed to the same point as I am at Heart Gold, getting to Route 45 and catching Teddy Ursa, a Soul Silver exclusive. Adding it to my team, I actually went ahead of Heart Gold, heading into Blackthorn Gym and taking down Claire. After being refused the badge, I headed into Dragon's Den to complete the Dragon Master's trial, finally receiving the badge and leaving to go to New Barktown since I got a call from Elm telling me to head there. In the lab, he gave me the Master Ball, and then after that I headed to Ekritique, where I defeated all of the Kimono girls in order to unlock the next part of the story, and for some bonus XP for my little bear. Winning a few more battles after this, Teddy Ursa evolved into Ursaring, and then it was back to GBA World once more. In Mount Ember I caught a Slugma, which evolves at level 38, and I didn't want to grind. So instead I broke rocks for a while until I found a Wild Mag cargo, catching it, and heading into Icefall Cave to catch a Swinub. After another E4 sweep with Swinub in my team, it evolved into Piloswine. At Olivine Harbour I fished for a bit until I found I'd caught a Corsola, and it was not happy. Fishing Leaf Green again, I caught a Remoraid, as it's another ultra rare in Johto, and after doing a bit of grinding it evolved into Octillery. Then I caught Delibird in Soul Silver, Mantine in Heart Gold, and Skarmory in Soul Silver. And say goodbye to Soul Silver because that was the last time I played it for the rest of the run. Back to Heart Gold, I beat Claire and did the same rigmarole I did earlier in the opposite version, completing Dragon's Den, getting the Master Ball and defeating the Kimono girls. Before this time actually progressing the story further. If I was playing Soul Silver, I'd be heading to the Whirl Islands right now, but in this game I am instead tasked with climbing to the top of the Bell Tower. The tower is filled with many silly ramp jumping puzzles and warp tiles that defy all logic in terms of the setting, but I'm not here to question the design decisions, I just want to catch the next Pokemon in the dex. Which is supposed to be Houndour, but observant watchers will know what I'm heading towards, and what I'm going to have to do soon. What you see here is in fact me summoning Ho-Oh, which is number 250. That's a little bit later than my current number of 227. Now here's the thing, I could actually get Houndour before doing this, but it would require me to make use of this game's Safari Zone, which is a hassle I won't get into. And thankfully this roadblock is easily surpassed. All I need to do is simply walk up to Ho-Oh, start the battle, and then knock it out. And that's exactly what I did. And as this person here says, it'll reappear later. So I haven't locked myself out of obtaining it. So now all that's left to do is travel east of New Barktown and enter the fabled land of Kanto. After surfing for a bit, I came across a guy who somehow knows I've never been here before, and points out the incredible fact that I've just stepped into Kanto. Tojo Falls was next, and after that, I headed out and was on the other side of Route 27. All that was left to do was to conquer this whole area, and after getting to the end and flashing my 8 badges, I was able to enter Victory Road. Unlike in the previous game, Victory Road is bare bones and has no trainers, apart from a rival fight right at the end, which I won very easily yet again. Reaching the Indigo Plateau, I decided not to take on the Elite Four right away, because there was one very big task I needed to undergo first. I said I would do it, and I wasn't lying. I entered the Pokéathlon and completed each of the courses, coming first in almost every one. This was partially due to a certain item costing 2,500 points, but also just because I love this place so much. After hitting the number of points I needed, I bought a Firestone from the shop and gave it to Growlithe, evolving it into Arcanine at long last. These games are notoriously stingy with evolution stones, and this one was one of the very few ways to obtain them. So, with my team now ready and fully evolved, I took on the new Elite Four. Starting with Will, who wasn't too bad due to Sandslash having Shadow Claw. After that was the newly promoted Koga, and the strategy here was fire and more fire. Then Bruno was a pushover like he always is, won't even bother covering that fight. Karen was 4th, and she was without a doubt the most difficult fight for my underleveled, underprepared team, especially with her frustrating double team strategy on Umbreon. After lots of brute force and almost no strategy, she went down and all that was left was a champion Lance. And let me tell you, when all your Pokemon are under level 50, this fight is hard. Fortunately, I have what the AI doesn't. Lots of money and lots of healing items that were bought with said money. And so, after lots of switching around and healing and attacking, his final Pokemon went down and I was crowned champion. After the silly cutscene with Mary and Oak randomly showing up, I was entered into the Hall of Fame with a time of exactly 30 hours. Back to the lab again, and I was given the SS ticket, allowing me to board the SS Aqua. At the port, I was also given the National Dex by Professor Oak. After this, it was finally time to enter Kanto. On the ship, an old guy approached me who had lost his granddaughter, and after tracking her down and playing hide and seek with her for some reason, enough time had passed that we had reached our destination. And so here we are in Vermilion City with another 8 badges to go. This is why this video is so much longer than the last one. I once again found Suicune, who once again ran away, and saw that a Snorlax was blocking the entrance to Diglett's cave. So first order of business was going into Vermilion Gym and looking through bins. After that, I beat Lieutenant Surge in what was a much harder fight than any of the Elite Four members. And after getting the badge, I headed over to Route 7 where I could find Houndour. It only comes out at night though, so after waiting a few hours I headed into the grass and finally added one more to the counter. This was a long time coming and I was glad to be able to move on. The next day I headed west into Celadon City, getting through the weird new gym layout and facing Erica. This battle wasn't as hard as the last one, as Arcanine was able to completely fry everything on her team. In fact, I destroyed her team so badly that she turned into a black square and the game crashed. After recovering my save file, I went to Cycling Roads to train up Houndour, evolving it into Houndoom. Up next was another trade evolution, this time trading a Seadra holding a Dragon Scale to evolve it into Kingdra. In Route 45, I found myself a Fanpy, and after catching it, I headed into Victory Road to catch a Donphan. Then there was a final trade evolution, this time trading my Porygon from Leaf Green holding an upgrade to evolve it into Porygon 2. Doing some more catching cleanup in Heart Gold, I caught a Stantler which I had been constantly ignoring throughout the playthrough. And then taking the secret exit from Union Cave, I entered the grassy area of Ruins of Alph, eventually finding and catching a Smeargle. Back to breeding once again, and this time I deposited my Hitmonlee with the resulting egg becoming Tyrogue. Miraculously, its attack and defense were the same, so it was guaranteed to evolve into Hitmontop upon hitting level 20. Then from breeding Jinx I hatched Smoochum, from Electabuzz, Elekid, and from Magmar, Magby. Catching a Miltank, I then went down Cycling Road and reached Fuchsia City, with the sole purpose of entering Pal Park. After that, I went back to Fire Red to get my old pal Chansey out of storage, giving it lots of vitamins and a rare candy to evolve it into Blissey. And then this is when the fun truly began. I thought I may as well just try one Quick Ball on Raikou, you know, just in case. Nah, it was never going to happen. So after continuously tracking Raikou down and getting its HP very low, along with Entei as well, I just started encountering it, throwing a Quick Ball and hoping for the best. This was not going according to plan at all, but all I could do was hope and pray for good RNG. Of course I did eventually succeed, but it took a lot longer than I'd have liked. Entei was next, and the procedure was exactly the same. It was also unfortunately just as tedious as Raikou, with just a constant stream of breakouts with no hope in sight. But then, eventually, well, you know what happens. You've seen the title of the video. I found Suicune yet again, and this was the last place that it needed to be encountered before choosing a permanent resting spot. I headed to that spot, which is north of Sarugan City, past the Nugget Bridge, and past the Nugget Bridge Part 2, I guess you could call it. Though it won't appear here just yet. I cleared out the trainers to make it easier for later. But right now, I need to head to the power plant, which now has people working in it. But they've lost a machine part from the generator. Heading back to Nugget Bridge, I found the perpetrator, and after defeating him, he reveals where he hid it. and after finding it in the Cerulean gym, I headed to the Cape and ruined Missy's date, moving her to the gym where I won and got the Cascade badge. After doing all this, Suicune finally appeared. And I thought, since it wasn't night time yet, I should probably wait till then and use Dusk Balls, but one quick ball won't hurt. You never know. Nice. At the home stretch now, and I caught a Larvitar in Fire Red. After that, I assembled 6 of my strongest soldiers and sent them to war. And by that, I mean I transferred them to Heart Gold via Pal Park. The reason I chose these 6 in particular? I needed Blissey to breed later for Happiny, Murkrow will be evolved into Honchkrow later, and Misdreavus into Mismagius. Azumarill is holding a Sea and Sense, which lets it get Azurill. Slugma was sent for literally no reason, and me owning a Larvitar that came from a different game means that the experience rate will be much faster. With that in mind, I had a Larvitar in my party holding the EXP share as I travelled across Kanto, leaving a trail of destruction in my wake. Sabrina was the first victim of this, and after giving the machine part back to the power plant, getting a Clefairy doll back for a child, being told about Latias by the Hoenn champion, which I won't be catching, returning the doll to get the rail pass, I then continued to win battles. I entered the Fuchsia gym, now run by Janine, and taking down her trainers, I eventually got Larvitar to level 30, evolving it into Pupitar. Then I beat the real Janine, who was a complete and utter pushover, and entered the de-spookified Lavender Town, getting the Kanto expansion card for the radio. Using the Pokeflute radio station, the Snorlax woke up, and although I didn't really need to catch it, this could potentially be useful to me 2 videos from now. So with that in mind, I snagged it and headed into Diglett's cave. Reaching the other side, I entered Pewter City, talked to this old man who for some reason has a silver wing to give me, and smashed Brock's team to pieces, earning me the Boulder badge. Now for a trip down memory lane into the place where I caught my first wild Pokemon in this challenge, though the trainers here have levels that are a little higher than last time. I reached Pallet Town, then realised coming here without all the badges was a pointless endeavour, so I headed to the now destroyed Cinnabar Island instead. Entering Seafoam Islands, I went down the ladder into the gym. After beating a few of the trainers here, Pupitar reached level 53. I just gave it 2 rare candies and it evolved into Tyranitar. Then I took on Blaine's team, beat him without much hassle, and headed to Viridian City. The gym here, now run by Blue, was a bit more interesting than the original Gen 2 games. And after beating Leader, I got the Earth Badge. I was called over to Oak's lab, where he gave me the HM for Rock Climb and I was granted access to Mount Silver. But first I headed to the Whirl Islands. Showing the silver wing to this monk and heading all the way down to the bottom, I was able to enter the chamber and encounter Lugia. I'm not going to pretend that this was an easy capture. I saved and reset so many times it's not even funny. But on this one particular attempt, a single heavy ball was all it took. Now to go apologise for Ho-Oh for knocking it out earlier. I headed all the way back to the top of the tower, and after a similarly gruelling fight with multiple soft resets, I eventually caught it. Next up, I headed to Mount Silver in order to initiate the true final battle. Wait, I don't need to take on the final boss. Celebi isn't even found in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. In fact, it isn't found in Fire Red or Leaf Green either. Or Gold, or Silver, or Crystal for that matter. Unless... Well, it looks like for the second video in a row we're going retro for the last Pokemon. This time however I won't be using glitches. In the 3DS Virtual Console release of Pokemon Crystal you can actually catch Celebi. Now I just completed all of Heart Gold so I'm not going to bore you with the details, but basically I beat Faulkner, I beat Bugsy, and oh, the egg I got from the daycare centre is hatching. Wait, that doesn't look right. Is that shiny? Oh wow, it is shiny. That looks terrible. But hey, a shiny's a shiny. Add 1 to the count. It does look almost identical though. Anyway, I beat Whitney, Morty, Chuck, Jasmine, Price and Claire. And then beat the Elite Four and finally Lance. After this, I healed my Pokemon at the Goldenrod Pokemon Center, and upon trying to leave, a nurse appeared and gave me the GS Ball. This event will only happen in the 3DS version of the game, but not the original. Heading to Azalea Town, I gave the GS Ball to Kurt, and he needed a full day to work on it and figure out what it was. But I didn't have time to wait, I wanted this done now. Thankfully, there's a way around that. It's very simple. All you need to do is, while on the screen, hold down, select and B, then while still holding select, let go of down and B, then press and hold up and left, then let go of select. Then say yes to resetting the clock and input a unique code that differs based on your trainer name, ID number and the amount of money you have. You know, really easy stuff. Anyone could figure this out. Anyway, after skipping time forward by a day, I spoke to Kurt and he gave me the GS ball back. He then ran outside at the speed of light and instructed me to enter the forest. And so I did. Thank you very much for watching. Oh, you thought I was actually going to fully complete Heart Gold? Of course not. There's no point in playing it anymore. It's not like I can get any good rewards that would make the next video less tedious. Oh. So, despite having a horrendously weak team in comparison to the final boss, I decided to just give it a go. If I wipe, big deal. Just need to train up and try again. But, armed with a team of level 50s and one level 70 Lugia and a massive amount of healing items, I climbed to the summit of Mount Silver to face off against myself from another life. I had a huge brain strat, which was sending out Tyranitar first, negating the natural hail effect and replacing it with Sandstorm. Half of Red's Pokémon have Blizzard, which has 100% accuracy in hail, and they're all susceptible to Sandstorm damage as well. Pikachu and Tyranitar KO'd each other with a combination of Earthquake and Volt Tackle. And after that, it was Lugia versus Blastoise. Unfortunately, I didn't even bother switching up Lugia's moves at all, and Aeroblast is less than favourable in this scenario. I tried Fly a few times, and combining that with the chip damage from Sandstorm, it took it out after a few turns. Lapras was up next, and I got lucky with avoiding Blizzard on Ampharos, getting in a paralysis, though ultimately dying in the end anyway to another Blizzard. I thought Lugia would do good damage with Ancient Power, but I was extremely wrong. Aeroblast was pitiful as well, but thanks to good RNG on my end from the paralysis, it never managed to hit Lugia once and went down to the Sandstorm damage. Then there was Snorlax, and Tyranitar managed to wall it thanks to Blizzard being terrible for a Snorlax and none of its other moves being useful against it. Well, the crit was a shame, but I revived Ampharos earlier. I gambled on static activating and it worked. But unfortunately, when I got really close to knocking it out, I used a full restore. After messing around with switching and healing, I brought Tyranitar back, who finished the job. Or rather, the Sandstorm finished the job. 2 left, and out came Venusaur. Fortunately, with it being weak to flying, Lugia had a big advantage over it, and with a combination of Aeroblast, Fly and Sandstorm, it went down very quickly. Last was Charizard, and after a tussle of big hits back and forth, Lugia just barely survived a Blast Burn, with its Surf also not quite knocking it out. However, the Sandstorm knocked out his last Pokémon, and also Lugia, and with a rather anticlimactic finish, I won with 3 Pokémon left to spare, which I did not expect at all. And now I need to go meet someone in Saffron City. I headed into the Silphco building where Stephen, the Hoenn champion, was hanging out, and he offered me one of 3 Pokemon, but I didn't have space for it. Oh well, guess you'll just have to wait till next time. Generation 3, 252 to 386. Oh, actually, we're not starting in Hoenn. At the end of the last video, I beat Red atop Mount Silver, and as a result, Stephen, the Hoenn champion, gives me a Trico. The reason for doing this here was because I was determined not to have to mindlessly grind 3 starters to full at the beginning of new games for the 3rd video in a row. And so, with that in mind, I gave it an EXP share and went to town on the Elite Four a few times, evolving it into Grovyle and then again into Sceptile. I decided that instead of going through a Hoenn game with nothing but a Torchic, I would instead make use of Soul Silver. Last I left off, I had just beaten the 8th gym and then left it there. So upon returning, I did the summoning ritual for Lugia. Then after catching it, I reached the league and beat the Elite Four and the champion. And then decided that in order to finish this ASAP, I would need some help instead of grinding. Therefore, upon reaching Kanto, I headed straight to Fuchsia City, avoiding every optional battle, and entered Pal Park. Then I consolidated my highest level Kanto Pokemon together in Fire Red, Pal Parking them over to Soul Silver in order to remove any semblance of challenge or consume time to get to the end of the game. After catching 5 strong and high leveled Pokemon and also Magcargo for no reason, I then went around doing the normal story stuff. After that, I beat all 8 of the Kanto gym leaders in the order that they would have been fought in the original games. Talking to Oak, I was granted access to Mount Silver, immediately heading to the summit to fight Red. This battle was nowhere near as challenging as before, so after a few minutes I had become the ultimate champion. And then I talked to Stephen once again and this time chose Torchic. After getting this, well, you know the procedure by now. EXP share, conquer the Pokemon League, rinse and repeat until Torchic evolves into Combusken and Combusken evolves into Blaziken. Then it was finally time to actually play in Hoenn. I started with Sapphire, but this character's adventure was not going to last very long. Sorry about that, Terry. Picking up Mudkip, I rushed through the start of the game and beat Roxanne, evolving Mudkip into Marshtomp in the process. Heading straight to Granite Cave, I caught myself 6 Gen 1 Pokemon, and this is because this is the first place in which you can actually catch older Pokemon. After doing so, I was able to transfer Marshtomp into Soul Silver, and after catching it in Pal Park, it was a simple case of once again bullying the Elite Four until it gained enough EXP to evolve into Swampert. And with that, I have successfully gotten all fully evolved Hoenn starters without needing to grind solely on one Pokemon for half the game, and without having to release any starters. Starting my new game on Sapphire again, I chose a default name, which is apparently not May, and after entering my bedroom I made sure to set the time to 4 PM. This is very important for later capture, due to the internal battery being dead. I chose Mudkip again, but this time I didn't need to do a solo run. Unfortunately I couldn't catch this Poochyena, but after beating my rival I unlocked the ability to catch Pokemon. Poochyena is the rarest Pokemon that you can find at the start of the game, which is irritating, but after a bit of searching it appeared and I caught it. Beating every trainer and wild encounter along the way using switch training on Poochyena, I reached Petalburg City, and upon entering the gym I was tasked with babysitting Wally while he caught himself a Ralts. After that I entered Petalburg Woods and again won every fight, including the one against the Aqua Grunt. I also made sure to pick up this Chestoberry from the flower shop, continued to win battles on Route 104, picked up the HM for Cut from the aptly named Cutter, and then entered Petalburg Gym. Going up against Roxanne for the second time in approximately half an hour, I realised I didn't heal before approaching her and remembered why I have never even attempted a Nuzlocke before. But after entering with an actual healthy team, I swept her and got the badge, also evolving Mudkip. Before I could go any further, there was some story fluff involving getting some parts back and saving a seagull, and as a reward for getting the parts back, the head of Devon did something that no CEO has ever done in history, which is give away free stuff. After getting the Pokénav and picking up these Chestoberries, I went to Mr. Briny's house to sail over to Dewford Town. I entered Granite Cave, which you're going to be seeing too much of in the early part of this run. Got the HM for Flash and grinded on mid-level wild Pokemon with Poochyena, also catching a Zubat and also an Abra for teleport use. After reaching level 18, Poochyena evolved into Mightyena and I could finally get back to catching. Returning to the mainland, I found and caught myself a Zigzagoon, returned to the cave and did more leveling. After getting bored of that, I just decided to go ahead and take on the gym as well, beating all the trainers for EXP and beating Brawly to get the second badge. I moved the story forward by getting to the deepest part of Granite Cave, giving Stephen the letter. And the reason for that was because you get an EXP Sharers award for doing so, which was a very welcome addition. So this helped get Zigzagoon to a high enough level to... oh, I pressed B. Wasted a little bit more time levelling it up again, this time not touching anything, and it evolved into Linoon. I then caught Wurmple and did not evolve it because it has a random chance to evolve into either Silcoon or Cascoon, and if it evolves into Cascoon, this run will be dead. I ran around for ages in Petalburg Woods, the game taunting me with all these mons I can't catch yet, eventually finding and catching Silcoon, and after a relatively short grind it evolved into Beautifly. This time I was allowed to catch Cascoon, and after doing so I got it to level 10 and evolved it into Dustox. Next was Lotad, a Sapphire exclusive, and after that I caught Jigglypuff in Heart Gold, Growlithe, Oddish from Pal Park, hatched a Pichu and Marill. Well, I needed these to get some more evolution stones. Bill's granddad in Sea Cottage will ask for them, and I will be needing stones soon. And so he handed them all over. You see, I found out that you only get a water stone in the abandoned ship in Hoenn, in an area that requires dive. Using dive outside of battle requires the 7th badge, and there was no way I was going all that way without any new Pokemon. So I sent Lotad to Pal Park, evolved it into Lombre, then gave it a water stone to evolve it into Ludicolo. Time had now come to start playing Ruby. I gave myself one of the default names, chose Torchic this time, and got to work on getting the Ruby exclusive Seedot, along with enough other Pokemon to migrate it to Heart Gold for the Leaf Stone evolution. And so, after choosing my 6 to transfer... oh no. So, when I saw this I was concerned, to say the least. I did go back in and the save file was completely gone. However, since this series has become so precious to me, I actually took a backup of my Heart Gold save before doing anything requiring cross connections, such as Pal Park. As a result, I didn't lose anything. However, I did need to procure a new copy of Ruby, as it turns out I had a UK Ruby and a US Heart Gold, which apparently can't mix because Nintendo hadn't quite figured that out back then. And so, on my fresh new save, I didn't call myself Tom because I think that was what caused the issues. Sorry Tom, but you gotta face the facts. Anyway, catching Seedot and some other randoms again, this time the migration was a success, and after that debacle was over, Seedot evolved into Nuzleaf and then into Shiftry with a Leaf Stone. And staying in Heart Gold, I headbutted this tree in Cherry Grove City, which gave me a Tailo. And I evolved this quickly into Swellow, saving me time on grinding in Ruby and Sapphire. Wingull was next, unfortunately not an easy catch in Johto as it's a Swarm exclusive, so I therefore needed to train it up. However, I also felt like I needed to start progressing in the story a bit, so I entered the Oceanic Museum and fought off Team Aqua. Heading to Route 110, I came across a speedrunner's Demise, but I won really easily because of the amount of levelling I've done. In Mauville City, I entered this random unmarked house to get the HM for Rock Smash, and then after that, I got the Mac bike from the bike shop. Wally was stopping me from entering the gym, so I gave him a beatdown, making him run away, and his uncle thanked me for it. In the gym itself, I did the incredibly difficult switch puzzle, and due to Marshtomp having a ground move, the Watson battle was over before it had even begun, netting me the badge. Before heading too far north, I took on the Windstrait family, and after defeating all 4 of them in turn, I got the Macho Brace, which I don't think I ever actually used. I went to Route 117 and defeated every trainer there for more XP for Wingull, and entered the east entrance to Rustar Tunnel, smashing this rock this karate guy could have easily climbed over, but it resulted in me getting the HM for Strength. After some more battles, Wingull finally evolved into Pelipper. Then it was Ralts next, which is a rare 5% find on Route 103. This low encounter rate, coupled with how low level it comes at, meant this was just one of a large number of horrendously long grinds this game has to offer, as it is very stingy when it comes to catching second form evolutions, with Kirlia being one of many examples. It did eventually appear, and I caught it in a Premier Ball just because I can. Sparing you the details of the grinds, basically they were long, hard, and not particularly fun to watch. But eventually it evolved into Kirlia and then into Gardevoir. Next up was Surskit, which has a 1% chance of being found in multiple different locations. This took me about 10 minutes of running around to find, and then after this I just decided to progress the story and let it level up naturally. I also beat the reporters and gave a very appropriate response to their question. Using Surskit in the upcoming battles, I made my way up to the entrance to Mount Chimney, which is currently blocked by aqua grunts. Got through the fiery path and out the other side where I watched my interview on TV. In the ashy Route 113 I got past the hordes of ninjas and spindas and reached Falarbor town. I beat a few more trainers and Surskit evolved into Masquerain. Back in Soul Silver I head by the trees in Verdian Forest until I found Shroomish, which is more common than it is in Heart Gold, and of course with access to high level battles it was no problem to evolve it into Breloom. Sticking with the headbutting, I did the same in Route 25 to catch a Slackoth, which is much rarer in Hoenn. Taking it through the E4 a bunch of times, I evolved into Vigoroth and then eventually into Slacking. Nincada was next, and due to the nature of this challenge I decided I would need 2 of them. The first was evolved into Ninjask with a full party, and the second was evolved into Ninjask with a spare slot, which was then filled by Shedinja. Returning to Johto, and once you get the National Dex in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, there are 2 radio stations that start playing, Hoenn Sound and Sinnoh Sound, that play on Wednesdays and Thursdays respectively, with Hoenn Sound making certain Gen 3 Pokemon appear in the wild. So, as it had become Wednesday, it was time to get to work. No, not looking for Linoon. I found what I was looking for, Whismur, and since it was already at a high level, after catching it I quickly leveled it twice, evolving it into Loudred and then into Exploud. Doing the same thing in the same location, I then caught Makuhita, and after 1 level it evolved into Hariyama. Withdrawing the Azumarill I sent to Heart Gold a while back, holding a Sea Sense, I put it into the daycare centre with Ditto, running around for a while until they gave me an egg, which hatched into Azurill. Entering Meteor Falls and Sapphire, I ran into Team Aqua who were planning to do some bad stuff at Mount Chimney involving a stolen meteorite, and it was up to me for some reason to do something about it. So, heading into the cable car, I rode up the mountain and reached the summit. Up there I fought off all the Aqua members, including the admin Matt, and upon reaching Archie and sweeping his team aside, he surrendered the meteorite and all was well in the world. I then headed south through the jagged pass and exited out into Laveridge Town. Talking to this old lady, I was given an egg which I absolutely cannot hatch yet, unless I want this run to be ruined, and then entered the gym. And after doing all the silly puzzles, I fought against Flannery, who went down with not too many problems. After getting the badge, upon leaving I am accosted by Brendan, who gives me the Go Goggles, allowing me to explore the desert. In the northeastern corner there were 2 fossils, and I decided to take the root fossil, making a note to remember to pick up the claw fossil in Ruby. Returning to Granite Cave for the first time in a while, I smashed rocks for a long time until Nosepass showed itself, which I promptly caught. Next was Petalburg Gym, and so after fighting through the various doors and winning battles with people who all had 1 Pokemon and are somehow allowed to be called gym trainers, I reached Norman. And his Slacking Vigoroth Slacking combo was no match at all for Gardevoir, going down easily. After that, entering Wally's house and talking to his dad results in me getting the HM for Surf, which then unlocked a side quest with Watson in which he sends me to New Mauville to turn off a generator. Surfing on over there, I went inside, unlocked the door with the basement key, made my way over to the generator, turning it off and getting the TM for Thunderbolt as a reward. I then gave it to Gardevoir, which would be a very good decision in the long run. Back in Meteor Falls, now that Team Aqua was gone, I could do a bit of exploring, finding a Moonstone. Then in Route 116 I had to find another 1% encounter, Skitty, which appeared within seconds, which was a relief because I expected this to take forever. As soon as I caught it, I used the recently found Moonstone to evolve it into Delcatty. Yet again, re-entering my favourite spot, in Granite Cave I found the Sapphire exclusive Sableye. After catching that, I hopped back over to Ruby, where all the Pokemon I had caught were now sitting in Johto. After getting through Petalburg Woods and evolving Torchic into Combuskin, I easily beat Roxanne and headed to Dewford, where I also beat Brawly. In Granite Cave I then caught the equivalent Ruby exclusive Mawile. And then the final Pokemon not yet caught from this cave in Sapphire, I caught Aron, and used it extensively throughout many battles and rematches, also giving the interviewers my opinion again. Then I headed to Route 119. But wait, let's pause for a moment. Now you're probably wondering at this point, why are you playing Ruby and Sapphire? I mean, you played the remakes of the last 2 generations, why not play Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire? And yes, while the EXP gain is faster, the graphics are nicer, there are quality of life improvements, and overall they're just simply better, Well, there's one huge roadblock that prevents progress from being made in the context of this challenge. You see, in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, where Stephen approaches you here, he actually forces you to go to Southern Island against your will, and you get Latias or Latios, game dependent. That's great when you're doing a casual run, but not so great when the last possible Pokemon you can get before stepping foot into this area is Armaldo, number 348, and Latias is number 380. That's a pretty huge jump, one which unfortunately I just simply cannot do. So there you have it. This is the reason why I'm playing the originals and not the remakes. Thanks Game Freak, your generosity almost ruined my challenge run. Anyway, back to the video. Thankfully, in the originals, Stephen just says some random dialogue, then leaves, which allowed me to continue on my journey. In the Berry Master's house, I talked to him to get a Kelpsie Berry, and then continued defeating every trainer I saw while Aaron was holding the EXP share, and it was going to be a while before I could get it all the way to its fully evolved form. Next up was the Weather Institute, and I was somewhat nervous going in here because of a certain reward you get at the end. Also, after winning a battle, Aaron evolved into Leiron. So anyway, after beating up Team Aqua here, the scientist gives me a cast form. Thankfully, with a full party, I can't receive it yet, so we're all good. Winning another rival fight, I received the HM for Fly, which was way too late in the game and I was sick of walking everywhere. I reached Four Tree City, made sure to make a note of this invisible wall for later, and Stephen used the Devon scope to reveal a hidden Kecleon. And of course, Kecleon can't be caught yet, so goodbye. I was given the Devon scope and used it to move the Kecleon away from the gym, allowing me to enter. Proving that I have room temperature IQ by failing basic puzzles again, I reached Winona, and thanks to Thunderbolt she was no problem at all. Heading back into the grass to the west, I kept winning battles with Leiron, and after a long time I finally was able to add one more to the collection, getting it all the way to level 42 and evolving it into Aggron, which became a permanent party member. Back to the south again, and I saw this funny looking rock. I made sure to pick these Chesto berries and any other items along the way. Lilycove City now, and I decided to hold off on doing any more battles until I got another Pokemon to use for grinds. It was still Wednesday, but for some reason Meditite appears from Sinnoh Sound instead of Hoenn Sound. Not sure why, but that meant I had to catch it and do the grind here instead. Or wait until Victor Road to catch Medicham, which was not going to happen. Anyway, I beat my rival once again and headed to Mount Pyre with Meditite in the back, gaining EXP. Reached the summit and found out that I was too late and Archie had taken the red orb. Silly guy didn't realise they were a pair though, so I got the blue orb. Beating every trainer I could find around the Lilycove area, but not being allowed to go any further thanks to Whalmer training, I headed to Slightport where Captain Stern was being interviewed. After that, however, his submarine was stolen, and guess which 10-year-old had to go and infiltrate the bad guy's lair? In the Aqua hideout, I of course beat up every Aqua grunt I could find, and also made sure to pick up the Master Ball here, which is very important, as if you don't get it here, it'll be gone forever once you beat the admin here. And speaking of the admin, I did indeed beat him, but he was just a distraction so that Archie could get away with the submarine. Heading across the sea for easy experience, I eventually landed in Mossdeep City. While there, I made sure to pay Stephen a visit so I could receive the HM for Dive. I then headed into the gym, and after beating all the trainers and completing all the puzzles, I reached the leaders, Tate and Liza. And after knocking out their entire team of Lunatone and Solrock in 2 turns, I got the badge and headed out. I then looked at this white rock. Cool. Winning a few more battles out at sea, Meditite evolved into Medicham, and I was able to take a well-deserved rest from grinding. Instead, I was able to focus once again on the catching. I started with Electric, and once that was caught I did the same to Manectric instead of having to evolve it. I was very stubborn about not switching here apparently. Then I caught Plusle, but the next one was extremely rare in Sapphire, so I moved back to Ruby. I handed in the letter and headed straight to Route 110 to find Minun, which is more common in Ruby. Back in Sapphire, I then caught Volbeat, which is rare in Ruby, and then after taking down Team Magma, who are evil in the Ruby universe, I then caught Illumise, however you pronounce it, which is rare in Sapphire. After that, I went ahead and beat Watson, reaching the area south of Falorbor Town and moved back over to Sapphire. I caught Gulpin under Cycling Road, trained it on rematch trainers and got it to level 26, evolving it into Swalot. I then realised I never actually picked up any rods, so I got the old rod in Dewford Town and the super rod in Mossdeep City. Going fishing in various locations, I caught myself Carvana, then Sharpedo, then Whalmer. Using Dive, I emerged into Sutopolis City, though I had no business here, just wanted to unlock it for flying here later. Diving underwater at Route 128, I entered the seafloor cavern. It took forever and nothing exciting happened, so I'll just cut straight to me picking up the Earthquake TM and giving it to Aggron. I reached the deepest chamber and Archie showed up, and after beating him he attempted to use the wrong coloured orb to summon Kyogre, who didn't appreciate this treatment, disappearing from sight. Maxie showed up, explained some science, and we went outside to find out that there was a torrential downpour occurring, with Archie learning that flooding the earth wasn't a good idea. Before saving the world, I battered a seagull so that Whalmer could level up, evolving it into Wailord. And I used my favourite feature from this Pokédex to compare its size to my character. It had been a productive Wednesday for sure, and after 9 hours it was time to return to the DS. Numel was next, and I decided to catch it using Hoenn Sound, and after a horrendously long grind it evolved into Camerupt. A quick detour back to Sapphire, and Fiery Path I caught Torkoal, and then headed back to Heart Gold for Spoink. In hindsight, it genuinely may have been faster evolving it in Sapphire, but I got it done regardless. I then caught Spinda, and then the next one, Trapinch, was once again a long grind. So long in fact that I just decided it was time to complete the rest of the game. I headed to Sutopolis City to put an end to the rain, and so was granted access to the Cave of Origin. Once reaching the basement, it was time to, for the second video in a row, knock out a legendary that would have been very useful in beating the champion. This of course was because its number is much later in the Pokédex than what I'm currently at. The mechanic of legendaries respawning later doesn't actually exist yet though, so Kyogre is gone forever. Until I catch it in a different game. Now that the entire Earth is no longer going to be 100% water, I entered Sutopolis Gym to face off against Wallace. The punishment for failing the puzzle is having to fight the gym trainers, but Trapinch needed that sweet experience, so I'm not complaining. Also, just a side note, but I completed the puzzle in one motion without stopping once, so speedrunners better beware because I'm coming for your top spot. Oh, and also I tore through Wallace's team with super effective moves. After getting the last badge, I left and headed towards Evergrande City and climbed up the waterfall. But I didn't go to the league just yet. I wanted first to beat every trainer I could find to the west, and also discovered Pacifidlog Town for easy flying later. Actually going to Victory Road now, and it was not too much of a difficult task. Most of my team members were at reasonably good levels, including Trapinch, who managed to finally evolve into Vibrava. Also, fun fact, this guy here is the Winstreet family's son, and by beating him I destroyed his confidence, which is hilarious. Oh, and speaking of destroying people's confidence, Wally approaches me right before the exit, and I once again steamrolled him. Now I could finally leave and enter the Pokémon League. I was actually not prepared at all. Without the uber legendary Kyogre here to sweep everything, it was going to be a tough one. The first of the Elite Four, Sydney, with his dark types I have no counter for, went down due to brute force more than anything. Phoebe was next, and although I have Crunch, I hadn't actually stocked up on healing, so I lost pretty quickly. I then restocked and did some grinding in Victory Road. I knew a certain new team member would help me greatly, and that was of course Flygon, which I had finally got my hands on after the grind was over. I gave it a few rare candies for overkill and beat Sydney and Phoebe easily. Glacia went down with slightly less ease, and Drake was a lot harder than the rest, but most of his team got beaten thanks to Dragon Breath on Flygon, with Gardevoir picking up the rest of the slack. Entering the final chamber, it was time to fight Steven at long last. And let me tell you, at the levels I had, it was actually pretty easy. I ended up winning without any of my Pokemon fainting. So after beating Steven, I was crowned champion, registering my amazing team in the Hall of Fame with a time of... oh dear. 67 hours and 20 minutes. Heading home after this, I'm given the SS ticket and told about a mysterious red flying Pokemon, neither of which will actually be relevant to me. What is relevant though is catching Cacnea. After doing so, I took it with me while grinding through various stragglers that I missed during the main story, evolving it into Cacturn. Then there was Swablu, an easy catch, and its evolution would not be so easy. Fortunately, to the north of Pacifidlog there's a cool little place called Sky Pillar. And on the 6th floor there's a 7% chance of finding a wild Altaria. After searching for a grand total of 20 seconds, I found one and caught it. Oh, we're back in Ruby. It's been a while. Now, you've probably been wondering throughout this entire video, Why are you not playing Emerald? You're playing the clearly inferior versions of the game. I mean, I know that you're not playing the remakes due to the Steven roadblock, but Emerald is just so much better, so why? Please, enlighten us. Well, my wise, inquisitive, handsome viewers, Emerald is indeed better, but unfortunately it has multiple Pokemon missing that mean that if I wanted to play Emerald, I'd still have to play Ruby and Sapphire anyway. Surskit, Meditite and Roselia are missing, but along with that there's the two biggest irritations, which are Zangoose and Lunatone. So yes, say hello to Zangoose, who can only ever be obtained in Ruby and no other Gen 3 game. Very unfortunate. Sliding back into Sapphire, I caught Seviper in the same location and headed into Meteor Falls to catch Lunatone, which can only be found in Sapphire and nowhere else. And then I ignored everything that Team Magma just said in Ruby because I'm only interested in finding Solrock. And after catching it, I ditched Ruby forever. Yeah, that sounds like a you problem. In the main timeline, I went fishing in Meteor Falls for Barboach. And I was originally planning on catching a wild Whiscash as well, but Barboach only needed one level up to evolve, so I did that instead. Heading on over to Petalburg City, a rod in hand once more, I caught the amazing, incredible Corphish. And once caught, I trained it up a little bit and evolved it into my favourite Pokemon of all time, Crawdaunt. Shout out to all three of the other people who share this opinion. Then back in the desert, I caught Baltoy, and thanks to Sky Pillar there was no levelling required, instead catching a wild Claydol. Now I had picked up the root fossil in Sapphire, but because I simply just don't want to keep playing Ruby, I instead headed to Cliff Cave in Soul Silver and used Rock Smash until I eventually found the fossil. I brought it to the Pewter Museum where they resurrected it into Lileep. I then followed my usual routine, trouncing the Elite Four and Mount Silver Pokemon enough times to get it to level 40 to evolve it into Cradily. Repeating this process in Heart Gold with the Claw fossil, I brought this to the museum to get Anorith and did another few E4 runs to evolve it into Armaldo. And now we come to the part of the run I was dreading the most. A lot of you will be familiar with the absolute horror that is catching Feebas in these games. However, I will do a brief summary of just how frustrating this can be. The only place in which you can obtain Feebas is Route 119, and you can do so by fishing. It has a 50% chance of being fished up, if you fish in a Feebas tile. There are an amount of water tiles on this route, roughly 400. However, only 6 of these tiles can actually obtain Feebas. There is no way at all to know which 6 tiles you have Feebas on. People have data mined it, and it is not linked to your ID number or any other identifier you can check. The only way to know is to fish. And so, this is one of the absolute rarest wild Pokemon you can ever find, maybe second only to catching a Munchlax in Gen 4. Now obviously some people might want to suggest using another game, but trust me, I've done the research. It doesn't appear anywhere in Fire Red and Leaf Green. It can only be obtained in the Pokewalker and Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and Lord knows I won't be doing that. And yes, it is actually much easier to obtain an Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Incredibly easy actually. Here's me finding it immediately later on in this run. If you fish under this bridge during the day, it is guaranteed to appear. But guess who's standing in the way in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, preventing me from getting into Route 119? So yes, suffice to say, it's pretty difficult. And there's no easy way out here. It has to be done legitimately. Right, enough procrastinating. The sooner it starts, the sooner it ends. I used the old rod for this because any rod will work, and this one has the least amount of resistance when trying to fish. I also used Repel to make things less annoying, and my strategy for this hunt is always to start in the southwesternmost corner and make my way north, continuously hooking Magikarp on repeat. I tried each tile once and... oh, well, that was easy. I was in genuine shock when this happened. 3 tiles in, out of the 400 plus that I needed to check, and I already found Feebas. I could not believe my luck. I probably beat the world record for the fastest ever Feebas find. But with that, the hardest part of this entire video was actually completed already. I then proceeded to catch a bunch of Feebas, since its nature is important for evolving it. Oh right, did I mention that I have to evolve it as well? Milotic. the second hardest Pokemon to obtain in this video. Although due to my extreme luck, it is actually now the hardest. I'll try to be brief with my explanation, but basically, in order to evolve Feebas, you have to get its beauty contest stat to 170 or higher, then level it up. However, due to some annoying mechanics, it's much harder than it sounds. Getting beauty to 170 requires the use of Pokéblocks, and each contest stat is represented by a colour, with beauty's colour being blue. Therefore, in order to get it to evolve, we need to get a lot of blue coloured berries. Since the battery has run dry, it's impossible to actually grow berries, so I had to make do with what I had. This is why I was pointing out every Chesto berry I picked up, along with that one Kelpsy berry earlier. Chesto berries are perfect for this because they are blue and have the dry flavour, which means that a Feebas with a nature of modest, mild, rash or quiet would be perfect, hence why I caught multiple. If it likes the flavour, its stat will go up more, and therefore I was glad to see that one of the Feebas I caught was a quiet-natured one. I still had more Chesto berries to obtain, needing a total of at least 11. Therefore I gave Thief to my Linoon and started using it on Wild Spinda. They have a 5% chance of holding a Chesto berry, so after about half an hour of doing this on repeat, and then also picking up these ones I had forgotten about, I had enough in my bag. And with all that done, it was time to start berry blending. Oh wait, one sec. Okay, now it's time to start berry blending. Before each blend, I saved the game, then I would chuck a Chesto berry into the machine, try and get as many perfect presses as possible, and if the resulting blue Pokéblock was level 12, it's a success. After making 12 of them, and one Indigo as well from the Kelpsy berry, I then fed them all to Feebas, Indigo first. After a single level up, it evolved into Milotic, and the majority of the difficulty of this part of the challenge was finished. Then it was time for a cleanup of all the Pokemon I ignored, starting with picking up the gift cast form from the Weather Institute. Then catching the Kecleon I left alone earlier using the Devon Scope. Re-entering Mount Pyre, I caught myself a Shuppet, then took a detour to Sky Pillar to catch Bayonet. I then went all the way back to Mount Pyre again for Duskull, though Dusclops doesn't appear in Sapphire, only Ruby, so it was grinding time. And grind I did, eventually evolving it into Dusclops at level 37. Then I caught Tropius in the jungle, and once again climbed back to the top of Mount Pyre to look for the extremely rare Chimecho. After a grand total of 10 seconds, it was mine. After that, I caught Absol, then withdrew the egg from earlier, running around for a while and hatching it into Wynot. Now it's time to reveal why it's perpetually 4 PM. Shoal Cave is affected by tides, meaning that during certain times it is either at low tide or high tide. During low tide, which is between 3 and 9 AM and PM, the secret ice room is available, the only place in the game where you can find Snorunt. So, on a game with a dead battery, if you're not on low tide, Snorunt is impossible to obtain. It evolves at level 42, so it was a long grind, but eventually I got it to evolve into Glalie. I headed straight back into Shoal Cave to also catch Spheal, and sparing you the grind, it evolved into Celio and then into Walrein at level 44. Underwater, I caught 2 Clamperl, as I need both of its evolutions. The plan was to then migrate them to Johto, as I can get both evolution items in one game, but miraculously it was actually the Swarmer of the Day in Heart Gold as well, meaning I didn't have to potentially corrupt my save file of Pal Park again. So I surfed over to Route 19, catching 2 Clamperl there, and then found the Deep-Sea Scale and the Deep-Sea Tooth. Giving one of each to the Clamperl, I then traded them both into Soul Silver. And I didn't hit record, so here are Huntail and Gorbis. Well done me. Going underwater again, I found the rare Relicanth extraordinarily quickly. My luck in this run has just been absurd. After that, I went to Evergrande City to catch Lovedisk by fishing, and making sure that Wailord and Relicanth were in my team, I headed west of Pacificlog Town and took the correct path through the currents, and I ended up in this patch of deep water. After diving down and reading all the braille at the end, which translates to go up here, I used dive and emerged in the sealed chamber. The next braille says dig here. I picked up the Dig TM from the Fossil Maniac's house, travelled back to the sealed chamber, and with Dig on Flygon I was able to break down the wall. And then the final braille says, first comes Relicanth, last comes Wailord. Putting a Relicanth at the start of my team and Wailord at the end, I read it again, and there was a rumbling sound as 3 doors open in the distance. But we can't do anything about that just yet. Instead, heading back to Meteor Falls, I entered the secret back room, finding the TM for Dragonclaw, but more importantly, finding Bagon. Once caught, it would be my final grind within this game, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. It evolved into Shelgon quickly, but the next took so long that I just used a rare candy at the end, evolving it into Salamence. But I wasn't going to do another long-winded evolution process. Instead, I brought my Fortress to Silphco and traded it to Steven for his Beldum. Iron. And after training Iron, it evolved into Metang after a single level, as in-game trade Pokemon before Gen 5 had the same level as the one you trade them. Then at level 45, it evolved into Metagross, and then it was legendary time. In the desert, I entered the newly opened Desert Ruins, and the braille in here says right, down, then use strength. And that opened the door and led me to Regirock. This took a very long time, and I used up almost all my Ultra Balls, but I caught it in the end. Next up was Island Cave, north of Dewford Town. The braille in this room says, stop and wait for time to pass twice. 2 minutes of doing nothing later, the door opened and I met Regice. This took a while as well, but wasn't quite as bad as Regirock. Last, but certainly not least, was Ancient Tomb. The braille in here says, with new time, hope and love, aim to the sky in the middle, which just means stand in the middle of the room and use fly. Doing this, the door opens up, and of course we see a Registeel. And I caught it in one Ultra Ball. I don't know about you, but I think it's time to start the 3DS era at long last. So yeah, I have to play through both Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire to completion, just for a few Pokemon. Some now, some later. This was not too fun. The games are good, but when you've just done it all, doing it again twice is just horrible. And it's all going to be for one Pokemon, at least for now. Doing this right now is going to save me heaps of time in the future, so that's what I'm looking towards. I chose Trico since it got neglected in the main part of this run, and played through the game as per normal, admiring all the pretty 3D graphics along the way. I did everything exactly as I did in Ruby and Sapphire, though of course I had to stop and admire the rocks at Rustboro Gym. Speaking of, I got to the end, beat Roxanne, evolved Trico and got the Stone Badge. And then I beat Sprawley, and then I entered the new Mauville City, which looks hilarious in this game, because it's just a giant shopping centre. And then I beat Watson, and then I did the Snorefest in Meteor Falls, featuring non-threatening chibi Archie. I beat Maxie at Mount Chimney, evolving Grovyle into Sceptile in the process, did the silly new puzzles at Laveridge Town, beat Flannery for the Heat Badge, and then beat up my dad and got the Balance Badge. And then I did everything I just did, again, but in Alpha Sapphire. I won't bother covering it again, but after getting the 5th badge, the Steven incident occurred. This led to him dragging me to Southern Island by force without any permission, and even though I tried to leave he would not let me, so I just had to go befriend Latias. After beating up Team Aqua, I was able to get Latias simply by saying hello, along with gaining the ability to Mega Evolve it as well. Then I did that again, but in Omega Ruby with some colour swaps this time, beating Team Magma and getting Latios. Then I just decided to move Alpha Sapphire further forward. So I beat Winona, and then beat Tate and Liza. Doing C4 Cavern, Kyogre was awakened, except this time I was actually going to be able to catch it. And also it looked cooler in 3D. In the Cave of Origin, I reached the basement, put on the Aqua suit, and rode Kyogre down into the depths. And after that, I was able to catch it. Then the whole world was saved, yada yada, the usual, nothing exciting, nothing unusual. After getting the blue orb, I decided to leave Alpha Sapphire, for now at least. And back in Omega Ruby, I beat Winona and Tate and Liza, then awakened Groudon, entered the Cave of Origin, hopped on its back, and then in battle got its health nice and low and caught it. And the exact same thing played out again. Oh, but we can't be catching Rayquaza in the new games. There's a funky little Pokemon that prevents that from happening seamlessly. So I just simply caught it in Sapphire, with of course, the Master Ball.
This show is brought to you by these sponsors here.
What is going on? I'm genuinely confused as to what Pokemon channel is. I just know that you can get a Jirachi from it. I don't know if you have to complete the game or if it's just a main menu thing. I hope it's a main menu thing. So yeah, I sat through a whole anime short. I might actually get copyright striked if I play it properly, so here's a Peter Griffin watermark. Anyway, after watching this to completion, I then had to file a report, hoping that the Jirachi event would pop up soon, but then I was told to watch more things to completion, and then play with Pikachu, and yeah, it's... Let's get this out of the disc tray immediately. The only other way to get Jirachi without breaking the streak, or just getting it straight from event, is from the very rare, expensive Colosseum bonus disc. So after buying that, I sent it over to Sapphire, and there it was, my very own Jirachi. I actually do need to finish Omega Ruby now, so I'll just go ahead and get that out of the way next. After watching Wallace do his dramatic intro, I one-shotted his entire team and got the Rain Badge. Ascending to Evergrande City, I powered through Victory Road again, admiring the very lovely scenery, and beat Wally at the end. It was then time to enter the Pokemon League again, with this being the only— ooh, shiny! The only thing standing in the way of me obtaining the last Gen 3 Pokemon. And so I took on the Elite Four, except it was a million times easier because I have Mega Sceptile, Mega Latios, and Primal Groudon on my team. I swept Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, and even Drake, and then faced up against champion Steven once again. And he was very easy. It does help having that OP Groudon. Entered the Hall of Fame, then after the credits I was greeted with a cutscene from the Space Center of a supposed meteorite crash incoming. Then we see a mysterious new character and her Whismur. I just noticed that Whismur has a little bumhole. Somehow never knew about that. Oh yeah, this is the post-game, the Delta episode. So the Delta episode is unbelievably boring. All you do is run about from one location to another, go through dialogue, win a few battles, and at the end you get to see some pretty cool stuff. So I'm just going to summarise it and the backstory as best as I can from memory while you watch this lovely sped up footage. Basically, a meteor is coming from outer space with a character called Zinnia who turns out to be a Draconid, which were a clan of people from ancient times. She's wanting to summon Rayquaza. In order to do that, she needs multiple keystones, hence why she tries to steal the Megastones from the protagonist, May, Wally, and Team Magma. The people in the Space Center are panicking because the meteor will be landing in Hoenn, likely the Sky Pillar. Also, the meteor is actually coming from another parallel universe using a thing called a link cable, which is a fun little quirky reference for us old-timers, and it's also supposed to be a confirmation of a multiverse, but something that's just a theory. What else? Oh yeah, you fight against Wallace because he's the guardian of Sky Pillar, I guess, in this game. Which is why I was not able to go there earlier, and upon climbing up it, Zinnia shows up and tells you lore about the paintings on the wall and summons Rayquaza. And now we're at the present, where the good stuff happens. Zinnia is trying to make Rayquaza Mega Evolve, but can't because she lacks some sort of energy. Or something, I wasn't really paying attention. The protagonist is able to though, thanks to a meteorite in his pocket, and so immediately proceeds to battle it and catch it. And so, with that done, Zinnia goes full Joker mode and wants to fight Mega Rayquaza, which, of course, KOs her entire team immediately, and for that, it's all over. And then my guy does a Fast and Furious 9, getting the idea of driving into space, and upon leaving the atmosphere, Rayquaza flies through the meteor and a big giant triangle pops out, revealing the one and only Deoxys. And this is the only way at all in any game to obtain Deoxys without the use of events or other external connections. I made sure to save up the Master Ball for this moment, catching it immediately and therefore closing this chapter of the story. The professor's being attacked by a Shroomish. What a silly lad. I mean, if I'm being offered, I'll take Cyndaquil. Makes up for me obliterating that Typhlosion in the last video. Well, thanks for that. Wait, he needs help again? Well, if it means getting another free starter, then... Oh. Yeah, okay, I can't do that yet. Generation 4. 387 to 493. I decided to have my first Sinnoh run in Pearl, and so starting up a new game, I chose the default name for myself and called my rival Ralph, because it made me laugh. Apologies to any Ralphs in the audience. Anyway, getting into the game properly, I headed out to the lake with Ralph, and upon reaching Lake Verity, the professor left behind his briefcase. We got attacked, and of course I chose Turtwig to start things off. Then the usual story stuff happens. I won't dwell too much on the early game as it's not the most interesting thing in the world. But highlights include getting the Pokédex, grinding on early game wild Pokémon and trainers for quicker XP, reaching Jubilife City, starting an important movement, catching a Zubat because it's the first non-Gen 4 Pokémon I found, retrieving the 3 coupons in order to get the Pokédex, and beating my rival in our first of many battles. In the Orbora Gate, I got the HM for Rock Smash, and then in Orbora City itself I got accused of being a noob. Heading down into the mine, I found the leader Rourke and sent him back to his gym. And before heading there myself, I got Turtwig to level 18, evolving it into Grotle. Going up against Rourke now, and he is pathetically easy in the face of a grass type, going down instantly and earning me the first badge. I also caught a Geodude, so I didn't need to waste a move slot for Rock Smash. Back in Jubilife, we are introduced to Sinnoh's evil people, Team Galactic. And after taking them down, they disappeared and I continued east of the ravaged path to reach Floroma Town. In Route 205 I made sure to pick up these oh wait, no, I don't need to do that anymore. At the Valley Windworks I beat the Galactic Grunt, then headed to the meadow to get the key, sweeping all of the rest of the Galactic members and the Commander Mars, returning the place to normal. North of there, I continued to win every battle, trainers or wild Pokemon, slowly racking up the required EXP for that final starter evolution. Then I entered Eterna Forest, which is a nice place for gaining EXP since you're joined by Cheryl, who heals all of your Pokemon after every battle. And after clearing the forest with her, along with beating many more wild battles, Grotle was at a pretty respectable level. Unfortunately, reaching the end causes her to leave permanently, so no more infinite healing. Eterna City was next, and I was stopped by Cynthia who gave me the HM for Cut, and after that I got the EXP share, which is amazing to have this early on in this particular type of challenge run. I then went to meet the Underground Man who gave me the Explorer Kit, and after digging around for a while and completing some of his various challenges and not finding the item I was looking for, I gave up and headed to the gym. After playing hide and seek with the trainers, I battled Gardenia, and in an easy fight due to being overleveled, I got to the second badge. That allowed me to cut down the trees in front of the Galactic building, continuing the story a bit, and getting to the top floor I beat the Commander Jupiter, and afterwards Grotle evolved into Torterra. Since the guy I saved owns the bike shop, I also got a free bike in the process. It's a shame the real world doesn't work like that though. Heading down Cycling Road, I got to the bottom, was giving the VS Seeker and the dowsing machine, and tried my luck again in the underground, this time succeeding in finding an armour fossil, though I wouldn't be using it anytime soon. And you know the script by now. I did everything I just did, again, but in Diamond this time. I chose Chimchar, went about doing everything else the exact same way I did in Pearl, evolved Chimchar into Monferno before taking on Rourke, and then after also beating Gardenia I headed into the underground and dug up a skull fossil. Then I was all caught up to the exact point I got to in Pearl, except Monferno still needs to get to level 36 to evolve. So I just continued in Diamond, blasting through the first area of Mount Coronet and entered Hearthome City. I talked to this guy here to get an egg, which was immediately deposited. Then after beating my rival, Monferno evolved into Infernape. And now it's Platinum time. I let RNG decide the names, so I am Naomi, and my rival is Gavin. I of course now chose Piplup, and without going into too much detail, I ran through the game like normal, just as I had done twice previously, with Piplup reaching level 16 and evolving into Prinplup before Gym 1. And after beating that and Gym 2, I continued flattening any other trainers or wild battles I came across. I do want to point out how pretty they made the Galactic HQ in Platinum as well though. With lots of grinding, I picked up a rare candy in the old chateau and evolved Prinplup into Empoleon. Now, you're maybe wondering at this point, why didn't you just trade each starter to Heart Gold, then fully evolve them quickly, then trade them back to Diamond, Pearl and Platinum, giving yourself high level starters that will obey you, allowing you to destroy the early game in a matter of minutes? Well, now it's finally time to start catching. Oh, but not in Sinnoh, no. I'm not getting all the way to Staraptor grinding on low level opponents. In Pewter City, headbutting this tree specifically gives you Starly, and, as always, since I have an already completed save file, I give it an EXP share and went to town on the E4 a few times, evolving it into Staravia, then into Staraptor. Okay, I'm catching Bidoof and Sinnoh though. I headed back to Diamond, and you'll find out why later on. I did a small grind and evolved it into Barrel. To commemorate number 400, I decided to actually finish editing part 3 and upload it before continuing any further. With part 3 out into the world, I continued the catching process of part 4. I entered Solaceon Town, I then waited until night time. Kricketot comes out after 8 PM, so I caught one, then went north to also catch Kricketune. Next was Shinx, but this wouldn't be an easy evolution, so I just keep it in my team for now, holding the EXP share as I ran through the Lost Tower, evolving it into Luxio. At the top, I got the HM for Strength. In Route 210, I am blocked from going too far north by some Psyduck, so I headed east into Route 215 instead, defeating every trainer along the way. This led to Veilstone City, home of the next gym. Without wasting any more time, I did the silly puzzle, fought Maylene, and swept her team aside, getting the Cobble badge. Beating some galactic grunts outside their warehouse in a double battle led to me finding the HM for Fly. After that, I was southbound into Route 214, and winning some more battles resulted in Luxio evolving into Luxray. Instead of getting the next few in a normal way, like a normal person, I transferred an existing Roselia, and Chimecho for later, from Sapphire to Heart Gold. I could easily get Budew in Diamond, but Roserade was the main reason for this roundabout way of doing things, as I had easier access to stones with a completed Heart Gold save. I put Roselia, holding a Rose Incense, into the daycare, and then also Chimecho holding the Pure Incense in as well. And after the first egg hatched into Budew, I headed into the national park, climbing this wall to pick up a shiny stone. I used that on Roselia to evolve it into Roserade. I then entered Cerulean Cave, but not to catch Mewtwo, instead to pick up a Dusk Stone. Back in Sinnoh, it was finally time to resurrect my Skull Fossil, which becomes Cranidos. And I did the usual shiny check. No luck. With it in my team throughout the rest of the route, beating every trainer along the way, I reached Pastoria City, won a few more battles, then entered the gym and beat Crasher Wake. Very quickly, thanks to Luxray. Then following a grunt all the way to the lake, I reached Cynthia and got the secret potion. Before going any further, I entered the Great Marsh for the HM for Defog, though did not catch anything here yet, because I've got a much easier way to get the exclusive from here later. The secret potion was given to the Psyduck to move them out of the way, and I continued north. Cynthia appeared again and tasked me with bringing the old charm to Celestic Town, so I did just that. Still fighting my way through, hoping that Cranidos would hurry up and evolve so I could get back to catching again. After beating every trainer here, it did end up evolving into Rampardos. After reaching the town, I swapped back to Pearl and got Shieldon from the Armor Fossil. And guess what? It wasn't shiny. Now, without wasting any of your time, I grinded for ages, got Shieldon to level 30 and it evolved into Bastiodon. Back to Johto now. For you see, it was Thursday when I was recording this, and there was a slim chance I could get an item from the bug catching contest that would save me some time later. So after looking for something good such as a Scyther, and failing to do so, I settled for Kricketune. After this I won, and my lucky streak continued as I got exactly what I wanted, another Dust Stone. Back to catching though, and rock climbing Route 39 and headbutting this tree results in finding Burmy. I needed male and female Burmy for its 2 evolutions. After finding both, I evolved the female Burmy into Wormadam and the male one into Mothim. Then I headbutted this tree for Combi, thanks for finding a female one straight away, then grinding for a bit to evolve it into Vespiquen. With the tree Pokemon out of the way, I headed back to Diamond again to catch Pachirisu and Weasel. Then, instead of evolving it, I instead just caught a wild Floatzel. Then in Johto again, avoiding ever needing to slather honey on trees and wait overnight, I caught Cherubi in the National Park and evolved it into Cherim. Retiring Heart Gold for a while, I then caught Shellos, and no, that's unfortunately not shiny, it's just got 2 forms that have completely different colours. Beating the Galactic Grunt in Celestic Town and having some lore given to me about the Sinnoh legendary Pokemon, I got the HM for Surf and continued the story forward. Hearthome Gym was now open for business, and I think that's 2. Oh god damn it. So after failing each basic maths puzzle in order to fight every trainer, I faced and defeated Fantina and got the 5th badge. And now it was time to put my fancy new HM to good use, surfing west of Jubilife City, winning a few more battles and evolving Shellos into Gastrodon. And up next was Canalave City. Not really though, I have more unfinished business in Heart Gold, with that being evolving Apom into Ambipom, since that is another Honey Tree exclusive in Sinnoh. After doing so, well, it was Friday. and that means a certain little haunted balloon is hanging out at the Valley Windworks. After catching Drifloon, I gave it the EXP share and took it on a journey through the Canalave Gym, beating all of the steel types they had on offer. Then I reached Byron, destroyed his team and got the badge. I went on another grinding spree before continuing the story, and Drifloon evolved into Drifblim. Entering the library, I talked to Professor Rowan about lakes or something, I wasn't paying attention. And there was an earthquake, so I went outside to investigate it. This important event needed to be looked at ASAP. So instead, I ignored it and got sent back in time by a few hundred years. Starting a new game on Legends Arceus, which I'd been planning to do since getting Shinx, but got sidetracked instead, I finally decided it was time to do so. And this game is very different from the rest. A lot of people don't like it, but I personally love it. And therefore enjoyed having a good excuse to play through it again. Plus, in order to fully finish this challenge, I will need to fully complete this game anyway. So, to Hisui we go. I woke up on the beach, was introduced to this region's Professor Laventon, and after talking to him for a while I got a cool Arceus themed smartphone and was instructed to ruin my challenge by catching a Gen 5 and Gen 7 Pokémon. Not really though, the Pokémon caught here don't actually count towards the Pokédex, so I'm safe to do so. Just to clarify, by this I mean that catching these 3 Pokémon during this tutorial does not add them to the dex and therefore they won't be breaking the rules. However, all others caught after this will count, because despite what it may seem, Legends Arceus is in fact a mainline game. Back to the game now. I caught the Cyndaquil, Rowlet and Oshawott, which are this region's 3 starter Pokémon. Obviously the existence of Cyndaquil means I technically could have started playing this in part 2, but you'll find out very soon why that was not actually possible. However, since I deleted the save file that had Typhlosion on it in that video, I'll be sure to fully evolve this Cyndaquil to make up for it. I was then greeted by the racist chef, met the discount version of Dawn, was approved to live here by Femme Cyrus, then had dinner with them all and picked out Cyndaquil as my starter. After battling with not Cynthia, I mean Volo, I finally got to actually play the game for real. And now I will reveal why I couldn't play this game until this video. It's a modern Pokémon game. That means long, drawn-out tutorials forcing you to catch multiple Pokémon against your will. So I did that and got given the Galaxy Team outfit. Then I was able to actually start playing the game, genuinely, for real this time. I was given my first star and was able to freely roam the Fieldlands. But in the challenge I already had all the Pokémon you can get here, so I had a plan to run straight towards the next one I need as fast as possible. I beat Mai's Munchlax, went to the top of the hill, catching a few randoms along the way, and caught the Alpha Kricketune. Back in the village, I was introduced to the Diamond and Pearl Clan's leaders, and really wished I had emulated this, as I was unable to actually fast forward anything. I do really like this game, but the start is very slow to get going. Without further distractions, I made my way to the Heartwood and caught myself Buneary, finally moving the challenge forward again. I then had 2 options, max out the happiness of this Buneary to evolve it, or try my hand at catching the Alpha Lopunny in this area. And it didn't go too well. It tore through most of my team, but I did eventually get lucky and caught it, meaning no grinding was required. This is a familiar sight. The reason I picked up 2 Dusk Stones was to execute my master plan I put in place 2 videos ago, evolving Miss Drevis into Miss Magius and Murkrow into Honchkrow. The next Pokemon was a bit of an annoyance, as Glameow only appears in Pearl. It appears in Legends Arceus in the 3rd area, which would take a while to unlock, so I was starting to regret not moving Pearl forward more. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire could potentially come to the rescue though, as once Kyogre and Groudon is gone, you unlock the ability to find Mirage Spots, which appear at random intervals while soaring in the sky. They change every day though, so getting the exact one I wanted would be difficult. Glameow can appear in the Mirage Forest east of Moss Deep City, and checking in both games, it unfortunately was not there. I didn't want to wait a day or mess with the clock, so I just gritted my teeth and ran through Pearl as fast as possible to reach 218, and caught Glameow there. Then after blasting through more of the game, in fact actually going to areas I hadn't reached yet in Diamond, such as the Fugo Ironworks, it evolved into Purugly at level 38. A quick stop off at Heart Gold again, I hatched the Chingling egg I got a while back, and then continued my journey in Diamond. I caught Stunky, then went south of Route 219 and caught Skuntank to eliminate the need for grinding. Then in the now dried out Lake Valor, I beat Team Galactic, including the Commander Saturn, and once they were gone I headed to Mount Coronet once again. Fun fact about this lake, it's the only place in this game where you can find Feebas, and it actually only appears in 4 tiles. And they change every day. Why? Leaving through the northwest exit, I reached the snowy Route 216, and after doing my usual fighting through trainers, though this time not for any particular grind, I picked up the HM for rock climb, then continued through the snow, and eventually reached Snowpoint City. But before going any further, I did something I should have done earlier, which is catch bronze ore. Returning to Snowpoint, I took on the gym, whose puzzle I definitely completed easily with no issues whatsoever. Then I took on Candace, and of course having Infernate made this very trivial. The only one not dying in one hit being the ice type Medicham. After getting the badge, I headed back to Mount Coronet yet again, where I caught Bronzong. Oh, hello. We're back in Hisui again. I didn't cover it earlier, but my current task is to quell the Pearl Clan's novel Cleavor, which is acting up and causing trouble for everyone, which is done by throwing balls of their favourite food at them. But before I'm allowed to do so, I have to beat Pearl Clan Warden Lian, and after doing so, I unlock the ability to call upon and ride Wire Deer, which is the replacement for the bike in this game. Finally making my way towards the arena, oh, a shiny Bidoof. Oh, I drowned. Never mind then. Fortunately in this game, shinies don't despawn until you actually completely leave the area, so it's all good. Add 1 to the count. It's not the best looking shiny, but it's a shiny anyway, so I can't complain. It's also much better than shiny Igglybuff. Anyway, progress. I summoned the angry Cleavor, and thankfully the game doesn't force me to catch it. Instead I threw Balms at it for a while in a Dark Souls-esque fight, rolling around to avoid attacks and reducing its health bar to nothing, returning it to a normal Cleavor. Back in HQ, I got my second star and unlocked the ability to find wisps, which may or may not become relevant later. More story stuff, and I know this series is about catching of Pokemon, but goddamn there's so much to get through before the next one, so I'll just summarise it as quickly as possible. There's another noble Pokemon that is mad, Lilligant, and there's an Ursaluna who is also mad. I have to go investigate this in the Crimson Mirelands. In the Solaceon ruins I found that the Stone Tablet is missing, so I find some bandits that stole it. I beat them, they give it back, it gets put back in place, then Ursaluna shows up, it is tamed, I unlock it as a new ride Pokemon, the replacement for the dowsing machine, and then Aruzo goes missing, I find her, then the BAMs are ready, Lilligant shows up, I throw the BAMs at it until it stops being yellow, and that's the Mirelands quest completed. Also, I caught a question mark unknown behind my house. Unfortunately, during that entire story segment, I didn't happen across the one Pokemon I was hoping to find, so I actually had to go looking, and did find Bonsly. I then also caught Mime Jr. to add one more to the list. I decided to just get Happiny and Diamond, as I already have an egg for it, so after a few minutes of biking it hatched and I moved on to the next chapter of the Legends story. Which was of course getting a 3rd star so I would actually be allowed to continue. Running around in the Mirelands for a while, I was then given the star and I entered the Cobalt Coastlands and headed straight to the southeast to catch Chatot. Next up was Spiritomb, which was classically one of the most tedious Pokemon to obtain. In the Sinnoh games, you need to put an odd keystone in a crumbling tower, then talk to 32 people in the underground before it appears. In Legends, you need to find all 107 wisps scattered around the region. In Johto, you need to walk 100,000 steps in the Pokewalker to have an extremely rare chance of finding it in the hardest place to unlock. And in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, you just board the Seamawville, check out this room, and bam, it appears. So yeah, naturally, I chose this option. So when I said I might get the wisp later, well, that was definitely a lie. No way was I waiting until unlocking Area 5 before moving the dex forward. So after messing around on the beach catching Spheal for a while, I went to the cliff, talked to Palina and did the next part of the story, involving catching a Dusclops to make some food for Basculegion, and then upon offering said food I unlocked the ability to swim. The bandits showed up, stealing a Growlithe, and therefore I headed to the volcano to rescue it. At the volcano I beat all 3 bandits and the Growlithe evolved, then got struck by lightning making it mad, then the usual process happened again. After beating it, I would have gone to HQ, but a space-time distortion opened up. These are very important for later captures, as they are the only way to get certain Pokemon, and an easier way to get certain items for evolution as well. In HQ once more, the next order was to go to the Coronet Highlands, which I promptly did. Or I would have, but I hadn't been doing too many research tasks, so I wasn't allowed. I won't go into specifics, but I did a lot of catching of Pokemon I already have in this series, and eventually racked up enough points to get 4 stars. Along with that, I also caught a shiny Ponyta. It was actually part of a quest, is guaranteed, not adding that to the count. Getting my 4 star, I actually went into the Highlands with the intention of getting my next capture done, but I need to find a way to look less boring. I started a new game on Let's Go Pikachu, and also on Sword, and also on Brilliant Diamond. This was to get some much needed clothing upgrades. There we go. Now that is fashion. And now, it's finally time to get serious. Down by Wayward Cave, I met up with Ingo, who's a character from Black and White who got pulled into this world, which is a cool, wacky little reference for us Unova lovers. And now, time to make that count finally go up by 1. I caught Gibble and went back to the camp to add it to my team. At the other side of the cave, I pressed on and kept knocking out wild Pokemon, evolving Gibble into Gabite in the process. At the entrance to the next area, Melee was in the way, so I flattened him, then moved on. Beating Ingo in a fight, he summons down Sneasler, which unlocks the ability to climb walls. Making use of this immediately, I climbed the mountain to find my next target, this Alpha Gabite. Originally I was just planning on keeping the Gabite I already have and evolving it, but this is quicker and it also will be much stronger. But then I accidentally knocked out. Leaving and returning, I righted that wrong and got myself the Alpha Gabite, evolving it straight away into Garchomp. I planned on leaving at this point, but another distortion appeared, so I thought I may as well just go for it. I didn't actually get anything here that I needed. I just want to point out though that I found 3 shield on here, which would make any Legends Pokédex speedrunner cry. I also found Magmortar. Looking back on this footage is making me seethe because it was not easy to obtain later. And another distortion in the Fieldlands, I actually caught a normal Sneasel, which will be very useful later. I was nearly done with ranking up again, so I thought... oh, another shiny. This time it's a Starly. Very typical that the 2 I got are the most common Pokemon in the game. Ah well, add 1 to the count. So with that done, I was preemptively ready for the next area, and I moved back to the DS again. I looked for Munchlax in Legends, but I couldn't find it, as it is quite rare, so I used my backup plan, giving Snorlax a full incense and breeding it, resulting in me hatching out a Munchlax. I'd been neglecting Diamond for too long, so I boarded the ferry over to Iron Island. In the cave I met Riley, who was partnered up with me for the trainer battles. While here, I found Steelix, which has a 1% chance of appearing, so I just decided to catch it for that reason. Not that it's relevant or anything, I just thought I'd mention it. Beating the Galactic Grunts here, Riley then gives me an egg. And I can't hold it. I gave myself a spare slot in the team for this reason, but I stupidly caught that Steelix instead, so I had to leave and come back. You'd think by Gen 4 they'd have fixed this problem, but apparently not. Returning, I actually did get the egg this time, and after some biking, it evolved into Riolu. Lucario can actually be caught in Legends, but only in the last area, so I thought I'd just get the evolution done now. I did a chunk of EV training, and Riolu evolved into Lucario. Back in Hisui, Melee was not letting me fight the Noble Electrode, so I KO'd him again and entered the arena. This is universally agreed to be the hardest fight in the game, due to the many falling Volt Orbs and balls of electricity chasing you. But I've done this a few times before, so after not too long the deed was done and I was able to move on to the game's next area. Before that though, I picked up a new request, the Sea's Legend. This won't be getting done anytime soon, but I am instructed to find a book called The Sea's Legend, and we will get to that at a later time. Giving my progress report, I then still didn't move on to the next area, since I now have to catch Hippopotas and Hippowdon. Catching a normal Hippopotas and an Alpha Hippowdon, I then moved over to the coastlands. Here I caught myself Scorpy, followed by an Alpha Drapion. Back in the swamp again, I caught Krogunk, and at the seaside, Toxicroak. Then after catching Carnivine, the time-sensitive Great Marsh Pokemon were out of the way and I went sailing to catch Finneon. After that, I trained it up a little bit, evolving it into Luminion. The final catch before moving on was Mantike. Gaining another star, I left for the Alabaster Icelands. Running past various Pokemon I'm not allowed to catch yet, though making sure to catch Piloswine for later, I made my way up the mountain in order to catch Snover, and then Abomasnow. Now it's time for the big list of new evolutions. I found lots of Satchels and bought a Razorclaw, evolving Sneasel into Weavile. I then caught a Magnezone that was flying around the mountains, evolved Lickitung into Licky Licky, evolved Rhydon into Rhyperior using a protector I found earlier, then caught this Alpha Tangrowth in the swamp, surprisingly easily. Ginter here was selling a Reaper Cloth, so I bought that for later, then caught the Alpha Electivire that hangs out at the top of Mount Coronet. Though this was a bit more difficult than some of the others. Next was Magmortar, which only appears in distortions, so taking a break from catching to move the story forward, my task was to retrieve some ice from the top of the big glacier, so I met Sabby, and after following her all over the place, I reached Snowpoint Temple. After doing some puzzles involving the Reggies, though much easier than the Braille puzzles from before, I got to the top, beat Sabby's very unfair team, then gained the ability to fly on Braviary. Then it was just a straight shot from the temple to the Eternal Ice. Picking up the Eternal Ice, I was deemed worthy and fought the final noble Pokémon, Avalugg. Doing the same thing as I did before, it was no longer mad and yellow, and I was able to return to HQ. And there we have it, main story completed. We all had dinner together, and all was well in... yeah, no, that's obviously not the end. Everything is now 10 times worse, and it's apparently my fault, so I need to save the whole world again, I guess. I got exiled from the village, was brought to the ancient retreat by the Cynthia lookalike to meet the other Cynthia lookalike, Cogita. And then I had to make an important decision. I chose to join the Diamond Clan, and for this challenge it was definitely the correct decision. I had to go to the 3 Great Lakes to meet the Lake Guardians, though thankfully I didn't need to catch any of them, otherwise this run would be over. Yuxi made me do some complicated addition and gave me its claw, Mesprit made me tell the truth and gave me its plume, and Azelf made me throw things and miss for a while and gave me its fang. Then combining them I made the red chain and I was welcomed back into the village. Instead of actually saving the world though, I waited for space-time distortions hoping that I could find Magmortar, or anything else I needed such as Porygon and Porygon 2. I also completed all of the Gone Astray missions, the last of which rewards me with an Ice Stone and a Peat Block, which are both needed for later evolutions. And I did a different quest to get a Leaf Stone. I gave up on looking for a Magmarizer and used points to buy one, evolving a Magmar into Magmortar. On a cliff in the Fieldlands I caught a flying Togekiss, caught a Yanmega in the Highlands, and evolved one of my Eevee into Leafeon and another into Glaceon. I caught the Alpha Gliscor that hangs around at the foot of the mountains, evolved the Piloswine I caught earlier into Mamoswine, evolved Porygon 2 into Porygon Z since I found a dubious disc in a distortion, then did a quest for the Ginkgo Guild which led me to getting a Dawn Stone, using it on male Curlia to evolve it into Gallade. Then I caught the guaranteed Alpha Probopass in the Coronet Highlands, evolved Dusclops into Dusknoir with a Reaper Cloth, caught the Alpha Frostlass that appears in the Icelands, and to cap it all off, I caught a Rotom, and all the non-legendaries were obtained. I also caught this level 85 Alpha Garchomp because why not? I rejigged my team a little and it now consisted of 6 very large and very high leveled Pokemon. Getting my 7th star, it was then time to head to the top of the mountain and complete the game. Is what I would say if the Lake Guardians weren't in the way. You can't catch them until you have caught Dialga and Palkia in Legends, and in Diamond, Pearl and Platinum you also need to catch or defeat the box legendary to reach them. And I'd rather not knock out a legendary for the 3rd video in a row. But I have an easy solution. I touched upon Mirage spots earlier, but I'm now finally actually making use of one. The Nameless Cavern is one which shows up if 2 or more Pokemon in your team have max happiness. It only showed up for me in Alpha Sapphire for some reason, probably because I put the Pokemon through the ringer too many times in Omega Ruby, meaning they hate me. But anyway, first up is Yuxi. But I do want to point out how much I hate what they've done here though. The Pokemon that appears here depends on the time of day. As you can see, if you go from the start to the end of the day, you would end up catching Mesprit, then Yuxi, then Azelf. It's like they designed it just to annoy me. Along with this, Yuxi is for some reason only available for 1 hour of the day, and Azelf only late at night. Enough complaining though. I caught Yuxi, and then I had to wait until the next day to catch Mesprit. And then I had to wait until night time to catch Azelf. But instead of just twiddling my thumbs or going outside, I beat Wallace, got through Victory Road, beat Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, Drake and Steven, and completed the entire Delta episode, catching Rayquaza and Deoxys, and got another Johto starter. At 9 PM I entered the Nameless Cavern again and caught Azelf. Back to the past now. Heading up the mountain I am stopped by Benny, who turned out to be an evil ninja all along, for some reason. After battling and defeating him in classic Pokemon style, he renounces his evil ways and lets me pass. And then at the summit, the commander decides to fight me as well, and after sweeping through his team, he also, I guess, learned the error of his ways, and I went all the way to the top to say hello to the almighty Sinnoh, which turns out to actually be Dialga. It would have been Palkia if I chose Arida, which is why it was vital to choose Adaman instead. Then it was time to do a fun little battle, which didn't last long, and resulted in Dialga being caught. Then Palkia came out to play as well, but I only had one red chain, so everyone ran away. A lot of walking occurred, so to cut a long story short, I found stuff called Origin Ore, which was turned into the Origin Ball. Then, back up at the top of the mountain, a big epic cutscene occurs with Dialga and Palkia fighting each other, and Palkia won. And it also turned into a horse for some reason, but after winning another Dark Souls boss fight, I caught it in the Origin Ball. And the game's main story was complete, at last. The next day, everything was fine and dandy, and I was also able to pick up 2 new requests, which actually only appear if you have certain save game data. A Token of Gratitude appears if you have a Sword or Shield save file, and the Darksome Nightmare only appears if you have a Brilliant Diamond or Shining Pearl save file, which is the reason I created them earlier. Doing one quick side quest before moving on to the rest of the legendaries, I was asked by Mai to investigate something weird going on, which turned out to be an outbreak of Zorua, which doesn't normally happen in the Fieldlands. Also, her Munchlax got impersonated via Zorua, and she failed to recognise it, and it got sad. Then, actually progressing the post-game story, I needed to find a bunch more plates, starting with one that was being held by a Vespiquen, and another being held by the commander. Next up, in the volcano, I get to face off against Heatran.
Guigobo Guobarbabo.
After a few sticky globs and Ultra Balls, it was mine. Heading over to Snowpoint Temple, I was then able to catch Regigigas. Hilariously, even though this game doesn't have abilities, Regigigas still has slow start anyway. They just will not let this Pokemon be useful in any capacity. Now it was time to return to Sinnoh proper. Taking down Team Galactic in Lakes Verity and Acuity, along with infiltrating their hideout and releasing the Lake Guardians, I then headed through Mount Coronet yet again and reached Spear Pillar. Okay, hear me out. When I created the big spreadsheet for this challenge, I went through a list of every Pokemon in National Dex order, and for each one I made sure it was indeed possible to obtain it without needing to obtain anything after it. At the point I am at now, I was able to confirm without a doubt that each one was possible. However, what I did not remember at that time is the fact that Giratina cannot actually be obtained in Legends Arceus unless you've caught Cresselia. I only realised this after I got Regigigas and saw that Cresselia's plate was required for this. And now we come to why I'm playing Diamond and not Platinum. The plan was, play Diamond up to the point where I get Lucario, while not doing this in Platinum due to the story being longer and certain version exclusives being missing. After getting Lucario, I would then get everything else from Hippopotas to Rotom in Legends Arceus, then hop over to Hoenn, get the Lake Guardians, then back in Legends Arceus to catch Dialga, Palkia, Heatran, Regigigas, Giratina and Cresselia in that order. The Mythicals were also all accounted for, and one specific Pokemon is actually only obtainable in Diamond or Pearl, and therefore with that all in mind, I stuck with Diamond, rather than Platinum, or Pearl for that matter. If I was playing Platinum, I would actually be ready to take on Giratina at this exact moment, but because of this detail I forgot about, instead I'm going to have to complete Diamond and reach the post-game. I could also play Platinum up to this point, but the sunk cost fallacy kicked in and I just decided to keep playing. And so I beat Cyrus, caught Dialga, beat Volkner, got the HM for Waterfall, got through Victory Road, beat Aaron, Bertha, Flint and Lucian, and the champion Cynthia, having a surprisingly easy time at it, with a time of 33 hours and 57 minutes, though if you blink you'll miss it. And to get into the post-game content, I needed to see every Pokemon in the Sinnoh Dex. And so I went onto the Solaceon ruins to encounter an unknown, talked to this person in Celestic Town to see Palkia, then caught Azelf, Uxie and Mesprit, the order thankfully not mattering. And then I unlocked the National Dex, meaning I could enter Spring Path, which led into Send Off Spring, and into Turnpike Cave, where I was finally able to catch Giratina. With that slight error in judgment out of the way, it's time to move on and catch Cresselia. Fighting against its weird direction reversing spell, I caught it and was then able to move on to the Mythicals. Fiona? However you pronounce it. And Manaphy. They've never been particularly easy to obtain. In their first iterations, you could only get Manaphy from downloading an event from Pokemon Ranger, then connecting it to a main series DS game, and the only way to get Fiona was Fione, however you pronounce it, was to breed a Manaphy with a Ditto, and then the resulting egg would of course give you Fione. Unfortunately, Manaphy is after it in the Pokédex, so this method is off limits. Fortunately, Legends Arceus makes it easier. You can actually catch both, and in any order you like. There's an area called the Seaside Hollow, and there you can catch a bunch of Fione and a single Manaphy. Earlier I picked up the Seas Legend request, and this is coming into effect now. The book that is talked about, however, does not appear anywhere in the game. Or at least not in this game. It is in fact found in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Yes, that's right, it's in another game altogether that is set in a time period after this one. This is probably the most obscure and obnoxious hint they've ever made in any game, and personally I love it. The book in the library says, "Once upon a time in the East Sea there was a Pokémon known as the Prince. A brave human asked Pokémon living in the sea to let them see the Prince. Mantike, Buizel, and a quillfish with huge spikes acknowledged the human's bravery and joined them. Together they set off in a boat over the sunset-streaked sea, sailing through the ocean gates stretched over the waves. News of this reached the ears of the prince, who went to meet the brave little party at the Seaside Hollow." In layman's terms, you need to swim through this arch in the Cobalt coastlands during sunset with a Mantike, Buizel, and Overquill in your team. And then, wait, Overquill? Ah, that's a problem. Overquill is number 904 and we're currently going for number 489. When I was making the big spreadsheet a year ago, when I was planning this whole series, Fione was actually the first one I ran into that made me think this challenge was literally impossible. As I said earlier, the only other games that had been attainable in are the ones in which you would get Manaphy first and then breed it for Fione. That's what I assumed anyway, but after doing some digging, it turns out that a very obscure side game was here to save me. My Pokémon Ranch is a WiiWare game that most people probably have no idea exists. Well, since the Wii Wi-Fi was discontinued 10 years ago, it actually no longer exists. The only way to get it is to buy a Wii that already has it, though thankfully I actually do already have it on mine. This game is what eventually became your modern Pokémon home. It's a storage facility that can receive any Pokémon from the Gen 4 DS games. The NPC here, Haley, will do certain trades with you if you store a specific number of Pokémon. If you deposit a total of 250 Pokémon, she will offer you a Fione for Leafeon. So, in Diamond, I got to work. I talked to Bebe in Hearthome City to get an Eevee, leveled it up in Terna Forest and evolved it into Leafeon. Then after running around for hours catching every Pokémon I saw, deliberately being varied just in case another shiny appeared, but no shinies appeared, I successfully ended up with 250 Pokémon in my boxes, and then I was eligible for this trade. Transferring them all in, swapping Leafeon for Fione and transferring them back, it's time to move on to its relative of some kind. Contrary to popular belief, Fione does not in fact evolve into Manaphy, so I needed to obtain one brand new. As I mentioned earlier, the Ranger games allow you to send a Manaphy egg to the mainline Gen 4 games. With that said, I started a new game on Pokémon Ranger Shadows of Almea. The only reason I chose this one in particular is because it's the only one I actually own, though I know next to nothing about it and have never played it. After starting up the game and blasting through the start, I saved the game and reset to the main menu, going onto RangerNet and downloading the mission Recover the Manaphy Egg. Now, if for some ungodly reason you're playing along at home, or you just want to connect your DS to the internet and want to know how, well, there's a way to still do it. Despite Nintendo shutting down the servers 10 years ago, you can in fact connect to fan-hosted servers. If you go into Nintendo WFC settings in any Pokémon DS game, and create a connection, choose Search for an access point, and if you have any unsecured Wi-Fi connections, such as an ancient router that uses WEP configuration or a mobile hotspot with no password, or in my particular case, a connection built into the Melon DS emulator, after testing the connection it will then let you edit the settings. The only one you would need to change is the DNS, in which you would choose to not auto-obtain the DNS, and type 172.104.88.237 as the DNS. There are probably others out there that work, but this is the one I like to use. You should then be able to get onto the internet from your DS. I tested this out in Diamond as well and managed to successfully download an event Dragonite to prove that it definitely works. Anyway, back to the main event. Unfortunately, I actually had to play the game to the point where I become a Pokemon Ranger in order to get this mission. So I powered through the game as quickly as possible, and now I know why people get wrist pains and ruin their touchscreen by playing this. And once the Tangrowth was subdued and the graduation ceremony was complete, I was able to save and quit and do the mission. This just involves chasing a Happiny for a while until you retrieve a Manaphy egg, and once done you can connect it to a game, in my case Diamond, and send it over. After picking this up from the delivery man, I ran around for a while and hatched it into Manaphy. Whew, okay, we're at the home stretch now. Thankfully the next two can be caught in Legends thanks to those 2 requests I got earlier. Darkrai was a bit annoying. I had to throw down some smoke bombs in order to catch it, since otherwise it just teleports when a ball is thrown. But I did eventually catch it. Then the other one was of course Shaman, which was a lot easier. I had to first have this lady shout thank you for it to appear, and after that I was able to just go ahead and catch it. And with that, it was time to catch God. Not yet actually. I went onto the brilliant diamond save I created earlier for one reason. Getting Mew and Jirachi. You see, even though it's not strictly a rule, each time I obtain a Pokemon from a side game glitch or event, I will strive to obtain it normally in a mainline game whenever I can. So in this particular case, Mew and Jirachi are both obtainable in Brilliant Diamond, so I have now obtained them normally rather than from events or the Coliseum bonus disc. Also, to anyone wondering why I'm playing Diamond rather than Brilliant Diamond, it's just because I prefer the originals. That's all. Right, so it's time to end on a bang. Arceus, the god of all Pokemon. You can of course catch it in its titular game, but I personally cannot. This is because in order to catch it, you need to first catch every other Pokemon in that game, apart from the other mythicals. A handful of them are from Gen 5 onwards, so therefore catching Arceus there is out of the question. So how do we get around this? In the Sinnoh games, the Azure Flute opens up the entrance to the Hall of Origin in Spear Pillar. This is an event item that was never actually given away in Diamond Pearl or Platinum. Therefore, due to this, I have decided that even though event distributions are allowed, adding this particular item to the game would actually be cheating, as it's not legitimate and not actually an official event item. It is obtainable in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, but only if you have a fully completed Legends save file in which you have actually caught Arceus, which is a bit redundant, and obviously in my case, therefore still impossible. So the only way to get it is to add an event Arceus to the game. Diamond has had plenty of them in the past, so I could just add the event in. But that would be boring. I'm actually going to catch it in Diamond without the use of any events. Instead, I'm going to do it by using the tweaking glitch, which involves moving so fast that parts of the map get unloaded, allowing me to freely walk into the void. I am not even going to pretend that I discovered this glitch, of course. I'm using a route from a video that I will link in the description. And now this is where I finally reveal the real reason I played Diamond instead of Platinum. When Platinum was released, they likely knew about this glitch, as if you managed to get to Darkrai, Shaman or Arceus without their designated event items, they simply won't spawn in Platinum. But they do in Diamond and Pearl, hence the reasoning for using this game. The tweaking glitch is easiest to pull off in Jubilife City since there are so many 3D objects here. To do it, you need to stand in this specific spot while on the bike in the slow gear and do this very specific movement pattern. And if you get the speed and timing perfectly, when you cycle to the left you'll notice the city has been merged with the route to the west, and some of the world is just blank. Once this has been done, you can freely travel into the void and enter what is known as the Mystery Zone. Standing in this spot and opening and closing the Pokédex will result in the glitched state of the city going away, and I am now inside the Poké building. Moving one square down put me inside, but still out of bounds. From here, counting steps is important, so using the step counter app on the Poké, I went in different directions, taking exact numbers of steps while resetting the counter after every time I needed to change direction. Getting a single step wrong will result in the glitch not working, so it is very important not to mess up at any stage. At one point I actually needed to save and reset, and from there it's a case of walking for miles until I eventually reached the entrance to Pal Park. For some reason, while in the catching show, the game actually allows the Hall of Origin to load in when it normally wouldn't. And upon eventually reaching that area, I then opened the menu, chose retire, and then that actually activated the Arceus encounter. And then from there, I did what I always do at the end and caught it with a Master Ball. And with that done, I had caught all of the Gen 4 Pokemon and still without ever breaking the chain. The game also assumed that I had just finished catching 6 Pokemon in Pal Park, so I ended up back in the real world. Here it is, Arceus in all its glory. This was the hardest one to catch by far. I'm sure the rest of the series will be easy now in comparison. Wait, what's that? Oh no. Generation 5, 494 to 649. It's good to be back. Work's been busy, but I managed to get this video all sorted and I'm excited for everyone to see it. I started with Black, and of course, like usual, I'll be choosing the grass type starter, which in this case is Snivy. Nah, we all know that's not how it begins. Victini, the one everyone has been inquiring about. So today, your questions will finally be answered. How am I going to get Victini? Before I get to that though, for those who don't know, here's a summary of why Victini is a pain to get, especially for me right now. The only games in which it has ever been obtainable were Black and White, specifically from a location called the Liberty Garden. You can only reach this area with an event item, the Liberty Pass. As I've said before, if an official event existed for a Pokémon and there is no other way to get it, I'm allowing myself to just add the event to the game. Unfortunately, in order to actually obtain this, or any other events for that matter, you need to have reached a Pokémon Center. And you're not going to get there without choosing a starter, and for some ungodly reason they put Victini at the very beginning before Snivy. This means choosing a starter will break the rules, and this method is out of the question. I perused Bulbapedia in search of an alternative way to find Victini, and thankfully I did find that in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire between 2014 and 2015 there was an event giveaway. Therefore I added that to Omega Ruby, and that was done and dusted. Easy peasy. But wait, that's boring. We can do better than that. In 2016, this obscure mobile game was released. You may have heard of it. Yes, Pokémon Go was, along with many other people, my primary source of entertainment in the month of July in 2016. It was a glorious time. Nerds were actually going outside and socialising. Old people were complaining to local newspapers about hooligans hanging outside their houses. Actual crimes were being committed. It was a wild time for sure. Of course, after a month the hype died down and almost everyone stopped playing, including me, but those were some great memories nonetheless. 8 years on, and the game is actually still going strong. When I last played it properly, there were only Gen 1 Pokémon in the game with no legendaries and no Ditto for some reason. But now it's expanded massively and Pokémon for all 9 generations are available, including many legendaries and even mythicals. There were actually a few times over the past few years where I randomly launched the game, caught one Pokémon and then turned it off, with me being unaware of these big changes. There was also a time where I had to spend forever catching Meltan on repeat to evolve it into Melmetal, but that's a story for another day. So anyway, as you've probably surmised from this history lesson, it is possible to obtain Victini in Pokémon Go. I have of course said that I will not count Pokémon caught in side games as obtained in the context of this challenge until they land in either a mainline Pokémon game or Pokémon Home. And so I was allowing myself to play Pokémon Go from the very start of this challenge, using my own existing account, catching anything that may appear regardless of how far into the series I was, and then I would transfer them into Pokémon Home once the challenge had reached that number. This was for my own sanity, and so that this video didn't take years to come out. And also because I wouldn't consider just getting it in a side game to be obtaining it, since with that logic, that means I could unlock Greninja and Smash Bros, and then not have to fully evolve Froakie in the next video. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. Might do that for Incineroar as well. And so, over the course of the past few months, I've slowly but surely been completing a few special research tasks, one of which is called Investigating a Mysterious Energy. And upon doing a bunch of arduous tasks, you will be rewarded with the ability to catch Victini. The hardest of these was winning 3 raids because they require you to communicate with other players, and let's just say my local area's Pokemon Go community isn't exactly bustling. After doing these tasks, I was able to catch it, which was made annoying by me being forced to use normal Pokeballs. And after getting Arceus in Diamond, I transferred it into Pokemon Home, and the deed was done. It only took a few weeks of walking and an amount of money spent on Pokecoins that I will not disclose. It's a lot. Also during this grind I found a shiny Bronzor, so add 1 to the count. And incredibly, during one of the raids, a Zapdos I caught was also shiny. Not a great shiny, looks very similar to the original, but it's a shiny nonetheless. Of course, transferring it into ORAS is the only way to truly get it without catching another Pokemon that appears in the dex after it, as some Gen 5 Pokemon are required to be caught before getting Victini in Go, namely Darumaka and LGM. And obviously, as I stated, I actually did catch many post-Gen 5 Pokemon and use my existing account from years ago. But overall I just really wanted to get it this way as well, just to showcase the various alternative ways to get it. Thank you for watching. Wait, what do you mean there's 155 more to go? In actual fact, we're far from playing any Unova games. The first of the starters was obtained in Omega Ruby. The reward for completing the Delta episode 2 videos ago resulted in me being allowed to choose a Gen 5 starter. So I picked Snivy. After that, since I have a high-leveled Elite 4 I can continuously wail on, I took them down a few times, evolving Snivy into Servine and then into Serperior. Hopping to the opposite version, since I had beaten the Delta episode last time, there was a bit of confusion as to why I did that randomly, but now you know why. I chose Tepig, and through the same training method evolved it into Pignite and then into Emboar, which brings me to 500 Pokemon total. Now we're back in peaceful Hisui once again. Since I beat the game's main story last time, Oshawott, which is one of Legends Arceus' starters as well, can appear in the wild. It can appear in space-time distortions or from massive mass outbreaks. I opted for the latter as they're a bit more reliable and increase shiny odds, which is always fun. If I talked to the professor here, he would give me an Oshawott for free, but unfortunately I would receive Rowlet, and that would ruin this whole series, so that's a no. I did all of the massive mass outbreak quests, and to cut a long story short, and it is a very long story, I entered each of the 5 regions of Hisui, and in each one there was a rainstorm in which a bunch of Pokemon appear in large numbers, and I checked each one, reported them to Mai, and this was all done so I could find Oshawott in Icelands. And after all that, Dewott was there, and not Oshawott. So I'll be right back. It was not scripted to happen like this, but I had to start playing Black a little bit earlier than expected. I was already planning on choosing Oshawott anyway, so it wasn't too bad. Giving myself a great name, I began playing the game and realised that my recording software was picking up my whole desktop audio, in which I happened to have a video of my favourite Zelda YouTuber watching the livestream and finding out about Echoes of Wisdom being revealed.
This time around,
Oh my
Link
god.
has vanished. Now,
Link
it's
has
up to
vanished.
Princess Zelda to step into the protagonist role.
I picked out the Water-type starter, beat my soon-to-be rivals, and then jumped back to my Switch that had been patiently waiting in sleep mode this whole time. I caught Dewott, and since a few Samurott were also hanging out here, it eliminated the need for any grinding whatsoever. Then I continued checking out each of the remaining outbreaks. You know, just in case. Yeah, just in case of that. I caught the shiny Snover and added one more to my collection. Out of the 6 shinies I've obtained so far in this challenge, it's definitely my favourite looking one. Actually playing Black now, I went through the usual start of game rigmarole, remembering that this was the generation that introduced having an annoyingly large amount of hand-holding throughout the game. And after that, I was able to catch the next Pokemon, Patrat. After catching it, it was a mainstay on my team, for now at least, as there were no Gen 1 to 4 Pokemon available at all before the post-game. In Accumula Town, I am introduced to this region's villains, Team Plasma. Their goal is to free Pokemon from their owners and give lengthy speeches that I zoomed through as fast as possible. With them gone, I did the most important thing here and talked to these musicians who add instruments to the background music, and then continued on, beating every trainer while switch training to train Patrat, and reached Striaton City. The gym here has 3 possible leaders depending on your starter. I was ill-equipped to take them on for now, so I just did more grinding. The player is expected to get a monkey Pokemon here whose type helps them beat the gym, but I cannot do that just yet. Getting my starter and Patrat to appropriate levels, I entered the gym, fought the trainers and reached the leaders. As I chose Oshawott, my opponent was the grass-type Silon. Fighting him off with my slightly over-leveled team, I got the trio badge and was brought over to meet Fennel, who gave me the HM for cut and instructed me to go to the Dream Yard to get some Dream Mist. Fun fact, this tree is the only time the player is required to use an HM in this entire game. Anyway, the Munna here gets some abuse from the animal rights people, and after beating them, a Musharna makes some illusions appear, and then I get completely useless Dream Mist. Useless due to the fact that the Dream World was shut down a long time ago. I also got the useless sea gear and the useless pal pad. Finally getting to leave, in Route 3 I took down every trainer, taking a little detour to do some story stuff with Cherin, beating him in a battle, taking down Team Plasma in Wellspring Cave, and then after that I actually went back into the cave for a certain item that would make getting some Pokemon later a bit easier. This game has a mechanic where dust clouds can appear in caves, and you can get items and Pokemon from them. There is a rare chance of getting evolution stones from these, and thankfully I eventually managed to get a Firestone here, which will help me later on. Next up was Nacrene City, and I have no idea if I'm pronouncing any of these names correctly. They're all named after clouds, and unfortunately I'm no cloud expert. N showed up at the gym and I beat him, then to make the gym easier and hope to evolve Patrat, I took down every trainer outside Pinwheel Forest. After winning a lot of battles, Patrat reached level 20 and evolved into Watchog. Then it was time to switch games. In this video, when it will make evolving Pokemon easier, I will always be using the Hoenn remakes when possible. In this case, I caught Lillipup in Shaking Grass in Omega Ruby, then ran it through Elite Four to evolve it into Herdier and then into Stoutland. Backtracking a bit in Unova, I caught Purloin and started switch training it throughout more of the early game. Going into the gym with a high level team, I did all of the library puzzles, evolved Oshawott into Duot upon beating one of the trainers, then reached Lenora, beat her team and got to the basic badge. Plasma showed up, stole a Dragonite skull, and since police don't seem to exist in this universe, I had to go and get it back. Shout out to Berg, the brave gym leader who got me to go the long and dangerous way while he waited on the bridge just down the road. After beating some Pokemon, Purloin evolved into Liepard, and then just after beating Team Plasma here, I got the skull, and I got a Moonstone. Pokemon White was next on the agenda, and to save you a bit of time, I chose Tepig this time, gave it a creative nickname, and played the game up to the same point I was at Black, though I talked to this NPC to get a free Pansage. I also actually fought Cress instead, and since I had the super effective Pansage, it was very easy. Back in Black, I left Pinwheel Forest, got the Quick Claw, and then crossed the Sky Arrow Bridge. Also, just for awareness, since it could cause a bit of confusion, that current game at the bottom right is Black. Despite it being Reshiram, the black Pokemon represents white, and the white one represents black. Something yin and yang, symbolism, etc. Anyway, I reached Castelia City, and talking to this guy here, he lets me choose a stone, and I choose a Water Stone since I already had a Firestone. Then I headed all the way back to the Dream Yard and saved the game there before switching back to White again. Winning a few battles resulted in Tepig evolving into Pignite, and after beating the second gym again, I got through the forest again, reached Castelia City, though this time at night, with its purple fog covering the buildings, and picked up a Leaf Stone here. Using that, I evolved Pansage into Simisage. Then in Black, I picked up a free Pansear here, gave it the Firestone I got earlier, and evolved it into Simisear. In the grass in Pinwheel Forest, I found a Panpour after a lot of searching, and after the capture I gave it my Water Stone and evolved it into Simipour. In the Dream Yard once again, I caught Muna in the grass and used the Moonstone I got earlier immediately to evolve it into Musharna. In Omega Ruby, I caught Pidove in the shaking grass south of Meteor Falls. No, not Clefairy, Pidove. There we go. After catching it, the usual process occurred, beating the E4 a few times to evolve it into Tranquil and then into Unpheasant. Back in Black, I caught myself a Blitzel and I decided I didn't want to evolve it. So I checked the skies in Hoenn, and fortunately the Mirage spot that Zebstrika can appear in was showing an Alpha Sapphire. After catching that, I continued to play this game in order to find Roggenrola in Granite Cave. After catching it, I ran through the E4 and was confused because it evolves at level 25, but it reached level 29 and it still hadn't evolved. Then I found out that I had been trolled, as it was holding an Everstone when I caught it. Anyway, after removing it, I leveled it up again and evolved into Boldore. And now it's time to talk about the Citra emulator. I'm sure a lot of you will know about the whole Yuzu controversy, in which their company was sued a few months ago for over $2 million and had to shut down their Switch emulator. Well, unbeknownst to me when I started this, the same company actually made the Citra 3DS emulator that I've been using. I downloaded it and planned out this entire series before they got Nintendo'd, and was hit with an unfortunate realisation when I went to do the trade to evolve Boldore into Gigalith. You see, in order to do trades between games on this emulator, you need to set up a trade room, and this requires a Citra account. When you follow the link to set up an account, however, it brings you to an unavailable page. This is the Citra website, which of course has been shut down now, so I couldn't actually do this trade. I could have of course just gotten this in Black or White, but I was already done with the Roggenrola evolution in Omega Ruby. Therefore, I emulated the equivalent of a trade, in which I added Gigalith to Omega Ruby with the exact stats it would have had if I traded Boldore from Alpha Sapphire, then released Boldore. It's not ideal, but was all I could do if I wanted to do this trade on the 3DS. Obviously though, if I was using real hardware, this would be no problem. And if you are, for some reason, playing along at home, you too could do this. Also, Nintendo, don't sue me. I own all the games and the system, but it's difficult to capture footage from the handhelds. Anyway, hey look, it's Gigalith. Returning to Unova, in Wellspring Cave I caught Woobat, which is a friendship evolution which normally take me a while as I'm not a fan of EV training. So I entered the Battle Company building and beat every trainer here, also getting the important scope lens, and upon reaching the end I fought against the janitor. But plot twist, he's not really the janitor, he is actually the boss of the company, and when I beat him he gives me the EXP share, which is of course the most valuable item in the game in this challenge. I couldn't do the gym yet because of more Team Plasma stuff going on, so I ignored that, helped this guy form a dancing group by finding some dancers around the city, getting the amulet coin as a reward, then I actually beat Team Plasma. I took on the incredibly odd gym with its walls made of honey, getting to Burra, however you pronounce his name, beat him and got the insect badge. I then got stopped again to battle Bianca and then Cherin as well because they love their rival fights in this game. After getting through the desert, I reached Nimbasa City, saved this old guy from Team Plasma and got a bike as a reward. I hadn't played this game since the week it came out, but I always remember being annoyed by the fact that you're forced into doing a musical to progress the story. So I dressed up my duot, which is absolutely vital to the plot. This guy is not working. I decided not to take on the gym until I was able to catch a certain ground type. Fighting through the desert while giving Woobat lots of attention, I beat every trainer hanging around, was given sand while surrounded by sand, and entered a relic castle. I talked to this NPC to get the cover fossil, which will come in handy later. I also entered a separate tower and was taunted by this item here. Woobat didn't evolve, but I could imagine it was close, so I headed back to Nimbasa City for now, taking a romantic ride on the Ferris wheel with N, finding out he's the true leader of Team Plasma and getting some exposition that I didn't pay attention to. Then I beat him in a battle as well. Going west into Route 5, I continued my slaughter of every trainer and wild Pokemon, and then finally, after another level up, Woobat evolved into Swoobat. I also found this rare candy. I headed all the way back to Wellspring Cave, waited for a dust cloud to appear, and caught Drillbur. And now it was time to take on Nimbasa Gym. The gimmick here is roller coasters and Volt Switch. I cut out the footage of me doing one battle, getting paralysed and running back and getting healed on repeat, and I reached Elisa and her very annoying Emolga. However, it was significantly less annoying than usual since my team was ridiculously over-leveled. I took her down and received the Bolt badge. Then I met the champion, who for some reason got me and Cherin to battle some toddlers because he's an absolute sadist. Then after doing some Audino grinding, Drillbur evolved into Excadrill. Then the bridge was lowered and Game Freak proudly showed off how far they had come with their animations. It's a shame that the next game somehow looked worse, but that's an opinion for another day. Anyway, I made my way across the bridge and into Driftville City, home of the best song in the game. The gym leader Clay did the same thing every leader has done so far and doesn't let him fight until we perform some arbitrary task, but before doing that I caught myself an Audino. First though, annoyingly, I found a wild Chinchino which is extremely rare and I couldn't catch it yet. Actually finding an Audino, I caught it and boxed it forever. Sneaking around in Granite Cave in Omega Ruby, I caught Timber, and after catching it, I evolved it into Girder, and then since this evolution is trading based, I waved a magic wand and it evolved into Conkeldurr in Alpha Sapphire. The next one is also available in Hoenn, so to save me more time, I caught Timpole here, evolved it into Palpitoad, then into Seismitoad. Then in White, I got myself caught up a bit more, getting the EXP share, beating the third gym, getting the bike, and then outside Pinuo Forest, I caught Throw. It is also obtainable in Black, but it's much rarer, so I just caught it here. Heading back to the same location in Black, I caught Sock, and then entered the forest in order to catch Swaddle. And because I couldn't be bothered training it up, I went west of Driftvale and caught Swadloon. I also didn't want to train that up, because I needed to focus my grinds on the main team members, so I progressed the story for now, going through the coal storage and beating the Team Plasma members here. Back in Route 6, I found a Leaf Stone which I didn't need, but here it is anyway. After a lot of searching shaking grass, I found a wild Leavanny, which probably took longer than it would have if I just evolved Swadloon, but oh well. I fought my way through Driftvale Gym, having no issues due to the water type starter choice, and upon defeating Clay, I got the Quake badge. Then Bianca was swept aside for the millionth time, and I got the HM for Fly and returned to the forest once again, this time to catch Venipede and Whirlipede. After that, it was time for some more grinds. Stopping off at this house, I got a shiny stone, and then the entrance to Chargestone Cave was unblocked. Unfortunately, my plan of doing grinds in the cave was quickly proven to be a bad move, because I kept getting paralysed or badly injured by everything. So I instead grinded in the grass outside on shaking grass encounters. As I've said a few times before, I would be terrible at Nuzlockes. Dewott evolved into Samurott during this process, and shortly after that, Whirlipede evolved into Scolipede. And then I hopped back over to the 3DS. I examined this white rock for no reason, then entered the Space Centre to get a Sunstone. In Petalburg Woods, I searched for a while and eventually found Cottony. Using this method, as I forgot that you can get a Sunstone in Nimbasa City in black, but yeah. I evolved it into Whimsicott. Returning to Hisui for the first time in a while, the next three all exist in this game and therefore they must be caught here. I started by catching Petilil, which was nice and easy, since during my long playthrough I picked up plenty of evolutionary items. I used a Sunstone on it to evolve it into Lilligant. Next up was Basculin, and unfortunately its Hisuian variety is extremely timid and flees the second it notices me. So, with a combination of stealth spray and slow movements, I caught one and moved back to Hoenn once again. This time it was to catch Sandile, and after doing so, the usual process of conquering the Elite Four happened, and evolved it into Krokorok and then into Crocodile. The Unova Desert was required for the next few, however, starting with Darumaka. I did a lot of off-screen grinding for a while, then decided eventually to enter Chargestone Cave for real. I did not recall how annoying this place is, it's full of interruptions from NPCs and isn't a fun time. Though I did accidentally find a Sunstone, and Darumaka did eventually reach level 35 and evolved into Darmanitan. I also accidentally found a Thunderstone from another Dust Cloud, along with deliberately finding another one right after. And with another win against Plasma, Blitzel evolved into Zebstrika. At the end, I beat N and was able to leave and reached Mistralton City. I was introduced to the leader Skyla, but that had to wait for now. That's because a funny little cactus that looks strikingly similar to the Digimon Palmon needs to be caught first. And then yet again I had to go back to the 3DS, and this is why streaming these would be a nightmare with the amount of switching I have to do. Anyway, I caught Dwebble and then evolved it into Crustle. Then sneaking around on Route 113 I found Scraggy, caught it, and evolved it into Scrafty. Sigilif was an easy catch in the desert in black, and as was Yamask in the Relic Castle. Its evolution would not be as easy though, so I progressed north, beating every trainer on the way until eventually reaching the roadblock requiring the 6 badge to get past. I entered the Celestial Tower, beat all trainers, reached the top, and talked to Skyla and rang the bell. The gym was now free to take on, so I headed through it, breaking all my bones in the process thanks to the cannons, then fought against Skyla. After winning, I had successfully lined up the experience perfectly with Yamask evolving into Cofagrigus. Then I got the Jet Badge and was accosted by N yet again. Heading back to Nakreen Gym/Museum, I handed in the cover fossil and received a Tortuga. And it wasn't shiny. Twist Mountain was open for business, but before I could enter I needed to battle Cherin. Then Alder showed up. I decided to just grind Tortuga more instead of entering the mountain, and after getting it all the way to level 37, it evolved into Caracosta. In white, I entered the Relic Castle and picked up the Plume fossil, gave it to the museum and got Arkin. Grinding for ages, it then evolved into Archeops. In the Hoenn remakes, you can allegedly find Trubbish in Route 110, but I searched for 20 minutes, found what felt like 100 Pokemon and never once found one. So I just gave up on that and caught one in black instead. Unfortunate that I had to do one more grind than planned, but I got to it. After reducing the Audino population to nothing, Trubbish reached level 36 and evolved into Garbodor. Now here's a fun story. Zorua and Zoroark are practically impossible to get your hands on in black and white. You get a gift Zorua by showing an event Celebi to a girl in Castelia City, and you can get a Zoroark in the Lostlorn Forest if you have an event Shiny, Raikou, Entei or Suicune. Thankfully Black 2 and White 2 made it a bit easier, though I'm not playing them due to the fact that a bunch of Gen 5 Pokemon don't appear in the game until the post-game. Which is a shame because I love those games. But anyway, these two rascals actually did cause a few people in the comments to ask how I was going to get them, but fortunately Arceus comes to the rescue here. As I've said, forms don't matter for this challenge, and so I'm free to catch the Hisuian forms of these two Pokemon. I caught Zorua in an icy cave, then KO'd a few wild Pokemon and evolved it into Zoroark. Quest complete. Next up was Minccino, an easy find on Route 5. After catching it, I immediately gave it a shiny stone and evolved into Cinccino. And guess where we are now? Another trip to Hoenn resulted in me catching Gothita, and then I evolved it into Gotharita and then into Gothitelle. I continued the story in Pokemon White, catching a Solosis, and then travelled through Charstone Cave. After getting through most of it, I realised that I was still recording the 3DS, which was switched off, so I hope you enjoyed the black screen. Thankfully I did eventually realise this, and after getting through the cave and doing a bit more grinding, it evolved into Duosian. Then I beat every trainer on the next route over, then beat Skyla and evolved Duosian into Reuniclus. Back on the Driftvale drawbridge, I wandered around under shadows until I found and caught Ducklet. Then I finally decided to go through Twist Mountain. I got the HM for Surf, beat every trainer here, got to the other side and enter Icirus City. I decided to mess up these dancers' routine for no particular reason, and then after that I knocked out wild Pokemon until Ducklet evolved into Swanna. Back at the cold storage I picked up some ice cream in the form of Vanillite, then entered the 7th gym and wondered why the ice type boss is always the late game when ice is terrible. Anyway, I took on Bryson, Darmanitan demolished his team and I got the Freeze badge. The next task was to get to the top of the Dragon Spiral Tower to stop more Team Plasma shenanigans, and so after doing so, and of course getting my ice cream experience on the way, a cutscene occurred with Zekrom being summoned by N, although thankfully no catching or anything like that was needed here, so the challenge was still intact. Taking down Plasma in Relic Castle, Vanillite evolved into Vanillish, then I went to Nakreen City to get the Light Stone, and moved forward into Route 8. Also hearing some terrible rock-related puns. Next up was the Tube Line Bridge, which is apparently meant to be based upon the 4th rail bridge connecting Edinburgh and Fife in Scotland, which explains why the route it leads into is full of thugs and hooligans. Anyway, next up was Opelucid City, with Plasma really pushing to be involved in the story as much as possible. After summoning Drayden to his gym, I proceeded to then take on said gym, beating all the trainers and taking down Drayden using Vanillish. Winning a few more battles in the now accessible Route 10, it evolved into Vanillux. With 8 badges, there were still a ton of Pokemon left to catch, starting with Deerling, and after a short grind, it evolved into Sawsbuck. Then I caught Boldore for some reason. Entering Route 7, summoned Tornadus down, and it was now roaming Unova, however it was irrelevant, as you'll find out later. In this house I traded the Boulder I caught earlier for a Moga, which hilariously was actually holding an Everstone, so it won't have evolved for him. Then I caught Carablast, and I needed to do a trade to evolve it. Thankfully this DS emulator's trading is easy and requires no weird workarounds. Oh wait, I can't evolve it. So, now we come to what is undoubtedly the biggest and most worrisome roadblock of this entire series so far. Escavalier was one of the ones where, while I was checking list of all Pokemon, I genuinely thought would be impossible. Evolving Carablast into Escavalier is a huge problem. I cannot do it in black or white, because in order to evolve it you need to trade it for Shelmet, which also causes Shelmet to evolve into Excelgor in the process. The reason that this isn't possible is, well, because I can't get Shelmet yet without breaking the rules. It's number 616 and I'm currently going for number 589. The only game where you can catch Escavalier in the wild is Sword, which of course I can't play yet. Well, this is a bit of a dilemma. If only there was a silly little mobile app that could save me once again. So I returned to Pokemon Go once again. This time I needed to find myself Carablast or Escavalier in the wild. It's completely and utterly random which Pokemon can spawn where, with very few ways to manipulate this. Along with that, all of the sites from back in the day— God, I just called 2016 back in the day, I'm so old. All of the sites from back in the day that showed where Pokemon were spawning were shut down or made redundant, and so I just had to hope and pray for one to appear. I did find out later that Escavalier actually can't appear in the wild, so it had to be Carablast, though fortunately a trade for Shelmet is not required in this game. A solution I tried was putting Mossy Lure modules on Pokestops, which I spend a stupid amount of real money on, which can boost the number of bug types that appear, and my friend's house happens to have 2 Pokestops accessible, which meant I could get them passively. Unfortunately, it just kept spawning Paris, Venonats and other no-good bugs on repeat. I did also notice the same 50 or so Pokemon continuously appearing, with an especially large number of poison types where I live. Especially Stunky and Trubbish. It's like they're trying to say something about my hometown. Speaking of, it's a small town in Scotland, so Pokestops are few and far between, meaning on multiple occasions I took trips into cities with the sole purpose of hoping a Carablast would just show up. As I said earlier with Victini, I had started this Pokemon Go adventure the day after the first video was uploaded with the hopes of getting all these done in time for these particular videos coming out. I also have the game on an older phone with a separate account I created a while back just for the purpose of getting a trade evolution in Let's Go Pikachu, which had now come in handy. I thought Victini would take a while, which it did, but finding Carablast here was a whole different animal. I spent more than a month playing it for at least a few hours a day, walking miles with phone in hand, continuously battering my face on tree branches, nearly falling over or getting hit by cars, and having to hide my phone every time a group of teenagers walked by for fear of being laughed at by them. It had its ups and downs, but it was free exercise at least. Well, not free because of the microtransactions, but we won't speak about that. I actually ended up doing so many research tasks that I unlocked a Master Ball, and I made a decision that if I did find Carablast, I would use this to catch it. Then, eventually, after what felt like an eternity of searching, I found out that certain Pokemon can't spawn depending on the season. Which is not advertised well, and is not particularly well documented either, with Bulbapedia and the Pokemon Go wiki having lots of conflicting information. If Niantic was a bit more transparent with things like this, I would have saved a lot of time and money, but lack of communication and frustrating the players is how these companies make the big bucks, unfortunately. Anyway, Carablast was not in season, and as of me doing this voiceover right now, it's still not in season. The new season starts in September, but I wasn't going to delay the video until then just in case it suddenly became available. It's been a while since it was last obtainable and definitely could not appear in the wild, so no matter how much I tried to will it into existence, that was not going to work. And as much as I'd love to just plant an image into the video and say I got it, I would rather not have one of these videos made about me in 5 years' time. This meant that I had to trade with someone who already had it. A little bit cheaty, but it's the only way I'd be able to get it without potentially waiting for years. I checked with everyone I knew who had played the game, or anyone they knew, and although a couple of people did in fact have it, well, even more issues arose from this. One of my friends checked and found out that they have a friend who has Carablast in Pokemon Go, which was great news. Oh wait, that friend lives in a city hundreds of miles away, and as it turns out you can't trade with someone if they are more than 100 meters away. Why? Then I found out another one of my friend's nephew has it. Fantastic, I can just go round to his house and get it. Oh wait, I can't, he isn't a high enough level to trade, and we need to raise our friendship level with each other as well. He hadn't played it much, and I was not going to get a kid to start playing this game and possibly put himself into debt with microtransactions for my benefit, so that was off the table as well. I also thought about joining trading groups on Discord, but I didn't want to give out my personal details to random people. So I turned to the only thing I could think of. And before I go into more detail, I'll put a little disclaimer here. Do not do this. You could get scammed or doxxed, and you could also get banned from the game for doing so. Anyway, I went on eBay and paid someone to trade me Carablast. This person spoofed their location to my location in order to trade it to me. The only reason I was willing to do this was because my address was on my eBay account anyway, and I was just absolutely desperate, and the person had all positive feedback, so obviously it's in their best interest not to do anything dodgy. Anyway, upon trading it, I'd finally obtained it in the most unsatisfying way possible. Of course, the title is Can you obtain every Pokemon by catching them all in Pokédex order? And the answer to that is yes, you can. If it just so happens to be that Carablast is in season. Now, of course, I could wait a few years for it possibly to become available again, but I'm sure you would grant me just this one exception and allow me to say that this would have been the only way at this moment in time to move the challenge forward. Anyway, I've obtained Carablast, and now it's time to evolve it. In Pokemon Go, Pokemon evolve using candy. Pokemon gains 1 candy of its species when you take a certain number of steps with it as your buddy Pokemon. Carablast needs 200. Oh dear. This will cause a few blisters. Is what I thought originally. However, upon closer inspection I saw that the trade symbol on here didn't actually specify that it needed to be traded for Shelmet. Due to this, I was able to immediately choose to evolve it after receiving it in a trade, and lo and behold, it evolved into Escavalier, saving me hundreds of miles worth of walking. And with that, after transferring it into home, the hardest part of this video was finally completed. Okay, back to normal now. I caught a Fungus pretending to be an item, then on Route 10 I did the same in order to catch a Moongus. I'm not making the joke. Starting on the water encounters since I had Surf now, I caught Frillish and I made an executive decision to not to grind it. Instead I went searching for a wild Jellicent in Driftvale City. Also you can find a Waterstone here if you're curious. So in Rippling Water there's a 5% chance of finding Jellicent. I'm not entirely sure why I made the decision to catch it instead of evolving, but after an eternity of seeing Alomomola, I finally found the big jelly and caught it. After that I actually did also catch Alomomola. Back in the game where I could have found Frillish and easily evolved it, I caught Joltik and didn't actually evolve it after becoming a champion, but One win later, it evolved into Galvantula. The rest of the Chargestone Cave Pokemon were only reliably obtainable in Unova, so I went over there to catch Ferroseed, and then after a long grind, it evolved into Ferrothorn. I repeated the process, catching Clink, grinding for a while, and evolving it into Clang, bringing me up to 600 total Pokemon. Its next evolution is at level 49, so grinding on Route 10 was no longer going to cut it. So I headed towards Victory Road. And this is without a doubt the best Victory Road badge check gate in the series, and I will not accept any other answers. After making my way through all 8 gates, with the music getting more and more dramatic with each one, and the thought of having another 49 Pokemon to go looming over me, I reached Victory Road proper. I beat every trainer I saw, picked up all the items, managed to push giant boulders while failing to move this pebble, and then reached the Pokemon League at the end. I went back to keep grinding, and Clang evolved into Klinklang. I returned to Chargestone Cave once more for the ultra rare Tynamo. I was planning on going to the deepest floor as it's most common there, but then it was the very first thing that appears, so I got good luck at the wrong time. After catching it, I grinded for a while, well, a long while, and it evolved into Electric. Then I used a Thunderstone and it evolved into Electros. Mitigating more Gen 5 grinds, I headed to Mount Pyre in Omega Ruby in order to catch LGM, then demolished the E4 and evolved it into Behem. In the Celestial Tower I caught Litwick, trained it for a while, and then evolved it into Lampint. Then I used a Dust Stone, which I can't remember picking up, but I must have picked up in Route 10. Anyway, yeah, I evolved it into Chandelure. And the tedium continued. Next up I searched Granite Cave for a while until I found Axew, and this was another long E4 grind. After catching it several trips to Champion Hood later, it evolved into Fracture. Then a few more round trips later, which also happened to get both Rayquaza and Groudon to level 100, Fracture evolved into Haxorus. The Polar Bears are up next. Cubchoo is easy to obtain in black and white, but Beartic only appears in winter. And it was autumn at this point. Yes, July is autumn in Unova, don't question it. After catching Cubchoo, I promptly evolved it into Beartic. The fact that it wasn't winter in Unova meant the next one was going to be very rare. Cryogonal has a 5% chance of appearing in Twist Mountain during winter and a 1% in all other seasons. I decided to be a purist and not mess with the clock, and after about 10 minutes of searching, it appeared and I caught it. In white, I got myself through Twist Mountain and reached Icirus City, where I caught Shelmet. I could have caught it in black, but getting it here would reduce the number of required trades. I entered the Union Room in both games, which was a mercifully easy process, setting up a trade between Shelmet and Carablast. After receiving Shelmet in black, it evolved into Axelgor. Earlier I also caught another Boldor and Girder, so I traded them to white to evolve them and get their tree evolutions in the proper way. I then participated in a very worthwhile team building exercise. What do you mean I have a series to finish? Also here's Escavalier, obtained the way you're actually meant to obtain it. Still salty about having to get it in the silly way in Pokemon Go. And now if you'll excuse me, I need to drink a lot of water and tea because my voice has just completely gone. I'm now revitalised, just in time to catch Stunfisk, and once that was done, I headed back to Victory Road to catch Mienfoo. A horrible grind up to level 50 was required, but after doing it, I evolved it into Mienshao. Then in Dragon Spiral Tower, I caught Drudagon, then immediately afterwards caught Golett as well. This was another long grind, so saving you the trouble, it evolved into Golurk. Then I caught Pawniard, leveled it up all the way to level 52 and evolved it into Bisharp. Bouffalant was next, and I do love the ones that don't require evolutions. Going back in time once more, I reveal the main reason I played black instead of white. You see, Rufflet and Braviary are exclusive to white and require 8 badges to catch. And even then, Rufflet evolves at level 54. They both appear in Legends Arceus, so naturally, to prevent me from having to get that game all the way to the 8th badge, I decided to instead just catch them in Hisui. Ignore my failed attempt at catching an Alpha Chimecho. Boosting the caught Rufflet's levels a few times, I evolved it into Braviary and moved back to Unova once more. And that's when I caught Vullaby, the black exclusive. And yet another ridiculously long grind ensued, getting it all the way to level 53, using a rare candy to make it evolve slightly faster, finally evolving it into Mandibuzz. I was very glad that the next two didn't require evolutions because Gen 5 is full of tedious ones. With that said, I caught Heatmore and then Durant straight after. Then I headed back to the 3DS yet again. After a good amount of searching in Meteor Falls, I found Dino. Its full evolved form has the highest level requirement of any Pokemon in the entire series, so it was only natural I'd be using this game instead of level 40 wild encounters for the grind. I demolished the league over and over again, evolving Dino into Svilos, then with a few levels to go, used rare candies to boost it to level 64, evolving it into Hydreigon. Now, the late evolutions for Generation 5 have been incredibly drawn out and tedious, but I only have one left. Larvesta is without a doubt the most annoying out of all of them, but there is a way I could potentially make it easier. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, there are 2 Mirage spots in which Larvesta can appear, which are near routes 111 and 113. I decided that for 3 days I would check these each day in both games, and if the spot never showed, I'd just bite the bullet and get a new Nova. The reason for this is because it appears at up to level 38 in Hoenn, while the highest level you can get in Black and White is level 1. Although you can get a static Volcarona in these games, it doesn't appear until the post-game, and I can't reach the post-game for reasons you will find out later. And the answer to the question of whether or not I could find those Mirage spots is unfortunately no. 3 days of checking 2 different games and neither appeared even once. Before going any further, I will just point out that I ported over my level 100 Rayquaza from Omega Ruby into Alpha Sapphire. No real reason though, just wanted to point it out. Now, back in Unova, I made my way west of Route 1 towards the sea, and upon reaching this house I talked to this NPC to get an egg. I quickly ran to the Celestial Tower to get a few Litwick as my Chandelure did not have Flame Body, which halves the number of steps required for hatching. I caught 4 just to be safe, and 1 did have Flame Body. With that in hand, I biked back and forth and hatched it quickly into Larvesta, then got to work. After a colossal grind on wild Pokemon in Victory Road, Larvesta finally reached level 50. And then I checked and found out it evolves at level 59. So after another colossal grind, it reached that level and evolved into Volcarona. For anyone wondering why I didn't take on the Elite Four, it's because after you beat them, I was very certain that you're forced into the post-game. It may be possible to leave, but I wasn't sure and didn't want to risk it. Next up were the Swords of Justice. I wanted to catch these in Hoenn, but the day of the week determines which one you can find. And it was Thursday, which is Virizions Day, and I just wanted these caught and out the way. So I caught them all in black, starting with Cobalion. I tried the cheeky quick ball turn 1 strategy, but I knew deep down it wouldn't work, so I just caught it the normal way instead. Then I re-entered Victory Road and the tiny pebble was gone, allowing access to the trial chamber where I fought Terrakion. And I threw a quick ball. And I caught it. And before I continue, I just want to point out something that I never noticed before, which is the fact that there's a fancy looking house here under this bridge with no doors. Like there's no way into this house. Why does it exist? Who built it? Why? Anyway, I made my way into the Murai Cirrus, and after running around confused for a while, I realised I was in the wrong forest. I then entered Pinwheel Forest, which is where I was meant to go, and eventually reached the Rumination Field. Here I faced off against Virizion, wasn't able to make it 2 quick balls out of 3, but managed to get it eventually with a Dusk Ball. Oh goody, what a great day it is to be alive and be able to continue playing Pokemon Legends Arceus. There were some plate gathering quests I still needed to do that I neglected last time since they weren't relevant at that point, but they certainly are relevant now. First off, I needed to catch the Lake Guardians, which of course I did in Hoenn instead before. After catching Mesprit, I quickly finished off the last Massive Mass Outbreak quest, then entered Lake Acuity and caught Yuxi, then entered Lake Valor and caught Azelf. Then Kogita gave me the Pixie Plate, meaning I was only missing 1 more. I ran to the top of Mount Coronet, and plot twist, Volo was evil all along. And he wants to summon a big spooky mysterious legendary Pokemon to destroy the world. And also he has almost the exact same team Cynthia has in Diamond and Pearl, and looks like her, and has the same battle theme as her. So anyway, after beating him, Giratina shows up and immediately wrecks me because you have no chance to heal in between. The weird battle mechanics this game has didn't help matters, as Giratina kept being able to attack before I even had a chance to choose a move. But instead of throwing myself at it over and over again, I used my plethora of grit items and candies to boost my team up as much as possible. After beating Altered Giratina, it immediately transforms into Origin Giratina, regains its health, and you have to fight it again. Fortunately, I was prepared, so it went down and Volo gave me the final plate. The Celestica flute changed into the Azure flute, but I can't use that just yet. I headed to Spring Path and into Turnback Cave and caught Giratina to add it to the Hisui collection, which, as I said last time, I will need to complete. After doing that, Kogita appears at Galaxy HQ to tell me about 3 legendaries I need to obtain. The first of which is Tornadus, who appears in the Icelands. All 3 of these were an absolute nightmare to catch, as they move incredibly quickly and are difficult to stagger. After eventually entering a battle with it, I caught it and moved on to the next one. Which was, of course, Thunderous. It was the same procedure as before, except it was in the water, which made it more clunky, and an Alpha Gyarados decided to get in the way and make things more difficult. I did of course catch it though, and therefore it was time to head back to Unova and finally take on the League. I forgot how cool all these animations are. Seriously, they put so much effort into this, I love it. Anyway, I went through the Elite Four one by one, who you can fight in any order you wish, and since my team was stupidly high levels due to all the grinding, I took them all down, beating Chantal, Grimsley, Caitlyn and Marshall in that order, while gawking at how dramatic the build-up is to each one. After the wins, I was able to head to the Champion's Chamber, but upon reaching it, N had already beaten Alder and was crowned the new champion. Then a massive castle rose out of the ground and surrounded the Pokémon League for some reason. The castle was actually made by Pokémon, somehow. None of it makes any sense, but it looks cool and that's all we really care about. After that debacle, the gym leaders show up to take on the Plasma Elders, and I approached Getsus, who told me I need to fight N, who summoned Zekrom. They were really proud of their 3D cutscenes in this game. Speaking of, the Lightstone turns out to have contained Reshiram all along. And so another big dramatic 3D cutscene occurs as Reshiram is summoned as well. And this is the reason I couldn't take on the League until now. You are forced to catch Reshiram here. The only way in which you could prevent it is by filling up every box, but there was no way I was doing that. So I caught it. It needs to be added to your team to fight N, so I said goodbye to Volcarona. After beating N, Getsus showed up, acting like a disappointed father, then fought against me as well. After beating him, he disappears but vows to bring back Team Plasma one day. And he actually does, but we're not playing through Black 2 unfortunately. So anyway, after reaching the credits, I reset the game. That was a big mistake. I reset before the game actually saved, so I very quickly did everything I just did, again, and when the end credits came around I actually let them play out. Back at home, I am given a super rod for no reason that will never see any use, got the National Dex that won't have anything added to it, then hopped back to Alpha Sapphire. Remember earlier when I said I had sent my level 100 Rayquaza to this game? Well, because I didn't want to complete White as well in order to obtain Zekrom, instead I decided I'd catch it here. It appears in Fabled Cave, which is a mirage spot that appears only if you have a level 100 Pokemon in your party. Zekrom appears here in Alpha Sapphire, which means in retrospect I actually should have done my grinding here instead of Omega Ruby, but never mind. Inside the cave is a portal, and shoving my hand into the portal summons Zekrom. And since in this game I didn't have any decent balls, I just chucked Ultra Balls until eventually I caught it. On to the next one. The next one being another one of the genies. So of course, hopping back into Hisui once more, I headed to Ramanas Island to hunt down Landorus. Fortunately, this was much easier than the rest, since I'd gotten the hang of it by this point. I weakened it, caught it, and got to work on a grind that I could leave until the 8th video, but instead decided to just get out of the way now. You see, there is a 4th member of this team, but it won't appear until I get all 3 of these Pokemon to rank 10 in the Pokédex. So I just ran around the Fieldlands, annihilating everything I saw with strong or agile style moves until each of the 3 had reached the required rank. After doing so and returning to Kogita, an Amorous showed itself. This is number 905 in the dex, so you won't be seeing it anytime soon, but when the time comes, the tedium will already be out of the way. Speaking of removing tedious stuff for later, I grabbed an Eevee with the move Baby Doll Eyes and boosted its friendship continuously until it got to the stage that it could evolve. But I didn't evolve it just yet. With the end in sight, I headed east of Nimbasa to the Marvellous Bridge, met several French speakers for some reason, fought against the world's strongest Weedle, and then reached my final destination, the Giant Chasm. After running through to the pond in the middle, a sudden blizzard appeared, and travelling north through the snow, I reached a cave and... Thanks Solrock, you ruined my establishing shot. And reached Kyurem, and because this would be my last capture of this game, I just threw a Master Ball. Okay, so now there are only 3 Pokemon left and they're all mythicals. Keldeo and Meloetta have both been available in the wild normally, with Keldeo being available in the Sword and Shield DLC and Meloetta in the Scarlet and Violet DLC. Of course I can't play these games yet due to breaking the chain, so for now I just need to get them from events. Genesect is completely unobtainable without events, so that's the only way I'll be getting it. In my last video I did a detailed guide on how to connect a DS to the internet, so I won't bother getting into that again. Instead I'll just give you the footnotes. After checking online I kept finding garbage, but eventually Keldeo was mine. After that was Meloetta, and although it can be obtained this way, there is actually a way to get it without events, even now. This method is of course Pokemon Go. While working on the Victini research and the horrible fruitless Carablast search, I had a few other special research tasks on the go, one of which was called Finding Your Voice. After completing all of the required tasks, I was able to catch a Meloetta. Just like with Victini, I was forced to use normal Pokeballs without the use of berries, so it was a bit annoying, but I managed it. After storing it in Pokemon Home, it was then time to finish off Gen 5 at long last. Genesect has unfortunately never been obtainable just as a normal Pokemon in any game, ever. Yet, anyway. The only Gen 5 games in which a Genesect event has ever been given away are actually Black 2 and White 2. I really love these games, and I wish I could have played them more, or just played them instead of Black and White. But of course the order of finding Pokemon prevented that from happening. I did at least get to play a tiny bit of them at the end though. And so we begin the adventure of Jim. Jim's incredible starting team consists of Oshawott, Patrat and Genesect. Unfortunately we didn't get to see what Jim was capable of, but I wish him all the best for his journey. Oh, but I didn't forget. I sent the Liberty Pass event item to my game, travelled over to Liberty Garden, fought some of the hardest fights in the entire franchise, headed into the basement, and added a third Victini to my collection. Wait, what now? Ah, of course. The pain will continue in the next one. Generation 6, 650 to 721. I will quickly let you know that for Generation 6 and 7 I decided to not allow myself to trade between games in order to gain faster experience because it would have completely trivialised this entire section of the challenge. This is because I could catch a Pokemon in X or Y, trade it to my fully completed Omega Ruby or Alpha Sapphire save, beat the Elite Four once or twice and have it fully evolved, and that would be boring. Even though this was never a rule in this challenge, I thought it was for the best, as it just simply would not be an entertaining watch otherwise. However, from Gen 8 onwards, I went back to allowing it. Unlike the last video, I unfortunately have no easy way of fully evolving the starters, and therefore I started with X. Giving myself an adequate and descriptive name, it was time to begin the Kalos journey. After getting through the usual start of games snooze fest, meeting my neighbours who look way taller in the cutscene than in gameplay, I met my other infuriatingly nice rivals and chose Chespin as my starter. I battled Shauna, who for some reason chooses the Pokemon weak to the players, and then continued into the next area. Chespin of course knocked out everything I saw, and I was only allowed to catch non-Gen 6 Pokemon, at least for now. Therefore I caught some funny monkeys and a Pikachu in Santaloon Forest, beat all the trainers in the next route and entered Santaloon City. Then I beat all the trainers in the other area I had access to, along with the roller skater in front of the gym to get the roller skates. Entering the gym and completing the puzzle, involving running around on top of some spider webs, I was able to destroy all the bug type trainers easily and reach the leader, Viola. It was an easy win of course, and I got the bug badge, showing that this was a generation where they ran out of badge name ideas, and then took my leave. Outside I was given the EXP share, which is incredibly overpowered in this game and all others going forward. It gives experience to all of the team, which of course makes the game itself too easy, but in terms of this challenge it's a big relief. Running around in the flowers, I just knocked out every single Pokemon I found, along with beating all the trainers, and Chespin evolved into Quilladin. Then I met the most forgettable and annoying duo of trainers ever, and then entered Lumio City, aka Miniature Paris. 1 second of walking led to me being told where to go next instead of being allowed to just explore. I did actually try to explore, but forgot about the blackout preventing most of the city from being accessible, so to the lab I went. Meeting Sycamore and beating his team of the 3 Kanto starters, I was then able to choose one of them. I chose Charmander, just because. I also got the Charizardite X, as this is the game that introduced Mega Evolution. You may notice during this playthrough that I barely ever used Mega Evolution, and you'll see why later. Then I was introduced to Not Evil Man, the Team Flare boss Lysander, did a trainer PR video for some reason. Yeah, not really sure why I did that. I met Evil Man again, along with the champion, and then after a bit of struggling with super speed, I left the city. Then I met Mr. Beast. I actually wrote Mr. Beast in my script, not Mr. Bonding. I'll just roll with it. Then I met Mr. Beast, who gives out O-powers, which I'll explain later. Then I got accosted by a couple of Lucario, was coerced into fighting Tierno and his majestic Corphish. Then I just explored the rest of this area, knocked out all the wild Pokemon I found, beat all the trainers and entered Campfire Town. And got stopped 2 steps in, which they love to do in this game. In Chabonneau Castle, I was told that they need to get their Pokéflute back, the reason for that being the fan service sleeping on this bridge. I was instructed to pick up the Pokéflute from Perfume Palace, and so heading over there, getting scammed, finding someone's Furfrou, finding the HM for Cut, and picking up the all-important Amulet coin, I then watched some fireworks, got the Pokéflute, and headed back. Then I woke up Snorlax, but I knocked it out instead of catching it just so I could get a nice chunk of experience. Also Charmander evolved. Across the bridge, I was brought into the daycare centre to learn things I already knew, then went back into the previous route to defeat every trainer and wild Pokemon I could find. Quilladin is cool and all, but I really wanted to move the Pokédex forward. Beating 2 of my rivals in a double battle, I ran through the connecting cave and then continued just doing what I've been doing. I will also point out the stones are graciously easier to find in this game. I reached Ambrette Town and then got interrupted again. I got the TM for Rock Smash, the Old Rod, and talked to the scientist at the museum to progress the story forward some more. I also found Mr. Bonding at the hotel, very normal and not creepy at all. Riding the Rhyhorn through the rocky terrain, I eventually reached Glittering Cave, knocking out plenty Pokemon on the way, beat the large array of Team Flare grunts, reached the scientist, and chose the Jaw fossil when I was offered. Then on the beach I got the dowsing machine, which went criminally underused, and reached Silage City. First thing I did here was get a bike, then talk to the gym leader Grant to get the HM for Strength. Speaking of Grant, I entered his gym, did rock climbing for a while, then beat his team and got the Cliff Badge. Heading north, I went through Route 10 and reached Geosenge Town. I had to fight the next gym leader early, I didn't even remember this happening, but regardless I won and Quilladin evolved into Chestnut. And then it was time to repeat that twice more. However, instead of deleting the file, I made a backup of the X save before starting a new game. That way Blonde Baz and his Chestnut still exist. I don't know where they exist, but they are somewhere in the ether. So now it's time for X. Again. To up the difficulty, I decided to play in French, which I was sure I wouldn't regret. Let's see... We'll go for Olivier. Then it was the same thing as before, except this time I chose Fennekin, or should I say Fennekin. I named it after one of the only words I know in French, then I rushed the beginning, and after beating Viola, it evolved into Braixen. I chose Squirtle at the lab, again chose the Jaw fossil. Needed to look it up to make sure I was definitely choosing the right one. I beat Grant, then beat all the trainers in the next route, then after a couple more wins after that, Braixen evolved into Delphox. And then it was finally time to play Pokemon Y. Would you believe me if I said this is going to be the same thing again, but with a different starter? I chose the name Y after the character from the manga. Not the name of the game though, no. So anyway, the same thing again. Rushing through the start of the game, this time I chose Froakie, won the same battles again, reached level 16 and evolved into Frogadier. Continuing with the story, I chose Bulbasaur this time, and also decided that I would catch the Snorlax this time, just because I can. I chose the Sail fossil this time, and then after beating Grant and all the trainers in the next area, Frogadier evolved into Greninja. And after what felt like an eternity, I was finally able to actually catch new Pokemon. I made Y my main game for this segment of the run, and so in that game I headed back for many miles since I didn't have Fly yet, reaching the closest location where I could catch the next Pokemon, Bunnelby. It was of course an easy catch, but the trend in this game is that almost none of the second stage Pokemon can be found in the wild, so a lot of grinding was needed. After getting a haircut in Lumio City, I finally actually progressed east of Geosenge Town, and after beating all of the trainers on this route, I entered Reflection Cave. Continuing the trend of KOing everything, I ended up with a Venusaur after not too long, but more importantly, Bunnelby reached level 20 and evolved into Diggersby. I quickly left the cave to go back and catch a Fletchling and made that my new grindy Pokemon. That grind was unfortunately going to be a lot longer though. The first of its evolutions was quick though, with it evolving into Fletchinder before I reached the end of the cave. In Shalour City, I made my way to the Tower of Mastery, got told to GTFO since I only had 2 badges, but also had to beat my rival before taking on the gym, and after beating him in a very close battle, I left and entered the gym, which is all about roller skating. The gimmick here is that you have to beat all the trainers to unlock the grinding rail to get to the middle. And so after beating all 4 of them, it opened up and I reached Karina. And her team wasn't particularly difficult either, the overleveled Greninja made sure of that. So I got the Rumble badge, headed up to the top of the tower and faced off against Karina again. Except this time it was a Lucario v Lucario situation to learn about Mega Evolutions. After the fight was done, I got the Lucario and then also got the HM for Surf. Okay. This guy would have given me a Lapras, but my team was full, which I thought they'd fixed by Gen 6. Of course, having a Greninja meant it was irrelevant. Me too, buddy. In the next area, I was able to ride on a Skiddo, which I spent way too much time procrastinating on. Also made sure to pick up the shiny stone along with a Whip's Dream, both for later use. And leftovers as well. Reaching Coumarine City, I can't walk into a new location without being interrupted. I went into the train station and got the HM for Fly, reached the other side of the city and battled my rival once more. And won once more. Route 13 was a nightmare to traverse as always, but I did want to use it for some grinding, as Greninja was able to get plenty of easy KOs here. Heading back to the gym and doing all the fun silly little puzzles, I reached Ramos and despite my type disadvantage I beat him anyway and got the Plant badge. With that badge I was able to fight the Flare Grunt on Route 13, and I picked up the pass to the power plant and was finally going to be able to end that blackout. I was then challenged to a battle by Mr. Worldwide himself, and after knocking out his Pitbull, Fletchinder finally reached level 35 and evolved into Talonflame, which was a long time coming. Then I beat Aliana and was able to start up the power. Before progressing the story further, I had to progress my own story, and so I headed back to Santaloon Forest and caught a Scatterbug. After a very short grind, I got it to evolve into Spupa and was intrigued to find out which pattern it would then evolve into. At level 12 it evolved into Vivillon, which was in its jungle pattern. That means that I am apparently living in either Malaysia, Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, Panama, Costa Rica, Singapore, Brazil, French Guyana or India. So I'll be back in a few hours. Okay, I got myself a Colombian passport and I am ready to continue the challenge. Starting with Litleo. I then was confused because the guy there said there was still a blackout, even though there was clearly not a blackout. Eventually I found out that the trigger for the story to continue was going south of Route 13 to meet this dishevelled gentleman, and that magically makes the blackout go away. Entering Lumio City from this route caused Shauna to appear, and then after that it led me to being dragged over to the non-Ivo Tower, which of course is the next gym. This gym is yet another badly thought out quiz show, as if Blaine and Fantino weren't bad enough, where the reward for getting a question right is battling less trainers, meaning less experience. And we don't want that. So I mistook the Pikachu silhouette as being Emolga and Dedenne, and continued that trend until I got all the way to the top and fought against Clement. And he was not difficult, mainly due to this whole run being Greninja flattening everything while one Pokemon gains EXP from doing nothing. Anyway, after getting the Voltage badge, I went into Lysander Cafe, and Sycamore still hadn't figured out that Team Flare is evil, then entered Route 14 to demolish my rival yet again. I headed through the next area, and I took great pleasure in knocking out every Carablast I saw. Oh yeah, so then I had to go into a haunted house, which served literally no purpose whatsoever and wasn't spooky, and I didn't tip the guy. Getting through the route, I reached Laver City and entered the very first Fairy-type gym. Getting through this knockoff version of Saffron Gym, I reached Valerie, took her down and got the Fairy badge. A quick stop off at the Pokeball factory was required before the next badge though, and so I once again thwarted another evil plan from Team Flare. I had not been paying any attention to the dialogue and hadn't played this since 2013, so I forgot about what their big evil plan actually was. But anyway, it was very easy and I got a Master Ball for my troubles. Next up was Route 15, which was full of leaf pile jump scares. After winning a couple more battles, I finally had progress on the Pokédex as Litleo evolved into Pyroar. I almost forgot I was commentating a Pokédex completion video. Before continuing, I first caught the next Pokemon, which was Flabébé. I then just simply kept going through Route 15 and then the Lost Hotel, KOing everything and anything that showed up. And Flababy evolved into Floette. I then used a shiny stone on it to immediately evolve it into Florges. Next up was Dendemil God damn it. Saving that place as a fly location, I quickly headed back to Route 5 to catch Skiddo. Then I continued on. Well, after showing off some sweet moves. I headed towards the Frost Cavern with this Mamoswine refusing to budge because of something to do with Team Flare. It was needed to get through the next area and Skiddo needed experience, so it was time to get chilly. Beating every trainer and wild Pokemon here and sliding around doing ice puzzles, I reached Team Flare, beat them all up and saved an Abomasnow and got its Mega Stone. Also look at Mega Abomasnow, it's so silly. I could now traverse Route 17 and so after trudging through the snow, KOing more wild Pokemon along the way, I reached Anastar City. I gazed upon this giant pink thing which holds no actual gameplay or story purpose as far as I can tell, knocked out my rival yet again and then was unable to go any further south due to Durant apparently tearing up the place. For now all I could do was take on the gym and so I did so. I genuinely forgot about this place being so weird and cool, and after battering my way through all the trainers I reached and defeated Olympia, getting the Psychic Badge. Then a broadcast from Lysander happened but I was busy grinding my goat. That sounded like a Zoomer euphemism. Anyway, Skiddo evolved into Go-Goat. Unfortunately there was yet another evolution in the 30s, this time Pancham, and so I caught it and got to work once more. But here's the problem I was faced with. I have 7 badges and a lot more grinds to do, but the next part of the story will involve me needing to eventually catch a legendary Pokemon. That being Xerneas in X and Yveltal in Y. So because of this, I had to do a lot of grinds to get every Pokemon before Xerneas, except I had beaten basically every trainer, and there weren't that many high-level wild Pokemon to train on. So what was the solution? The Battle Chateau. I had never actually made use of this place before, and I was a fool because of it. This place is fantastic for grinds, as you get an infinite stream of trainers that keep spawning for you to defeat. You start off with a low rank, but the more wins you get, the higher your nobility becomes, and so the levels of the Pokemon also increase. Using writs, you can increase the number of trainers who appear and their levels for faster EXP gain. And every so often you'll meet a Furisode girl who only have Audino, and when combined with the experience O-Power, it gains you a ton of experience. Eventually, Pancham got to level 32, and because Greninja is a dark type, it evolved into Pangoro. Mercifully, the next one doesn't evolve, that being Furfrou, so I had some very brief respite before the next grind. Which actually wasn't as long as the others. Esper was next, and it only needs to reach level 25, and so after conquering the chateau a few more times, it evolved into Meowstic. I then did some super training for the first time, which I had literally never done in my life as I never really cared for EV training. However, that wasn't the reason I was doing it. Instead it was for a Dusk Stone. The only guaranteed Dusk Stone in the game is not obtainable until you've beaten the champion, and so I had to earn one here. Beating the balloons in order, I eventually unlocked the Aegislash balloon, and after blowing it up a few times I got a Dusk Stone. And why was that needed? For the next fully evolved form, of course. I caught myself a Hone Edge, and after running through the Battle Chateau for ages I reached level 35, evolved into Doublade, and I now used a Dust Stone on it, and evolved into Aegislash. Taking a nice little break from grinds, next up were some trade evolutions. I caught Spritzy, a Y exclusive, and then traded it to X while holding a Sachet to evolve it into Aromatisse. Please see the previous video to find out why I said traded in the way I did. Back in French-speaking X, I spoke to this guy, and presumably got a Whip Dream. Yeah, it's a Whip Dream. I then caught Sucruqueen, which is exclusive to X, gave it the Shanty Bonbon, and traded it to Y, evolving it into Slurpuff. Apologies to any French speakers, I'm sure this is painful to listen to. I headed back to X again to catch Inkay. The reason I'm now using X is because I have plenty of the game left to complete, and leveling here would be way more efficient than mindless grinds. After beating my rival at the Tower of Mastery, Wartortle evolved into Blastoise. This is important to note, as many people were unhappy with my decision to delete Blastoise from existence in the first video. Unfortunately, very few of them are likely to see or hear this because that video's average watch time is 9 minutes, so I have no idea how I'll pass the message on, but hopefully one day they'll forgive me. And if you did stick by me despite that decision, thank you, and I hope you do forgive my foolish decision in that video. Sounded like I was doing a YouTuber apology video there. Anyway, I then beat Karina to get the next badge, and then grinded for ages in Route 13. Eventually, Inkay reached level 30, and so I turned the system upside down, and voila, it evolved into Malamar. For anyone who's curious, if you right click and drag up on the touchscreen on an emulator, it counts as tilting it upside down. I decided to do a quick check of the skies in Hoenn, as the next Pokemon Binacle can appear in Mirage spots and evolves at level 39. Unfortunately, the Mirage spots it can appear in weren't around, and I didn't want to keep waiting multiple days, so I just got an X instead. After catching Opermine, I then beat Ramos, Clement and Valerie, beat more trainers, and it reached level 39, evolving into Barbaracle. I realised I had never picked up the Good Rod or Super Rod in either game, so I got to that next. I hadn't even bothered entering Route 16 yet, and it was a shame I got caught in this battle and was forced to kill a Crawdaunt. Regardless, I got both rods and went fishing. First was Scrub! And thanks to the Super Rod, I didn't need to train it at all. I fished up Dragalge after that, and so Scrub didn't need a single level up. Got a critical capture as well, which is always nice to see. I then did all that again, but in X, as these are all version exclusives. I caught Clauncher, and then right after that, caught Clawitzer. Riding around on a Rhyhorn in the rocky area, I caught myself a Helioptile, and again thankfully no levelling required, as I used a Sunstone to evolve it into Heliolisk. Sadly, it was time to grind once more. I traded in my Jaw Fossil for Tyrant in X, and got to work on evolving it. It only evolves during the day, which is a blessing in disguise because otherwise I would have been up all night. After beating Olympia and grinding it to Hell at Frost Cavern, I got it to level 39 and evolved into Tyrantrum. Then I did the exact same thing in Y to get Amora. I had to wait until night, but once that came along, since I had access to high level Pokemon in the Battle Chateau, it didn't take too long. I got it to level 38, used a rare candy, and evolved into Aurorus. I got sick of Kalos and went back in time. If you saw the last video, you'll know that I got an Eevee with a fairy move to max happiness, and now it was time to cash in on that happiness. I finally allowed it to evolve into Sylveon, thus bringing me to a grand total of 700 Pokemon. And now I must say, blessings be upon whoever decided that the next 3 didn't need to evolve. I caught Hawlucha, and then Dedenne, and then went to Reflection Cave to catch Carbink. The Switch provided an easy out for the pseudo-legendaries of this generation. The Gumi line all exists in Legends Arceus, and so after catching Gumi, I also caught this Alpha Sliggoo that hangs out in the Crimson Mirelands. And because it was already level 50, I entered an area with rain and evolved into Goodra. Next up, I went into the Lost Hotel to find my missing keys. There they are. Clefney doesn't evolve, so I was still on Easy Street, and next up was Phantump. It evolves by trading, and although you can catch Wild Trevenant, it's in an area I can't reach without catching the legendary, so I traded it to X to evolve it. Then there was Pumpkaboo, another trade evolution, so I did the same to evolve it into Gourgeist. Back in Hisui for the last time in this video, I went to the Icelands in order to catch my next target, which is Bergmite. Then I headed over to Avalug's Legacy to catch the titular Avalug. I had been progressing in catching the majority of the Kalos decks in Y, but X was the first game I was going to progress the story in. I have no idea what these characters are saying and couldn't remember what happens here, so it was a guessing game. Moving these shelves out of the way, I was able to enter the secret Team Flare base inside the cafe, beat Lysander and a bunch of the other Team Flare members, eventually reaching a prison holding that giant guy from earlier. He then monologued in French, and then I reached the final admin, and after beating him he told me to choose one of the buttons. Again though, I couldn't understand him, so I picked the wrong button and accidentally unleashed a giant doomsday weapon. Not my finest moments. I headed to Geosenge Town and entered the now open Team Flare secret HQ. Lysander was there and he talked about memes for some reason. I fought Mr. Worldwide once again, along with a bunch of other double battles, eventually reaching the basement. I beat all the other Flare members, then a cutscene played in which Xerneas was awakened. I had only heard rumours about Xerneas respawning if you knock it out, but I wanted to know for sure and tried it out myself. And so I just decided to reach this point, even though, as you can clearly see on your right, I still have a few to go before catching it. So, when the battle began, I just knocked it out. And it just respawned. Great. This is another classic Game Freak tactic to ruin my challenge run once again. You are required to catch Xerneas or a Veltal. If you knock it out, it just respawns. There is literally no way around it. And how does that affect me? Because the earliest place to find Noibat is Terminus Cave, which can only be accessed after the box legendary has been caught. And having a little glance at the Pokédex, well, I can definitely tell you that that would break the rules. The only other games in which you can obtain Noibat are Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Sword and Shield, and Scarlet and Violet. all of which, of course, cannot be played yet without breaking the rules of the challenge. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this again, but... Welcome back to Pokemon Go, once more. Mercifully, Noibat actually was in season while I was attempting to find Carablast, so I did end up catching a bunch of them. While doing a lot of the searching and general walking, I did so with Noibat as my buddy Pokemon, so that it would passively gain candies. As I explained in the last video, Pokemon evolutions in Go are done via candy, with a Pokemon gaining 1 after a certain number of kilometres travelled. In the case of Noibat, it gains 1 candy every 5 kilometres, and it needs 400 candy to evolve. Hold on a second. 400 multiplied by 5 is 2000. 2000 kilometres. That is 1242.742 miles. That is 47.43 marathons. Oh dear, that's going to be a slow one. And upon checking, I can confirm that you cannot find wild Noivern. So it has to be evolved and there is no way around it. So I got to work, and after a few months of walking, it evolved. Okay, so obviously I didn't walk the equivalent of 47.5 marathons, that's just silly. And the video has been released and no human could physically be capable of that feat in a matter of months. Well, not me anyway, you know, I'm a gamer, not an athlete. I mean, I didn't walk across the ocean all the way to Finland. There were a few corners I was able to cut to make this grind less daunting. First of all, if you raise your buddy Pokemon's affection by feeding it berries and doing other silly things with it, it temporarily reduces the distance required to walk to gain candies. Most notably, if you feed it a Poffin, it halves the distance you need to travel. A lot of the research tasks give Poffins, and also rare candies which give you 1 Noibat candy when used on them. Using a Pineapple Berry would give me 6 candies per Noibat, and I ended up catching 12 of them. Completing raids and routes and putting it into gyms also gained more candies. I also made sure to release all but 2 of them, so I had 1 spare to send to home and another to evolve into Noivern. The ones released give 1 candy per Noibat. Even though this was a pain, I did get a nice slideshow of some of my favourite moments in our adventure together. This included it hanging out on my couch, on a towel rack, watching the... let me check my notes here. BTCC Croft Round 17. Hanging out on a different couch. Wait, what? How did a smear go get into the picture? Yeah, when this happened I was confused and I had no idea what was going on, never knew this was a mechanic. Anyway, I had a lot more but I couldn't post them without leaking my exact location. Not even a bush at the side of the road. I've seen how scarily accurate those geoguessers can get. But here's a fake Rayquaza I found on holiday to make up for it. Along with this, I bought one of these. It's a swing with a magnet, and if you strap a phone to it, it swings infinitely, tricking the game into thinking you're walking. And so, when I was not out and about, I had Noibat still gain candies using the pendulum. Combining these shortcuts, I was able to eventually, after a few painful months, get the 400 candy required and evolved Noibat into Noivern. And that is why this video took so long to make. It wasn't a Dark Souls video, it wasn't fatigue, it was Noibat. Well, it was mainly Noivern, but I'm blaming Noibat as well. After that, I transferred both of them into Pokemon Home, Noibat first, Noivern second. And then I was able to finally continue actually playing the real games. Alright, so now it's just the legendaries left. I actually ended up editing most of the entire video before getting Noivern. It was genuinely the longest and most tedious part of this entire challenge so far. Anyway, yeah, I caught Xerneas. Its catch rate is deliberately high, so 1 quick ball did the trick. Then Lysander came back once more with his discount Doc Ock cosplay, and despite having a Mega Gyarados, well, I'm overleveled, so it was no contest. Then he fired a beam into the air that destroyed all of Central Europe. Or apparently just this one small town with like 5 houses in it. Oh well, never mind. I saved the day, I guess. Then it was time to do all that again. I won't waste your time though. I beat everyone again, pressed the red button this time, but still unleashed a weapon, and then beat all the trainers in the basement, and this time a slightly different cutscene played, as I summoned Yveltal instead. Strangely, Yveltal is all about destruction and Xerneas' creation, so not really sure why both are going to destroy the world. I'm sure someone in the comments can clear that up for me though. In the battle, it rudely broke free from a quick ball, and I had to actually weaken it, but once the deed was done, I was able to move on and actually play more of the game. I was now finally allowed to actually enter Route 18. A bunch of Durant tearing up the place was the reason I had to walk more miles than those 2 Scottish twins sang about, rather than being able to just catch Noibat here. I actually didn't catch it here though. Instead I just headed straight to Kuraway Town, beat the Professor's new team and got the HM for Waterfall. Then I just kept pressing forward, fighting 3 of my rivals on the bridge, and after beating each of them I headed to Snowbell City. The gym was closed, so I entered the Winding Woods, catching a Trevenant here to make up for getting it in a stupid way earlier. I will get the other 3 trade evolutions properly in later games as well. I reached the Pokemon village and Wulfric was there, and I told him to go back to his gym so I could finish this part of the challenge already. I entered the gym and was taken aback by the fact that it's an Ice-type gym with no sliding puzzles. I beat Wulfric with ease because Ice types are terrible and they need to stop making their specialists so late in the game. And with 8 badges I was able to enter Victory Road. After beating this random guy. I said the Gen 5 Victory Road cape was the coolest, but this whole animation alone makes this one take 2nd place for me. I ran through Victory Road, beating all the trainers and also coming across my rival yet again. And he was flattened once more. I got through most of the area and happened across a silly little bat that could have saved me a lot of ankle pain if it had been available significantly earlier. Anyway, enough of that. I caught it, just because I can, and then I reached the Pokemon League, and I have to say I don't remember it being so cool. My disliking for X and Y may have been blown out of proportion because I actually had a lot of fun playing through this and did like the look of a lot of the environments. Especially the Elite Four chambers. And speaking of the Elite Four, I beat each of them with absolute ease because, you know, my team is stupidly overleveled. And by team I mean Greninja, especially against Malva's fire types. After beating Wickstrom, my Noibat actually evolved into Noivern, much easier than the way you get it in Go. I beat Drasna and Seabold, then entered the Champions Chamber. And Diantha was also very easy to beat. Every member of her team went down in one hit, including her Mega Gardevoir. I was crowned champion, and then after that there was a series first, in which our efforts of taking down the bad guys were actually publicly acknowledged. I then fought AZ, and after sweeping his team aside, that somehow caused his Eternal Flower Floette to return. And he also said the line that became meme to hell back in 2013. The player's mum didn't attend the award ceremony, shame on her. Anyway, time to get the last remaining tangible capture of this video. I made my way to Terminus Cave, reached the bottom chamber, and encountered Zygarde. Because this was going to be my last act in X or Y, I didn't mind just chucking the Master Ball at it, which had also become a tradition in these videos. So now we only have the mythical Pokemon left. Diancie, Hoopa and Volcanion continued the trend of being mythicals that are not obtainable in any game at all, ever. That could change in the future obviously, but for now they have only ever been given away directly at events, rather than actually being available to be captured. Which was a shame, as I'm not a big fan of having to just add them to the games, but I had to do what I had to do. Well, I thought that at first anyway, but 2 of them can be obtained in my favourite exercise regime, Pokemon Go. At first I was just going to do this for Hoopa, but then it turned out that I had a timed event called Glitz and Glam, and I must have picked up by accident years ago, which led to this cutscene that I was not at all expecting. Then I followed the task Misunderstood Mischief and also caught Hoopa. I then transferred Diancie to home, followed by Hoopa, and then I only had 1 more to go. And so I decided to give Omega Ruby one last send-off before I ditched it forever, and added an official Volcanion event into the game, completing this segment of the challenge, still without breaking the chain. I actually don't have any cool post-credits content to add in, so here you go. Bye bye. Generation 7. 722 to 809. I would say Alola to you, but we're actually back in Hisui. Fortunately, the first 3 Pokemon were easy to get. I didn't have to painstakingly fully evolve this starter in a Gen 7 game because Rowlet is one of the starters in Legends Arceus. I went and talked to the Professor, which I'd been putting off for ages. Upon talking to him, he gave me Oshawott and Rowlet, meaning I didn't need to go out and find it in the wild. Then it was a simple case of catching and knocking out wild Pokemon on repeat, and then after very little time, Rowlet evolved into Dartrix. Doing a slightly higher amount of grinding after that, Dartrix hit level 36 upon catching an Alpha Empoleon, and it evolved into Decidueye. Hisui and Decidueye specifically, but of course forms don't matter. And that's the last we'll be seeing of Legends Arceus for a very long time. Before I actually begin in Alola, I need to mention first the annoyances I ran into during planning. When I was writing the route for this part of the challenge, I hit more roadblocks than any other generation thus far. Most others have had just one big pain, but in Generation 7 there were a total of 5 massive problems that I identified. I'll be pointing these out as they come, and we'll see how successful I was in finding solutions to each one. They won't be for a while though, so for now, let's just actually head to Alola for real this time. I started with Ultra Sun. I didn't bother with Sun or Moon because the Ultra games bring much more to the table, and certain later forced encounters were removed in these games. Entering the grass with no Pokémon meant that this terrifying Yungoos couldn't be defeated without the help of one of the Alola starters. I of course chose Litten because I was done with the Rowlet line and would then leave Poplio for Ultra Moon. Running through the next route, I met this game's insufferably nice rival, How. Oh yeah, something I noticed back when I first played this in 2017, which stayed with me forever, was the fact that the starter is shown here following the player. I always wondered what would happen if you somehow managed to fully evolve the starter in the first route. Would its evolved form be following, or did they just not think of that? I was always really tempted to do this, but the Pokemon in Route 1 all give like 5 experience each, and checking online it seems that not a single person has ever dedicated their time to doing this. I couldn't find any photographic or video evidence anywhere whatsoever. Only one post as well, on Game FAQs when the game first came out in 2017, with someone stating that it does indeed change, evident from a text dump that shows the cries are different. This person was hoping that someone would record that, but there's no way I'm doing that. So, sorry Wanderer Spike, but the first person to ever show this off certainly won't be me. Anyway, I did my first battle, won because Game Freak made the rival choose the weak starter again, and then headed into Iki Town to move the story forward some more. In the next area, this girl here happens to have something in her bag that may or may not cause me anguish later on in the challenge. It fails at running across a bridge, and so it was up to me to guard it. Then it exploded, then I got caught by Tapu Koko, another that might cause Dex order problems later, and then all's well. Then Lily gave me a sparkling stone, which I can't remember the use of. Then I met Hala, the destroyer of terrible memes, and was also given a trainer passport, and was able to play the game for a bit. This game is notorious for being full of cutscenes and interruptions to gameplay practically any time you try to go anywhere or do anything, with NPCs guarding the entrances and exits to every new location, waiting to pounce on you with exposition. Those two NPCs are new to this game, adding even more fun dialogue. I did a tiny bit of grinding to make the next battle a bit easier, with that next battle being against How, again. And I beat him, again. Then I got to the Z-Power Ring, which actually went criminally underused in this run. I only really used Z moves in dire circumstances. For the most part I just spammed the same couple of attacks, but you'll get to see that later on. Also, this refresh mechanic is useful for boosting EXP, so I made use of it whenever possible. Next up was Kukui's lab, where I got a possessed Pokédex, which is also a Tsundere apparently. Okay. I decided I'd catch a few non-Gen 7 Pokémon, so Litten wasn't all alone, starting with Inkay. I then went to the trainer's school, which was an annoyingly long and drawn-out required area, catching a Wingull, a Slowpoke and a Zorua along the way. I had to beat every trainer here, and then get introduced to Ilima, the trial captain, and after befriending a Tauros I said hello to Hau'oli City. I am a big fan of this place. It sure would be a shame if I was interrupted after taking a few steps. So I did make sure to change up my style a bit. Then I was told about these totem stickers, which did help out a bit later on. And now it's time to meet the best evil team in the franchise, Team Skull. They are barely even evil, they're just silly and like to rap a lot. That's about it. I beat them easily of course, and after that I took on Ilima. Alola doesn't actually have gyms, it has captains who run trials and kahunas who run grand trials. And stamps instead of badges. That wasn't actually the trial though, so I headed to Route 2, battling all the trainers and catching more older Pokemon. Who was responsible for writing this? During one of the battles, Litten reached level 17 and evolved into Torracat. The next evolution would of course take a lot longer, so I just kept playing the game until it happened. Before doing the first trial, I stopped Team Skull from shouting abuse at a Mantine and terrorised people at a graveyard mourning their dead loved ones. Oh yeah, and I was introduced to a new mechanic called Roto Loto, where the Rotom decks can give out prizes that can be used to boost stats, etc., which may or may not become relevant later. Right, let's actually progress now. The trial consisted of finding and beating a bunch of young goose hiding in these little dens. Of course, Team Skull was there too, which was of course vital to the trial. With that debacle out of the way, I summoned the Totem Gumshoes and gave it a beatdown. And if my starter wasn't so overleveled, this may have been challenging, as these totem fights can be considerably harder than gym battles. I got the first of many Z crystals, the Normalium Z, met these weirdos again, and caught a funny looking Diglett. In the next area I caught myself a Spearow. Not to use though, I did an in-game trade for a Hawlucha. This is the technique they use in speedruns since it wrecks everything, and in this run it was no different. In the Melee Meadow, Nebby had gone and ran away again, and in the cave that it went into I had to fight the blue folks again. And How as well, who has a Noibat, which gave me horrible flashbacks. Then, back in Iki Town, I beat Hala and won the Grand Trial, got the Phytanium Z and the Ride Pager. This replaces HMs, the bike, and the item finder, with Tauros being the new bike. I met Samson Oak at the beach, and I'll be seeing him later to cash in on some totem stickers, but in the meantime I was able to move on to the next island. I had to do some surfing rather than just getting there via cutscene, which was cool and all, but also heavily tutorialised, sucking most of the fun out of it. I reached Hee Hee City, met more cool wacky characters, found out some interesting Magnemite lore, and got told I couldn't explore the whole city because a guy wanted to ride round on his dog. They brought back Dexio and Cena, the annoying duo from X and Y who did nothing useful. And after dispatching of Dexio, I headed into the next route, beat all the trainers there, and entered Paniola Town. In the ranch, Mallow added Stoutland to the Ride Pager so I could find hidden items. I met Gladion, the most edgy rival of all time, and beat him, then entered Brooklet Hill for the next trial. Lapras got added to the Ride Pager so I could swim, I found all the hidden Wishy-Washy, and summoned the Totem Araquanid. One relatively simple battle later, and the totem went down, though the levels were ramping up fast so my starter wasn't going to be overleveled for long. And of course I got the Waterium Z, and a fishing rod. The blue lads showed up again, this time fighting with one of the new Ultra Beasts, and then I also fought off more Team Skull folk, and you know how that always ends. I reached Royal Avenue, did the annoyingly long tutorial on how to do a Battle Royale, and after winning I was allowed to continue my journey. This guy's still not letting me explore the city though. I picked up my 20th totem sticker, which I'm not allowed to exchange yet due to my rules, but I will be as soon as I can. Also, I found this guy who acknowledges the existence of Pokémon Green. Just thought I'd point him out. From Route 7, I followed the path up to the Wheeler Volcano Park and took on the next trial. Yahweh's trial is just a simple memory game, and upon completing it, I then fought to the Totem Marowak. It was easy. I got the Fyrium Z and unlocked Charizard for the Ride Pager so I could fly around the islands. This meant I was privileged enough to go through this dodgy looking tunnel. And on the other side I met Colrus, who I never actually saw in this challenge since I barely touched Black 2 or White 2. I can't quite remember if he's a good guy or not in this game, but I certainly don't recall him doing anything wrong. The next day, I guess, I entered the lush jungle to do yet another trial, with Torracat still waiting patiently to evolve. This one was just foraging some ingredients for soup, and in doing so summons the totem Lurantis. Despite having a fire-type starter, this one actually did cause me some slight trouble, but in the end I was still able to win because, you know, Pokemon AI, nothing concerning. After that, I got the Gracium Z and was able to take on the Grand Trial. First, there was a quick stop off at a lab so Kukui could brag about having a wife. Then I also met another character who has been unintentionally ignored during my whole series, Looker. And I continue to ignore him in this game. I reached Konii City, which is the last place I needed to go before leaving this island, though my starter was very close to leveling up. Therefore I attacked people mourning in the graveyard for the second time in this video, and Torracat reached level 34 and evolved into Incineroar. When I played Pokemon X, I decided to spice things up a bit by playing in French, and this time I learned my lesson and didn't do that. Ultramoon was just going to be more of the same, just pick the remaining starter, get it fully evolved, and then hop back to the first game, same procedure I'd followed to the last 6 videos. So here I am in Alola once more, this time in perpetual darkness until I progress my story. Thankfully that obviously won't take long. This time I chose Popplio as my starter. A strange thing happened though, I seem to have forgotten which way to go. When I played Ultra Sun I got to the next town quickly, but I guess my bad sense of direction got the better of me. Since I wasn't sure what to do, I just knocked out wild Pokemon for a while to see if that would trigger an event of some kind. I spent a lot longer doing this than I would have hoped though. What? You mean I could just walk into the next area normally? I didn't need to spend 20 hours grinding Popplio so much that it reached level 17, which then resulted in it evolving into Brionne. Well, regardless, I found the way out and oh! Look at that. It actually does show the evolved form. That is incredible. I can't believe as well that I'm the first person to ever show video evidence of this, at least to my knowledge anyway. Well, we now know that it happens, no need to show anything. Okay, so I reloaded my save and spent a total of 45 hours getting it all the way to Primarina. Then I approached How, and as I hoped, it actually shows Primarina following me. Amazing. Also, thanks to me doing this, the first few islands were unbelievably easy. Only took nearly 2 days of in-game time to pull that one off. However, if you want to see Rowlet and Litten's evolved forms following the player, you will need to do that yourself, because there's absolutely no way I'm putting myself through that again, never mind doing it twice more. And now we are back in Ultra Sun. Before taking on the Grand Trial, it was time to finally start catching new Pokemon. And of course, first up was Pikipek. After that, instead of evolving it, I headed into a later route and found myself Trumbeak as well. Once caught, I decided not to look for wild Toucanon as it is incredibly rare and only appears in SOS battles, so it was easier to just get it via evolution. More Team Skull shenanigans occurred, I met one of the admins, Plumeria, and beat her as well, then it was finally time to take on Olivia. Even though I didn't really have anything reliable to take on rock types, the level advantages of Incineroar and Hawlucha did help a lot. I got the Rocky Z for winning and was able to head to the next island, which was the Ether Paradise, which is a lovely place. This is definitely not evil, full of various wacky characters and a Starmie that you can interact with for no particular reason. After meeting their leader, Luzamine, a big spooky jellyfish showed up from a rift, and thankfully I wasn't required to catch it, because it's just slightly further down than Toucanon. After knocking it out, I headed to the actual next island, starting with Melee City. My goal was of course to get Trumbeak evolved ASAP so I could start catching again, so I obliterated every trainer in the Melee Garden. Then, a few battles later, it evolved into Toucanon at last. I immediately headed back to Route 1 to catch a young goose, and because I didn't want to train it up, I then traded my 20 totem stickers for a totem Gumshoes. Fun fact about Gumshoes, Game Freak actually had to confirm in an interview that it isn't based off of Donald Trump, even though there is no way this design got through development without anyone thinking that. In the next area, I experienced the average interaction at any bus stop in Scotland, then headed up to Mount Hokulani, was told all about the amazing Pokemon League that is getting built, and before the next trial I had a quick stop off to catch the next Pokemon. That was Grubbin, and I brought it along with me to the trial. This consisted of me finding some missing Charjabug outside, then doing some puzzles involving said Charjabug inside in order to power up a machine. Once that was done, the machine got overloaded, a big Togedemaru appeared, and of course I had to give it a beatdown. And it was very easy, because I have a Dug Trio. I got to the Electrium Z and then met the best character in the game. Your boy, Guzma. And I fought him, and he was not hard, but never mind. After that was done, I got the Insinium Z, which, just like the rest of the Z crystals, went almost completely unused. Grubbin still hadn't evolved, and I was impatient, so I just caught a wild Charjabug instead. I caught it in Blush Mountain, and if you level it up here, it evolves into Vikavolt. After not too much time, I did just that, and was able to move on to the next evolutionary line. Right, so we have ticked off early game bird, early game rodent, and early game bug. What's next? Early game crab. That's a first. Crabrawler is an easy find. It can be attained in any pile of berries under a berry tree. Unfortunately though, and this is something a lot of you will likely have already noticed, its evolution is not quite as simple. We now come to the first big Alola problem. Crabrawler evolves into Crabominable when leveled up in Mount Lanakila. That is this game's equivalent of Victory Road. And even if you've not played these games, you'll still know that Victory Road is not somewhere you can just waltz into. You need to have completed everything to get there. In this game's case, all trial captains and island kahunas must be defeated, along with also completing a large portion of the game's overarching story. This is a big problem because I've got a lot of the game to go and I can't catch any new Pokemon in all that time. So everything after it is going to have to wait a while just so I can get that big crab. The biggest thing I was worried about wasn't the tedium of going through the whole game without getting anything new, it was actually the fact that in Sun and Moon, you're forced to catch Solgaleo or Lunala before you can reach Mount Lanakila. I was absolutely certain that this was not the case in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, hence why I was playing them instead, but I couldn't say for sure. I was also worried that a shiny Gen 7 Pokemon may show up, because, in case you were curious, if a shiny appears and I'm not allowed to get it yet, I will not catch it, as brutal as that will no doubt be. Also, it cannot be evolved using an Ice Stone in this game. That is only the case in Scarlet and Violet, since this mountain is not present in those games. Along with that, while yes, I could use Pokemon Go, in fact here's footage of me catching a Craballer there, I will only be allowing myself to get it from here if it turns out to be impossible in the main game. I reached Tapu Village, blissfully unaware that the entrance to Mount Lanakila is open. I sure hope that doesn't come back to bite me. Saving Lily from Team Skull yet again, Acerola then showed up and led me to the next trial's location, which was a dingy abandoned shop. This trial involved discovering spooky events and taking pictures of ghosts. And after taking pictures of Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar, I then had my self-esteem damaged as Acerola hadn't heard of my YouTube channel. I entered the back rooms and a cloth Pikachu jump scare occurred, starting up the Totem Mimikyu fight. After a bit of annoyance, it went down thanks to Incineroar's overwhelming strength and I got to the Ghostium Z. Back at Ether House, since Team Skull can't bear to leave them alone, I beat them again, found out that they had stolen a Pokemon and had to go to the next town over to rescue it. I met Grimsley from Unova, who by the looks of him must have been sacked from the Elite Four, but regardless of appearances, he added Sharpedo to the ride pager so I could destroy rocks and reach the next part of the island. No idea what's going on here. I reached the outside of Po Town. The police station was full of Meowth for some reason. I got my 40th totem sticker, which is relevant later on, and after beating all the grunts outside I met yet another new character, Nanu, who reminds me of Date-san from Yakuza in that he's a detective who's also pals with the Yakuza for some reason. I entered Po Town, beat the grunts at the first barricade and entered the only Pokemon Center in the series that you have to pay to use. However, they make up for it by performing quite possibly the greatest dialogue I've ever seen in any Pokemon game. I haven't seen anyone else appreciate this as much as me on the internet, so I'll just let it speak for itself. Flawless writing aside, I took out all the grunts, reached Guzma's mansion, worked out the password to get into the chamber and fought him once more. After winning, the young goose scurried away and I got to the Buginium Z. Next problem. Lily got stolen away by Team Skull. Gladion got so mad that he battled me for some reason, and then before leaving I had to do the grand trial, which was just battling Nanu. Darkinium Z achieved, and now we get the shocking revelation that the Ether Foundation were also bad guys. Knocking out every Ether Foundation employee, wasting all that TXP that could have been put to better use if Crabrawler wasn't so early in the decks. I also then beat Faba, then Guzma, then Dulce, and another big revelation occurred as we found out that Luzamine is Lily and Gladion's mother. I fought her, I won, and she opened up a big portal to the Ultra Space.
Let's go.
With that debacle out of the way and Lily looking slightly different now, I got to the Moon Flute and travelled to the fourth and final island. I met Mina, the second best character in the game, and got told I had to meet Hapu, the island kahuna. And after doing so, got Machamp added to the ride pager, the equivalent of the Strength HM. Fast tracking things a bit more, I went to Executor Island, beat a bunch of Pinsir, and got the Sun Flute. I beat up some more Team Skull grunts, got the Poisonium Z, and then had to go through the vast Pony Canyon. I started the dragon trial, and I think they'd run out of ideas by this point because you just run down a hallway fighting dragons, then the totem Komo-o appears. It was actually difficult, unlike the others, evidenced by the fact that I actually had to use strategy rather than attack, attack, attack and win. I got to Dragonium Z, then headed to the altar of the sun. We played some tunes on the flutes, causing Nebby to become a fully evolved Solgaleo. Right, I need to focus on the script for this video, no more silly edits for now. Okay, maybe one more. Necrozma showed up, beat up Solgaleo, and they fused together. Ultra Beasts started spawning all over the place, and overall people just weren't having a good time. Thankfully, I didn't have to catch Necrozma, and after beating it, it slipped away into a portal, and then Lunala showed up and I flew it into Ultra Space. And it was not easy because I didn't have my controller programmed to work in conjunction with the gyroscope, so I had to just click and drag the touchscreen to move it about. I did eventually fix this later on. Oh, I mean, I don't emulate, ever. Look, I own all the Gen 7 games, including the Ultra Sun pre-order box, and a 3DS. I flew through a portal to get to the Ultra Megalopolis. I met 2 other weird blue people and climbed up to the top of the tower to face off against Ultra Necrozma. And it was a disaster. So yeah, brute force couldn't cut it. I did a bit of grinding, made use of the Roto-Lotos I had in stock, went back and was able to hold on just enough through Necrozma's attacks, surviving a few power gems to the face, and Necrozma went down, and I was rewarded with... oh no.
No. Wait.
Nah, I knew about this. You can just say no to their offer and get Poipo later. The world was all fine again, I got some beast balls which would be helpful later, and now both Guzma and Luzamine became good. Unfortunately, this game doesn't include one of Guzma's best lines, so I'll just put it here. Mina's trial was next, and it was a long one. I had to beat her in a battle first, and then talk to every other trial captain to collect petals from them. Mina gave me the first petal, the pink petal. You know what? Literally every YouTuber or streamer who plays this and gets to this point makes the same joke. But I'm not going to. Cool, I'll accept it. I went back to Island 1, I forgot all their names, to fight Ilima, and for some reason after beating him I sat here for like half an hour. I must have had to leave the house or something. He gave me the orange petal. I caught Malo getting high off of the powder from forest Pokémon, and she gave me a green petal to keep quiet. And I also got a blue petal from Lana. I battled the best hiker and got a red petal from Kiwi. Sophocles gave me a yellow petal, and Nanu gave me a purple petal. Okay, this one is an even more questionable shape than the pink petal. People need to get their priorities in order. Back at Mina's house, I got the rainbow flower, totally not just Erica's gym badge, and the totem Ribombi showed up. And I won. And Mina did that thing artists always do in fiction but don't do in real life. Anyway, I got the Farium Z and then immediately went back to Executor Island to take on Hapu, and after beating her team I got the Groundium Z and was eligible to take on the Pokemon League. I'll just mention as well that thankfully these games don't force you to catch Solgaleo or Lunala. In Sun and Moon you can't get to the League without catching the box legendary, which is why I didn't play them for this run. I wanted to get to the rest of the Type Z crystals for no reason other than filling out the trainer card. I got the Flyinium Z from 10 Carat Hill, and the Psychium Z from the Haina Desert. And now it was finally time to move the Pokédex forward. Entering the foot of Mount Lanakila, Gladion came down the lift on an unnecessarily dramatic fashion, and then we battled, and I won, of course. But more importantly, Crabrawler, after all this time, evolved into Crabominable. This was a long time coming. However, I was also a little bit concerned, and I had this horrible feeling in the back of my mind, because it actually evolved at the foot of the mountain. I could have sworn it needed to be in the cave itself, though I also was sure this area was blocked off until all 4 Grand Trials were done anyway, so I was fine. However, later on I decided that when I reached here in Ultramoon I'd give it a little look. Hopefully I wouldn't be regretting it though. I decided to just worry about that later though, so for now it was time to start catching Pokemon. You've been staring at Oricorio on the side of your screen for long enough, so let's make it go away. Cutiefly is also found in the same location, so that was another easy one, and to prevent the need for evolution I got Ribombi in the Ula Ula Meadow. Then there was Rockruff. Lycanroc. I went fishing to find and catch Wishy Washy. I then went fishing in a different location to find Corsola. Using an adrenaline orb to make it more likely to call upon allies, when Corsola does so it gets Marini, which is the only way to find it in the wild, and once it appeared I caught it. Toxapex doesn't appear in the wild, so this was the first one I needed to grind. Mount Lanakila has the highest level wild Pokemon I have access to, so I ran around in there KOing everything I saw, and would continue to do this for all future evolutions as well. After reaching level 38, Marini evolved into Toxapex. Next was Mudbray, and since Mudsdale is ultra rare in the wild, another grind occurred and it evolved. I headed to Brooklet Hill and swam around for a while, then realised Dewpider appears in the grass here, so I caught it there, then headed to Melee Garden and caught Araquanid. I caught Fomantis, and because I had enough totem stickers I was able to get to Marowak. Oh, and Lurantis. Back in the forest I caught myself Moralol, and straight after Shinotic as well. Next up was a bit of an annoying one. Salandit has a 1 in 8 chance of being female, but only female ones evolve. I just caught the first male one I saw anyway, so I did actually have it, then tried using adrenaline orbs to summon Salazzle, but it just would not work out for me. Eventually I just decided I'd catch a female Salandit and evolve it, and so after getting it all the way to level 33 it evolved into Salazzle. Then I caught Stuffle, grinded some more, and it evolved into Beware. Next up is Bounsweet, which you'd think would be simple, but when I checked its location I got a bit of a fright, as you can't actually catch them in the wild. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon at least. I would have to catch Steenie and then breed it, which would break the chain, but it can be obtained normally in Sun and Moon. This was unfortunate. So I created a new save on Sun, named my guy after the word I said when I found out that Bounsweet wasn't available in the wild and Ultra games, and made my way through the game as fast as humanly possible. I won't bore you with the details. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon are just Sun and Moon but with more content, and after a few hours I reached my destination, Route 4, where I caught Lillipup. After that I made my way to Route 5 Pokemon Center and traded it for Bounsweet. This in-game trade saved me a lot of time as it only appears in the lush jungle, which would have taken me a few more hours to reach. With that done, I ditched Sun, moved back to Ultra Sun and caught Steenie. I did some leveling, Steenie got to level 29 and learned Stomp, which is what it needs to evolve. After that, it evolved into Sarina. Then I caught Comfy, thankfully no evolutions needed there. We are back in Ultra Moon for the first time in a long time. The game is exactly the same as Ultra Sun, apart from the usual version exclusive changes and also the day and night cycle being reversed. For that reason, I won't go over everything I did. However, after beating Malo's trial, I was able to catch myself the Ultra Moon exclusive Oranguru. And then I put down Ultra Moon again, for a while. In the same place in Ultra Sun, I caught Passimian. Then I ambushed and caught this Wimpod, doing a whole lot of grinding to evolve it into Golisopod. Next up was Sandygast, but apparently not this one. I found one in a pile of sand, caught it, and then decided it was time to actually progress through Mount Lanakila rather than training it on wild Pokemon, as it evolves at level 42. So I did all the puzzles, if you can call them that, beat every trainer and wild encounter that I saw, and also came across Necrozma, which is an event I was not aware of. I probably shouldn't have risked getting into battle here, but thankfully you get to choose whether or not to start the fight, so I left it for now and made a note to come back later. Further in the cave I found the Icium Z, the last of the 18 main Z crystals, and then I was done. Well, I went back in to finish the Sandygast evolution to Palisand, and then I also headed on over to the sea to catch Pyukumuku. But after that, I was done. But first, we need to speak about the second Bigalola problem. That being Type Null. Why is this a problem? Because I couldn't actually remember if you're forced to get any legendaries beforehand or not. I was 99% sure there was nothing forced, as I had pored over Bulbapedia and playthroughs of the game to confirm it, but that 1% was in the back of my mind, as I've had a few occasions in this challenge where I've been caught out by something I wasn't expecting. With that in mind, I approached the league with caution. My Incineroar showed up here, and I am wondering now if someone has gotten to this stage and deliberately not evolved their starter. No, I'm not doing that. It's the usual process, Elite Four and then Champion, with 2 of them being people I've already battled. Mullane and his steel types got melted without any issues by Incineroar. Ignore that one though. Then there was Olivia, taken down by Dugtrio and a tiny bit of fire as well. Acerola's ghost type was demolished by Darkest Lariat, and then Kahili, the flying type user, was of course taken down by Vikavolt. With that nice and easy montage out the way, I went to take on the champion. I genuinely thought Kukui was the champion, as he is in Sun and Moon. I had never completed Ultra Sun or Ultra Moon, so I genuinely wasn't expecting to fight Hao instead. He wasn't difficult, as always. I actually used a Z move in this fight just for the overkill on his Decidueye. I became Alola's first ever champion, but if you have a glance at the Pokédex number, I'm still quite a distance from the Gen 7 target of 809. So I still had plenty to do. That was of course after being complimented repeatedly, which is always nice to see. Back home, the Ultra Recon squad people showed up and wanted me to help catch some Ultra Beasts. Of course, I had more important things to do, such as making my worries go away by confirming whether or not I could get Type Null without any other interruptions. And I did get it. I then maximised its friendship by knocking out lots of low-leveled Pokémon, leveled up once, and it evolved into Silvally. Lightning round now. Pokémon with no evolutions. Minior. Komala. Turtonator. Togedemaru. Mimikyu took a bit longer to appear. I found this one wandering around and assumed I would get to catch it, but it just gave me a Mimikyu Z, so I had to just find it in the wild and catch it. A lot of these One Sage Pokemon are ones that don't get talked about very often, especially Minior, Komala and Turtonator. One I always forget exists is Bruxish. But anyway, here it is. Bruxish fans will be eating well tonight. They got about 5 seconds of screen time. Oh look, we're back in Ultra Moon. I just went through the same process as Ultra Sun, though I needed to quell my curiosity. I decided I'd catch a Crabrawler here and check to see if I could get to the foot of Mount Lanakila. And my worries were confirmed. You can actually enter this area of Mount Lanakila from the beginning. I genuinely thought that it was blocked off, but it turned out it was available all this time. I just had to confirm this misery even further, levelling up a Crabrawler here and evolving it into Crabominable. I hadn't ever played the Ultra games this far and went through a long play of video of Sun and Moon, and in fact, as you can see from the screenshot, in those games it is actually blocked. Credit to FC playthroughs for this footage. Without them I'd have to play Sun for a few extra hours. But anyway, remembering this roadblock in Sun and Moon will probably be why my mind went straight to that area of thinking. But I really do wish I'd have checked first in Ultra Sun. Ah well, you live and learn I guess. Anyway, moving swiftly on. I just continued doing all the same stuff I did in Ultra Sun, though one big difference is of course that Lunala appears instead of Solgaleo, and Stakataka appears in this cutscene. The best Ultra Beast, no question about it. I beat Ultra Necrozma again, beat the rest of the trials, and entered Mount Lanakila properly. Running around, I found the Ultra Moon exclusive Drampa. This was the reason I had to get this game all the way to this point. Oh, and I became the champion as well. Next up, a Pokemon that was unnecessarily rare in Sun and Moon. They made it considerably easier to find in the Ultra games. It used to appear 1% of the time in this fishing spot, or 10% if it was bubbling. This time it's 30% when bubbling instead. Regardless, it's still annoying because you have to leave and re-enter until it starts bubbling. Even then, you won't always find it. Yeah, like that. I did, after longer than it should have really taken, fish up Delmise, another hugely forgotten Pokemon. Next up, the pseudo-legendaries. This Jangmo-O was found at level 43, and that is the perfect level for fully evolving. If it would actually get caught. There we go. Leveling it up once, it evolved into Hakamo-O. One more level, and it evolved into Como-O. Now then, all that's left is legendaries, ultra beasts, and mythicals. But what do we have first? Ah yes, the third big Alola problem. You see, before attempting this part of the challenge, when I was checking out where and when you get each legendary in this game, I found out that Solgaleo and Lunala sit in front of this bridge here. And do you know what's on the other side of the bridge? Tapu Koko. And you know where Solgaleo is in the Pokédex? 6 places after Tapu Koko. When I found this out, I was scrambling for ideas, trying to figure out the best way around it. Couldn't play Sword or Shield, where you can catch it. Couldn't get it in Pokemon Go. If I knocked Solgaleo out, it just respawned. Only solution I could think of was events, and thankfully there were official events for all of the Tapus. However, the solution I got when I actually sat down and played the game was very different. The Galaxy Brain 10,000 IQ play was just walking around Solgaleo and going across the bridge. The sigh of relief that I let out was so loud it could be heard from space. With that problem no longer haunting me, I headed into each of the ruins and caught the guardian deities in the correct order. Tapu Koko first, and yes, I did catch it in a single quick ball. Next, Tapu Lele, then Tapu Bulu, and finally Tapu Fini. Simple as that. I hoped there weren't any bigger issues than this. There was a bigger issue than this. Presenting the fourth Bigalola problem. We come to the very first Pokemon where, before starting this run properly, I had literally no idea how to get. I just could not figure it out at all. Forget my concerns with Phione, Victini, Escavalier, Noibat, Noivern, Crabominable, Type-Null, Tapu Koko, there was genuinely zero possibility with these ones. Unbeknownst to me, mainly since I forgot everything about these games apart from Guzma being the best character, I had not realised that there is absolutely no way to get Cosmog without first getting Solgaleo or Lunala. This is the case in Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. You need to bring your box legendary to the Lake of the Sun or the Lake of the Moon, and then you get a gift Cosmog. The only other game where you can obtain it is Sword and Shield, where you get one as a gift in the Crown Tundra. But, of course, I can't play them yet, thanks to Gen 8 starters being required. Checking through everything, Cosmog has never once been given away at an event, and although it has been available in Pokemon Go, unlike the other legendaries I've gotten from it, it was actually a time-sensitive event that ran for 3 months in 2022, so it can no longer be obtained. Therefore, and I know it's a real cop-out and genuinely a really crap way to do it, I have just simply gotten screenshots of Cosmog and Cosmoem in Pokemon Go so that I can say, if this event just happened to be running, I'd be able to get them. Here they are. The aim of this series was to prove it is possible to obtain them all in Pokédex order, and technically speaking the answer is still yes, if you just happen to have access to the event. And of course, I would just need to get in a trade to confirm I have it. That's what I would say if it weren't for the fact that I was blessed by the most divine of miracles so far in this challenge. The special research task, a Cosmic Companion, is actually available on my Pokemon Go game. I just happened to play the game on one of those very few days that the event was available. And why is that? Well, years ago I created a separate Pokemon Go account on an older phone just so that I could get some trade evolutions on one of the Let's Go games. And the date that I created it was one of the days that it was available. This is perfect because I actually needed 2 anyway, because as per my rules it needs to be in home before it can count a Go Pokemon as caught. And therefore I needed 2 Cosmog, one to keep as is and one to evolve into Cosmoem. I completed the minuscule amount of tasks required on both phones. Well, I got it on my main phone relatively easily, but the other phone never left the house, so that took a bit longer. With that said, just catching it was the easy part. The hard part was evolving it. Unlike with Carablast, I can't evolve it easily. It only requires 25 Cosmog candy to evolve, however it gains 1 candy every 20 kilometers. It started with 3 by default, so to get the other 22 to evolve it, I had to walk a grand total of 440 kilometers, or about 274 miles. This game is seriously just so much more tedious to evolve in the main series. Oh, and speaking of the main series, a lot of people asked in the last video why I didn't just transfer Noibat to a main game and then evolve it, but trust me, I would if I could. In both the case of Noibat and Cosmog, the only games other than Pokemon Home that they can be sent to are Sword, Shield, Scarlet and Violet. Which of course I cannot play due to needing Gen 8 or Gen 9 starters. And Go has no connectivity with 3DS games, so that's out of the question too. The only games I can actually connect to on the Switch at this moment in time are the Let's Go games, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl and Legends Arceus. None of which can house these Pokemon. Still on the subject of Noibat, a nice little slap in the face is the fact that they'll be in Legends ZA, which meant that if this game happened to already be out when I played it, that last video would be 100 times easier. Oh, and another even harder slap in the face is the fact that Carablast became available in the wild in Pokemon Go while I was editing this video. The timing on these videos has truly been impeccable. But anyway, back to the subject at hand. It turns out that, plot twist, I didn't walk more than 10 marathons, as I didn't want to destroy the soles of my feet more than the Noivern grind already did. I had enough Poffins and rare candies lying around on my account to give Cosmog to get it to reach 25 Cosmog candies relatively quickly and evolved it into Cosmo M. I then caught it on my spare phone, using incenses every day to slowly catch all the required Pokemon. I then traded it to my main account, which was only possible since I had sent myself gifts every day for weeks. Then I transferred them both to Pokemon Home, Cosmog first and Cosmo M second. Then I was finally allowed to move on and actually play the real games again. Hello Solgaleo, I'm here to actually catch you now. Its catch rate is very high because you're expected to catch it in Sun and Moon, so I caught it in one quick ball, and keeping the momentum going I hopped to Ultra Moon and caught Lunala as well. Wait, what's that? Is that the sound of the 5th Big Alola problem? It certainly is. And it comes in the form of two newly introduced Ultra Beasts, Stakataka and Blacephalon. I was concerned about this because I had a feeling that you would need to catch them to progress the Ultra Beast storyline. But if this was the case, that would mean Nihilego and the rest were locked behind these, which would therefore mean I would have to go back and complete the entirety of Sun and Moon, getting them all the way through the entire post-game, which would make me lose the will to live. And the will to continue making this video. I actually went along with the Ultra Recon squad, entering this grass to find Blacephalon. I knocked out 2 of them, and that was good enough to allow me to progress. No force catcher required. So far so good. Then Sophocles showed up at my house to tell me that some people had taken over the festival plaza. Those people were the newly formed Team Rainbow Rockets, and the lore behind them is very cool. Giovanni, from a universe where Team Rocket achieved their goals, open up wormholes and rounds up all the other evil team members, and they all get together to take over the world. Except Guzma, because he's just goofy, not evil. But anyway, there's a huge post-game storyline dedicated to it, and after finishing off the grunts at Festival Plaza, it turns out that I didn't need to do any of it. I originally thought you needed to beat them to get the Ultra Beasts, but all I needed to do was go to the Altar of the Sun and hop into this wormhole. How convenient. Team Rocket can take over the world for all I care, as long as it doesn't interfere with my Pokédex journey, it's not my problem. Speaking of problems, the 5th Big Alola problem was no longer a problem. In fact, only one of the 5 big problems caused any issues for me, and that was solved by extreme luck. I really did not need to worry about these games as much as I did. So, while running around in Ultra Space, there are different coloured portals to denote the different worlds they lead to. I was specifically looking for white portals as they all lead to an Ultra Beast lair. The number of rings around the portals and their patterns are an indicator of the rarity of the Ultra Beast that it leads to, where if they have no rings, it's likely a common world with Nihilego. 1 ring is level 2 rarity, 2 rings is level 3 rarity, and a weird flower shape is the extremely rare level 4 rarity. I got to work on doing this and oh boy, it took me a very long time. Nihilego is the most common Ultra Beast you can find, which is convenient since it was also the next one on my list. They were all easy to catch once found though, since Beast Balls give a 5 times catch rate multiplier on Ultra Beasts. Next up was Buzzwole, oddly enough appearing in a common portal. I do love the look of all these worlds. It's a shame this game's beginning is so off-putting, as so many people missed out on the cool stuff like this. Me included, until now. Anyway, Buzzwole caught easily, moving on. I had to swap to Ultra Moon for the next one, Pheromosa, as it's exclusive to this game. Again, a very aesthetically pleasing battle arena. And again, with one singular Beast Ball, caught. I cut out literal hours of footage because the rest of them took such an unbelievably long time to find. I eventually found the Ultra Plant where Zerka Tree resides, and caught it of course, and the rest were just a slew of repeats, continuously finding areas I'd been to over and over, until I eventually found the Ultra Crater. In here I found the Ultra Moon exclusive Celesteela, and you know how the rest goes. The Ultra Sun exclusive Ultra Forest was another that took forever to find, which featured a bunch of trainers before I could actually reach the end and catch Kartana. This was all child's play compared to the last of the original Ultra Beasts. Guzzlord took ages to find. It can only be found reliably in level 4 portals, and they're incredibly rare, so naturally I didn't have a great time trying to find it. If you go too long without collecting rings, you get pulled into portals automatically. And with that in mind, I actually did end up getting pulled into fights with a few legendaries, those being Azelf and Latios. Looking at the recording time of me starting the Guzzlord search until now, I had spent a total of 1 hour and 37 minutes on this. And it wasn't even in a level 4 portal either, so I guess luck decided to throw me a bone when I was almost at my breaking point. This particular area is very interesting though. It's an alternate universe in which Guzzlord pretty much destroyed the Earth, and these weird fanatics worship it. Very strange indeed. It of course does not like being approached while on a rampage, so Big Guzzlord was not too pleased to see me. Oh yeah, I caught it immediately. And I got some more weird dialogue. It was time to at last save Necrozma from its suffering. And its catch rate was likely boosted because it was caught in a single ball. And that's 800 on the total now, and still the challenge goes strong. I was also given items to let it merge with Solgaleo and Lunala, but I had no intention of using them. Next up were the mythicals. Magierna actually isn't too hard to obtain because all you need to do is scan a QR code. Getting these to work on an emulator required me to tweak the image sizes, but eventually after enough mucking about I got it to recognise the correct code. For reference, here are all the codes that would work. The code that works for you is region dependent. I didn't actually get Magierna from doing this though. I had to go to Howley City shopping mall and talk to this guy here after doing the scan, and he just handed it over. Marshadow is another one which Game Freak have just decided to never let you catch in any game. So it would need to be another boring case where I add an event version of it to a game, is what I would say if it weren't for the fact that on the 14th of July, a Marshadow event was added to Pokemon Go. So back outside I went and caught Necrozma? No. Dog Zygarde. Ah, here we go. I did all the tasks required and caught myself Marshadow. Upon reaching this point in the dex, I transferred it to home and was able to move on. At this point I'd obtained every Pokemon that existed in Sun and Moon, but the Ultra games added a few more, starting with Poipole. I rejected it earlier, but thankfully I'm allowed to obtain it later. It evolves when leveled up while knowing Dragon Pulse, which it learns at level 1, which meant it had to relearn it. But I didn't have any heart scales, so I did this brief little side quest involving delivering one in a bottle to a character at the hotel. And she just gives me the heart scale anyway. With that, I could make Poipole relearn Dragon Pulse, then quickly did a few KOs at Mount Lanakila, and Poipole evolved into Naganadel. Back to Ultra Moon now, again. The next Pokemon on the list is Stakataka. I KO'd the Blacephalon population earlier in Ultra Sun, but now in Ultra Moon I've come to actually catch this new Ultra Beast. And I just want to say how proud I am of the Stakataka fanbase. You see, over a year ago I typed Stakataka into the tenor GIF search on Discord, and there was only one Stakataka GIF. This one. So I decided to challenge this and created this new GIF, and then I published it. And since then it has been used over 1,000 times and it's spawned a whole bunch more of them. Look at all of these wonderful new Stakataka GIFs. I'm so proud that I accidentally started a revolution and unleashed Stakataka awareness to the masses. Be strong, Stakataka fans. Your voices are being heard loud and clear. Oh, anyway, yeah, I caught it. And then I returned to the same area in Ultra Sun and found and caught Blacephalon, and closed the book on Ultra Beasts altogether. Before I went and got anything else, I made sure I caught Cosmog and Cosmoem the correct way as well, just to balance things out. I went to the Lake of the Moon, or Sun, I can't remember which, and got Cosmog. I then grinded it to level 43 and it evolved into Cosmoem. And Zeraora, the final Gen 7 Pokemon in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, is yet another Pokemon that has never been catchable in any capacity, just given away directly at events. There is no review here, I just added it to my game, completely ending the Alola saga, and moved on. Now we come to the end of the generation. Meltan and Melmetal, the anomalies that are counted as Gen 7, yet don't exist in any of the Alola games, are categorised as unknown origins and have never been available in any game apart from my new favourite exercise regime. Thankfully, this is actually one of the less luck-based ones. There is an item in Go called a Mystery Box, unlocked by transferring something to Let's Go or Home for the first time. And if you use it, Meltan will continuously spawn around you for an hour. So I had 1 hour to catch as many as I could. To evolve it, you need 400 Meltan candies, and since you get 3 for catching one, or 6 if you use a pineapple berry, and 1 for transferring, I caught a ton of them, transferred them all but a few, and after multiple sessions that left me 400 candies. One of the very first ones I caught was actually a shiny. I didn't even realise it was shiny until the battle started, so I wasn't recording when it appeared, but naturally that was going to be the one I evolved. Fast forwarding to me having 400 candies, I did indeed evolve the shiny one into Melmetal. For some reason, you cannot evolve Meltan in any main series game. This meant I also needed to transfer an extra Meltan along with this, but that wasn't a big deal considering how much I'd already caught. After that, I played Let's Go Pikachu and reached Fuchsia City, which took many hours of my time, and I entered this building which had been repurposed yet again. This time it's the Go Park complex, where you can transfer Pokemon from Go and transfer them into the park. Unfortunately, for some reason my Go game just refused to connect to my Switch. After doing a lot of troubleshooting, it turned out that my phone was the issue, as the model was too new. Classic Nintendo being clueless about hardware. Never change. So instead of getting the cool epic finish I was hoping for, I instead just transferred one of the remaining Meltan into Pokemon Home, then after that, also transferred in the shiny Melmetal. This finished off Gen 7, closing the lid on what has been without a doubt the most arduous and chaotic part of the challenge so far. But one more thing. I said I wouldn't do it, but I couldn't resist. Because I wasn't going to be playing these again since Alola was no longer needed for the challenge, I started a new game on Ultra Moon, grinded for an eternity multiple times in Route 1, and I was able to show off 4 more alternative Pokemon following the player. Dartrix, Decidueye, Torracat, and Incineroar. I just really wanted to be the first person to ever show these off. I hope it was worth it. Generation 8, 810 to 905. I started with Sword and gave my guy a name that meant I wouldn't forget that fact. After the usual start of game spiel and meeting the latest annoying rival, I got straight into it. I wanted to get through the start of the game as quickly as possible, as I'd been doing it many times. In this game you do see your starter here in the flesh, however you never see it following you in cutscenes. Therefore I won't be showing off a fully evolved starter or 3 in the first route like I did in the Gen 7 video. Now you could probably guess quite easily that I chose Grookey. I had a lot to do before I could carry out my master plan, but thanks to editing magic you won't need to sit through all of it. I beat Hop in the first battle, went to the Slumbering Weald, got caught out by Zacian, listened to more British slang, got taunted by many Gen 8 Pokemon that I wasn't allowed to catch yet, went into the lab and met Sonia, got a Pokédex, accidentally said yes to "Is this your first time inside a Pokemon Center?" and got a long drawn out tutorial, and caught a Pokemon I could actually get. As alternative forms are just the same Pokemon, Zigzagoon is A-OK to catch, and at this stage I still decided I wanted to fully evolve it. You'll see later if I stuck to that plan. I beat all the trainers on the way to the Professor's house for a little bit of EXP, which would ultimately not matter much. I beat Hop again and got the Dynamax band. With all of that out of the way, I was finally able to enter the wild area. However, I wasn't going to beat half of the game to evolve each starter before managing to catch anything new. I instead settled on a much quicker approach. In the Gen 6 and 7 videos, I decided I wouldn't allow myself to trade for faster EXP gain, mainly due to it trivialising the whole dex for those sections, and also due to hardware limitations. However, I'm bringing it back and allowing it again now. I started a new game in Shield, using the same naming convention of course, and chose Grookey again. I then spent 40 minutes slogging through the start of the game again, reached the wild area and swapped back over to Sword. I caught a second Pokemon in Shield before this, so I could trade, and traded Grookey into Sword. Therefore, Sword had 2 Grookey. One of them would gain more experience per battle, so it would fully evolve quicker. I decided I'd just not bother recording any of the Sword gameplay, apart from the evolutions and other relevant pieces of gameplay, so that I wouldn't need to sift through hours of footage just to add in a few seconds to the video. This worked much better, and so Grookey evolved into Thwackey after not too long. I caught a Galarian Farfetch'd in Route 5, and a Swirlix, both Sword exclusives, which were surprise tools for later use. Then further into the game, Thwackey evolved into Rillaboom. I then deleted my save file on Shield and started a new one. This time I chose Scorbunny, then went through the same snooze fest for the 3rd time, traded it to Sword, and after continuing to power through the game, evolved it into Raboot. When I reached Stone Side in the Pokemon Center, I was given 2 fossilised birds, and in the previous route I found 2 fossilised dinos. This is the only guaranteed way to obtain them, and only in Sword as well, so it was useful for later. I beat B's gym, just showing this off because there is a different gym leader in Shield. After getting the badge, I continued through the game, and during a later gym, Raboot evolved into Cinderace. Then I started another new game in Shield, did the same thing again but chose Sobble, played through the start of the game for the 4th time in one day, and felt very dizzy because of how monotonous that whole process was. I then traded it to Sword. I finally remembered that I needed to stop evolving Pokemon immediately if they have 3 stages, since Pokemon gain faster experience when not evolved yet. So I didn't let Sobble evolve until level 34. After it evolved into Drizzile, I then just needed one more level to evolve it into Inteleon. After the evolution was done, I traded it back to Shield. And now I had a Sword game that had beaten a large chunk of the game, and a Shield game with barely any progress but with a level 35 starter that obeyed me. And with that done, my plan was then to make Shield my main game for catching Pokemon and covering story progress, and Sword would only be used for version exclusives and trades. Thankfully this challenge has no rule against over-leveling, just no catching out of order. With that, Squavit was caught. I decided to just start knocking out all the Pokemon that are high level, but of course Inteleon was able to destroy everything. Squavit was gaining quick EXP at first, though it evolves at level 24, so it was going to be a while before that happened. While running around I saw a normal looking Hoot. I was 100% convinced that I'd found a shiny, but it was just a lighting. It was very disappointing. So out of frustration I knocked it out. I got bored of grinding on wild Pokemon and entered Motostoke. There was a lot of annoying story stuff in the way of catching Pokemon here, which included registering for the Pokemon League without using 420 or 069 as my number. I met the evil team of this game, Team Yell, who are literally just the average English football fans. I was introduced to their team, the better rival, Marnie, did the opening ceremony, met the best NPC in the game, the ball guy, and beat Hop yet again. Oh, now I'm suddenly near the end of the game. Yes, I returned to Sword because Squavit's evolution was going nowhere. The wild area is full of wild Pokemon that cannot be caught yet until you have a certain number of badges, so I caught this Greedent here that can't yet be caught in Shield. After that, I returned to Route 2 in Shield to catch a Rookie D. Continuing the game west of Motostoke, I expected to find a Corvusquire here, but it was nowhere to be seen. I decided to enter and exit the Galar mine to see if that would cause it to spawn, and it must have been Sonia's cutscene that prevented it from appearing because there it was upon my return. I caught it to minimise any grinding, and then decided to be even more lazy. I swapped back over to Sword again, and this was of course because a wild Corviknight was available to me in that game. And after catching Corviknight, guess what I did? Yeah, I went back to Route 2 in Shield and caught Blipbug. But this time I wasn't planning on swapping back. After knocking out a Snorlax, it jumped straight up to level 10 and evolved into Doppler. Time to progress the story now. I entered the Galar mine, noticed in recording this incredibly flat Diglett, beat all the trainers and met my other rival, Bede. Beedy, no idea how you pronounce his name, but I beat him nonetheless. On the other side, I went into the wheat fields and caught a Galarian Meowth in case I need it for later evolution. In Turf Field, I got dragged into more long conversations with Hop and Sonia, then got to enter the stadium, talking to the ball guy as always, and did the gym puzzle, which consisted of sheep herding. I'd had enough of this after having to do it 3 times in my most recent playthrough of Twilight Princess. Anyway, I got to the end and was able to battle the leader, Milo. And even though my lead was weak to grass, it was also a much higher level than all his Pokemon and swept him aside with ease, even with not very effective moves. I also decided to Dynamax Inteleon against his final Pokemon for needless overkill. After the win, I got the creatively named Grass Badge and was able to move on. But first, I had another little task to do in hugely progressed Sword. That task was just simply catching a Pumpkaboo. I will elaborate further later. While here, since I couldn't be bothered evolving Dottler, I just caught a wild Orbeetle. Back to the beginning yet again in Shield, this time I caught a Nickit. On Route 5 I was looking for the Shield exclusive Spritzy, but it was nowhere to be seen. So I just progressed and beat Team Yell on the bridge in order to unlock the Rotom bike. During a later battle I evolved Galarian Zigzagoon into Linoon. I of course couldn't evolve it further for now. I went into the grass in the lower area and found and caught Spritzy. But why did I catch one? Who could say? I went to Hulbury next, just did the usual required story stuff, and also admired the fact that Game Freak actually researched what public bins look like in the UK. Anyway, I talked to Nessa to move her to the gym, but did a quick KO before going there because Nickit was then able to reach level 18, evolved into Thievul. Next up was Gossifleur, so I went to Route 3 to catch that, keeping it in the party for the next gym. Now to actually do said gym. I got the ball guy's ball as always, and look at him go. I headed through the gym, turning water jets on and off, no issues, and reached Nessa. Unfortunately, the levels of opponents were starting to already catch up to Inteleon, so I could no longer one-shot everything, but I was still over-leveled, so it wasn't difficult. I got the water badge and moved on with the story. I ran through the creatively named Galar Mine number 2, fought Bede again, and of course won, then continued through, avoiding the floor traps, beat Team Yell again, and made it to the other side while slowly gaining EXP for Gossifleur. I picked up the all-important amulet coin here, then after winning another battle, Gossifleur reached level 20 and evolved into Eldegoss. And therefore, because of continuing any further and wasting EXP, I caught Wooloo, probably later than anyone else in history. Back to where I was a few minutes previously, I just kept on going to get Wooloo leveled up, and went back to Motostoke where I could now take on the gym challenge. That was after beating Marnie again first. After the win, I went to the gym to do the really weird challenge where you have to knock out wild Pokemon and prevent opponents from doing anything. Having Inteleon trivialised this, of course. I reached the leader, Kabu, after doing this, and decimated his team with water. Didn't even need to use Dynamax to beat his Centiskorch. Fire badge obtained. I headed to the wild area as Wooloo hadn't yet evolved, but I wanted to move the dex forward before moving the story forward. After a few KOs... No, Meowth, you can't evolve yet. After a few KOs, Wooloo evolved into Dubwool. With those 3 badges I could enter Hammerlock. Fun fact, this place is based off of Birmingham. I wonder what the average Birmingham resident would say about this place. Listening to more exposition about wishing stars and Dynamaxing, I then went back to the second mine in order to find... I found the rare Dreadnought instead of the common Chewtle. Love when that happens. I went back to the start again to catch Chewtle there, and then after that went back to the mine and thankfully Dreadnought spawned there again. Great luck. I decided to weaken it using a not very effective move so I wouldn't knock it out, and yeah. Back in the wild area I went fishing and found a Dreadnought there instead. Was not expecting this Pokemon in particular to give me any issues, but this whole series has been full of surprises. Now back to the headache-inducing field of yellow in order to catch Yamper. I also went into the wild area station and talked to these 2 NPCs, and since I had save files that were both Let's Go games on the Switch, I got a free Pikachu and Eevee that could both Gigantamax. Back in Hammerlock, I went into this house to fight Mr. Focus, or should I say, Brian. After beating him, I got a Focus Sash. May be handy later. One outfit change later, and a quick stop off to the ball guy and picking up this strawberry sweet. I then get more exposition about the King of Galar or something. I never really paid attention, to be honest. I went west and entered the well-known desert that England definitely has. And in the grass I caught a Galarian Yamask for later. I reached this area I showed off earlier in Sword, this time getting 2 fossilised fish. I then reached Stow-on-Side and entered the Pokemon Center to get 2 fossilised drakes. One battle with Hop later, and Yamper was able to evolve into Boltund. Before going any further, I climbed onto this roof to find a cracked pot. I also found a Diglett referencing a really good series. Backtracking a bit for the next Pokemon, I headed through the first mine to get Roly-Coly. Then, because the option to avoid grinds was there, I also caught Carkol. That did need to be evolved, so I kept it in my team. As always, I talked to my best mate, the bald guy, then did this silly gym puzzle, got to the end and fought Alistair. I beat his team after a little bit of effort, got the ghost badge, and then fought against Bede, won, and then he got disqualified for destroying this wall. More exposition, then I headed to Glimwood Tangle. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch anything that appeared here yet, because I had to knock everything and everyone out, and then after that I reached Ballon Lee. I didn't have anything to do except for take on the gym, so I did just that. The bald guy was visited yet again, then I took on the audition for gym leader, which included answering questions, some of which are impossible to get wrong. During the leader battle with Opal, you get more questions, with the game teaching kids that flattery will in fact get you far in life. I got the fairy badge, got a convenient teleport to Hammerlock, Bede became the new fairy type gym leader, and I beat Hop for the millionth time. I still had a tiny bit of EXP left for the next level up, so I knocked out a few wild Pokemon on the next route, and Carkol at last evolved into Colossal. One trekked back to Route 5 later, and I was able to find, after a lot of searching, Applin. After catching it, its evolution was a little bit out there. I had to talk to an NPC, not him. After letting this guy borrow an Applin, and then after a cutscene of him doing a confession of love, he then gave back the Applin along with a sweet apple. I quickly jumped back to Sword, caught Applin in that game, then did the same side quest to get a Tart Apple instead. This Applin evolution is next, so I'd ruin the challenge if I evolved it in Shield first. I used the Tart Apple on Applin to evolve it into Flapple. Then I used the Sweet Apple on Applin in Shield and evolved it into Appletun. Back in the desert, I caught Silicobra and it evolves at level 36, so there was no way I was going to put myself through that. Instead, I headed straight to Route 8, and after some annoying chases and finding the wrong Pokemon for a while, I eventually found Sandaconda. Now, next up, I decided I'd head to the Isle of Armor because the next Pokemon would require me to beat the next gym to obtain it if I wanted to get it on the mainland. After watching the silly little animation and beating my Isle of Armor rival, Avery, I then raced through the wilds as quickly as possible, finding myself Cramorant. Catching it here meant I wouldn't be wasting any of the EXP obtained from the next gym. I went fishing in Hulbury to find my next Pokemon, Arrokuda, and caught it swiftly, and then headed back to Route 8 to finish it properly, beating each of the trainers and wild Pokemon. After leveling up once, it evolved into Barrascuda. Then I progressed into the next town, Chichester. For all the non-British viewers who want to hear something silly, the town this place is based on is called Bath. And it's called that because it has a lot of outdoor baths. Anyway, I actually left there because the next Pokemon, not Carablast, stopped taunting me. The next Pokemon, Toxel, is found on the previous route. And after catching that, it didn't take many KOs to evolve it into Toxtricity. The next Pokemon was Sizzlipede, which is not an easy one to obtain. It only appears 1% of the time in random encounters in the grass in Route 3. It can also be obtained from certain max raids, but I did check those places in the wild area before this and none appeared. So I needed to catch it here instead. However, there's an easy way to obtain it. I caught Growlithe here. It can have Flash Fire, and thankfully this one did. I put it to the front of my team, and this causes the game to automatically have a 51% chance of a Fire-type Pokemon appearing in random encounters. Sizzlipede is the only random encounter Fire-type here, and as you can see, I found it straight away. And I caught it straight away. With that in the back of my team for the next gym, I entered the Chichester Stadium, shamefully forgetting to talk to the ball guy, and did the puzzle where you have to use the dowsing machine to not fall into the snow. I definitely did this all first time with no mistakes at all. I then fought the leader Melanie, and at this point I was actually ahead of Sword for the first time. After winning that, I got the Ice Badge, unique to Shield, then left, still forgetting to talk to the ball guy. Thankfully I remembered after this to go back in though. The restaurant here is called Bob's Your Uncle, and I really do think the localizer just typed list of British phrases into Google and shoved them all over the game. I do love it though. Also, this guy really knows what he's talking about. I went south into the next route to do a bit of grinding so that Sizzlipede could reach level 28 and finally evolved into Centiskorch. I wanted to evolve my exclusive gift Pikachu into Raichu, so I picked up this Thunderstone and found out you can't evolve the Gigantamax one. was news to me, but I had committed to it too much and kept it on my team. Anyway, the next Pokemon required me to move the story forward some more, because just down the road after beating Team EL, I got the upgraded Rotom bike that allowed me to travel across water. On the other side of the lake, I found myself a Clobopus. It was an easy catch, and its evolved form is an easy find in the water. So I headed back the way I came and found and caught Graplocked. Before heading any further, the next Pokemon required me to backtrack to Glimwood Tangle. Just a little cup of tea. After catching Sinistea, which was unfortunately not the antique form, I evolved it into Polteageist using the cracked pot. West of the second mine, I found a wild Hatena and caught that. I returned to Glimwood Tangle to get a Hatrem to reduce the grind, and I added that to my team and headed to Spikemuth. I had to beat Marnie before I could enter, but after that, I was able to take on the gym challenge. This place is actually the only town in Galar based on a Welsh location, so yeah, this is what Game Freak thinks Wales looks like. I'm sure Welsh players will be pleased to hear this. Also, these guys are on par with Team Skull in terms of stupid dialogue. And now it was time for the gym leader fight against Pierce. This cutscene is a big reason why these games should have voice acting, since it's just him awkwardly moving his mouth with no actual lyrics. His fight was not too bad since I had bug and fighting moves to sweep aside his dark type team, and for not too long I had the dark badge. Then there was a big epic spectacular battle between Leon and some Dynamax Pokemon that the game never actually bothers showing off, which is a shame, but after that I had one more gym to take on. I went back to Hammerlock and they allowed me to access Ryan's trial where I needed to win a bunch of double battles. After winning all three, I entered his proper gym battle and won. I won by stalling until his Duraludon became small and then Dynamaxed my Inteleon and knocked it out easily. It's cheap, but it works. I got the Dragon Badge and completed my little disc, Sonia was promoted to the new professor, and I was able to move on to the last city. On Route 10, I caught a Galarian Mr. Mime for later use, beat a few of the trainers, and Hatrem finally reached level 42 and evolved into Hatterene. In case anyone is wondering, the Hatterene in the wild area won't spawn until completing the Darkest Day, which requires a legendary capture, so I couldn't do that. I backtracked further to catch a Maractus. I then talked to this guy in Stow on side who wanted Maractus so he could trade me an Impidimp. I mean, Peepers. I continue through Route 10, we'll just mention that I found a 1% Duraludon here I couldn't catch yet, and kept beating trainers and wild Pokemon. Of course, I wasn't going to let Peepers evolve until it was 2 levels away from its full stage for faster EXP gain. I hadn't managed to get it to a high enough level yet, but continued on anyway, into Windon, the last area in Galar. Definitely not London. I quickly went into the Frozen Sea to knock out a bunch of Whalmer for EXP, evolving Peepers into Morgrim, then straight after that into Grimmsnarl. I had trained up Linoon earlier for its new evolution, however I found out that crossing over the lake next to the Professor's house on the bike leads to a wild Obstagoon. So of course I was going to go for this option instead. After catching that, I also knew that the next one could also be caught in the wild. And that was Berserker. Easy catch. Okay, so next up was something I wasn't actually anticipating. The absolutely horrid Galarian Corsola, which is a ghost type that is based on bleached coral, lovely, is actually only found in the grass in the Giant's Mirror 5% of the time and only in Shield, and it only appears if it's cloudy, so this was not an ideal situation. I even checked all the Pokédex in the area in case one appeared, but no luck. So, did I just patiently wait for the day to change in the hopes that it would be cloudy in Giant's Mirror tomorrow? No, don't be ridiculous. I changed the date to the 1st of March and it immediately became cloudy. And I was very lucky, as I only had to exit and re-enter the area once before Corsola appeared. I wasn't really sure what was going on here at first, but this glowing means that you will gain watts after catching it, and it has at least 2 maximum IVs. Not that it matters here, but still good to know. In case you're curious, in these games, for some reason, on the 1st of each month, the weather in every part of the wild area becomes the same. Here's a list of each one, if you like. Anyway, I caught Corsola and decided I'd trade it to Sword, since I had some mandatory battles ahead of me in that game. Before doing this trade, I first also made sure that in Sword I gave 2 of each of the fossils I'd picked up to various Pokemon so that they could all be in one game at once. I also made sure Swirlix was included, and you'll see why later. I received Corsola and Sword, and then also traded Pumpkaboo to Shield. In the Gen 6 video, I had to do some trickery to evolve Trade Evolution Pokemon since I had connection issues, and therefore to make up for it, I evolved it properly in this game. Pumpkaboo evolves into Gurugeist when traded, and so that was finally off my mind. In Sword, I needed to close the gap between the games. The gym is almost the same, but it's Rock type and the leader is Gordy. After beating him and then getting the Rock badge, I then knocked out some Pokemon on the next route, and Corsola evolved into Cursula. Farfetch'd was next. It was already holding a leak, which was ideal. I bought a few dire hits as well, then headed into the wild area to find an appropriately leveled Pokemon. Galarian Farfetch'd evolves if it gets 3 critical hits in a single battle. It's very fiddly and required a lot of setup, a lot of healing and switching, and a lot of trial and error, but I got there in the end. Once the battle ended, Farfetch'd evolved into Surfetch'd. I withdrew Mr. Mime, then knocked out another Mr. Mime, and it evolved into Mr. Rhyme. Never been able to take that name seriously. Those were some annoying evolutions, so let's get a very simple one out of the way. Galarian Yamask evolves into Runerigus, and all you need to do is simply have it take at least 49 HP of damage without fainting, and not heal any of that, and then walk underneath this arch in the Dusty Bowl. Very easy. Anyone could figure this out, no need for guides whatsoever. The next evolution is pretty easy to guess as well. I caught Milcery, and then gave it the strawberry sweet I found earlier, and spun around for a while and evolved it into All Creamy. It has 63 different forms, as there are 7 different sweets and 9 different variations to each depending on which direction you spin, for how long, and the time of day. I have actually got them all in my main profile on Pokemon Home. Never again. Now, time for a couple with no evolutions. I caught Phalanx, my favourite Gen 8 Pokemon, then headed back to the Isle of Armor. The next Pokemon is more common here than in the mainland. I also got a makeover for my bike for no particular reason. Anyway, this cave can contain Pincurchin. It's not too rare, but this took me a very long time to find. I just kept continuously entering, biking around in a circle, leaving and repeating this until it appeared. After that time sink, I caught it and moved on. After that absolute nightmare of a find, the next was thankfully just Snom. Common and easy to catch, no issue. What was an issue, however, was the evolution. It evolves via high friendship at night, so I headed to Hammerlock to pick up the Soothe Bell, and caught another Snom, this time in a luxury ball, which gives a slight boost to friendship. Then I started up a camp, as Pokemon gain friendship upon playing around in here. There he is. I wasn't really sure how we'd gain friendship here, so I just messed around with Snom for a while, talking to it, waiting for it to slowly retrieve a ball, and making lots of curry. It was at this point that I realised a few things. First of all, this was boring as hell. Those videos you see of Snom being slow are cute and funny, but it's not fun watching it in real time. Secondly, I actually couldn't tell when nighttime was. Obviously this footage is nighttime, but it kept fluctuating rapidly. I ended up finding out that the real time does not reflect the in-game time until after the darkest day has been completed, which was news to me. Thirdly, in Shield I had 8 badges. That meant I was allowed to catch any Pokemon regardless of its level. A light bulb emerged from my brain and I realised I could therefore just head to the Crown Tundra and immediately start catching ridiculously high level Pokemon, and specifically ones that are normally very rare in mainland Galar. One of those Pokemon was indeed Frostmoth. The only other way to get Frostmoth is from max raids, and I did check and couldn't find any that day. I'm not actually sure if the game intended for me to be able to do this so early, but I guess the fact that I paid real money to go here meant it was okay. And so I headed to what Game Freak assumes is Scotland. Let's see how correct they were. Well, I didn't immediately get accosted by someone asking for 50p as soon as I left the train station. Very poor representation indeed. Although there is a father and daughter screaming at each other in public, so that's pretty accurate. Anyway, this guy called Peony and had to fight him to progress. His Pokemon are at a higher level than the champion, but you don't actually need to win this fight. I gave it a go anyway, and I won, because even if they were level 70, he only had 2 Pokemon. After that, he ran off to the Max Lair, which has a pretty cool game mode called the Dynamax Adventures, which allows you to catch almost every legendary in the game. I'll be going there later, but for now my top priority was just getting Frostmoth. Once I reached the path to the peak, I was able to catch Frostmoth with ease, no evolution required. And no max raid battle either, which is good since I'm not a fan of them. Then I jumped back to Sword to beat the last 2 gyms and get myself caught up to where I was in Shield. That also included going to the Crown Tundra. However, I was playing Sword on my spare Switch, which did not have the DLC. I don't actually have a second Nintendo account. I'll be back soon. Alright, so I gave Nintendo almost the same amount of money I paid for the base game so I could complete my Pokédex. I hope you appreciate what I do for you all. Of course, I only needed the DLC for later captures. The reason I was doing this right now was to make an ultra rare Pokémon significantly less rare. That Pokémon also happens to be exclusive to Sword. And that Pokémon is of course Stonjourner. And I caught it in 1. Next up was a Shield exclusive, which is another that is a little bit easier to get in a DLC area than the vanilla game. Just going to point out the annoyance of a guaranteed wild Dragapult here but no Dreepy. I also wish my child self could see this, a game where you can catch Tyranitar in the wild. I spent multiple days of my life getting it back in Crystal. Right, anyway, Ice Q was next. And it was a simple catch. Indeedee was next up. For some reason I went right past it, which I'm only noticing now in editing. Thankfully I did a full loop of the area and noticed it on my second lap. Enjoying more non-evolving Pokemon, I then had more Pico to catch, which I got in the Isle of Armour. Back in the Crown Tundra again, I found Qfant in the grass here, and after catching that, I could then also catch one of the Copperajah that I had to ignore earlier. This also ended up becoming a main team member, completely unintentionally since I never planned my teams in advance for these videos. I was getting close to the legendaries now. I had 2 of each of the fossils this game has to offer, and so I talked to Carolis and made sure to give her the fossils in the correct order. A bird and a drake for Dracozolt, a bird and a dino for Arctozolt, a fish and a drake for Dracovish. That thing wants to be put out of its misery. And a fish and a dino for Arctovish. I actually forgot that I didn't need a wild Duraludon. An NPC in a house in Wyndon will trade you for one for Frostmoth, so I did just that and got Duraludon. I mean, linear. I was absolutely dreading this next catch. Although Dracloak and Dragapult have guaranteed spawns, their first form Dreepy does not. It only appears 2% of the time in the grass in the Lake of Outrage during a thunderstorm or fog. It does also appear in max raids, but it wasn't in any of them that I checked. I switched the date to the 1st of November to force a thunderstorm, and then I had a pretty annoying time avoiding the constant barrage of visible Pokemon while getting the hidden Pokemon. The Noivern were especially annoying. As you can imagine, having to delicately make Pokemon appear while avoiding the ones in the overworld and hoping that a 2% encounter would appear was not a thrilling time, but, well, you're watching the video, and that means I succeeded eventually. And here it is, Dreepy in all its glory. I did see a Dracloak here earlier, but that was also a 2% chance and I didn't want to sit here forever, and Dreepy was actually able to evolve after 1 level. I returned to the old cemetery, then leveled up Dreepy once to evolve it into Dracloak. And then of course I had a Dragapult right there in front of me, so I caught that, removing the need for any more grinding. But I was nowhere near being done. With that, all non-legendaries had been caught. I will say as well, Sword and Shield aren't as bad as I remember. It may have been the announcement of cutting lots of Pokemon that tarnished it for me, but over time I've just grown to accept that there will never be another game which every Pokemon can be used. So yeah, it was actually fun. The Gen 8 section of the Pokédex had been challenging, but there hadn't been any particularly huge problems. It required some good luck, some grinding, and some fiddling around with mechanics in unintended ways, but overall, very much doable. But next up were the box legendaries. One of the most hotly discussed topics in the comments section, there is actually no way to get them before Eternatus. This was another case of there not actually being a concrete solution because annoyingly you're forced to catch Eternatus as part of the story. And if you have a little look at the national dex, Eternatus is one after Zamazenta. And just for awareness, if you approach Eternatus with no Pokeballs, you are magically given one that will never fail, and if you catch it with all your boxes full, it creates an extra box. I didn't even attempt this, as I've seen it demonstrated in the past. So getting it in-game was a bust. However, Zacian and Zamazenta have both been given away at events, and in this challenge that's always allowed when there is truly no other way to get a Pokemon. So it was as simple as that. That was the solution I already knew I was going to use since the day I came up with this challenge run. They have both been available in Pokemon Go, but that was a while ago, and something tells me they won't be returning anytime soon, is what I would have said if I had attempted this many months before the last video came out. Zacian became available again in Pokemon Go on the 26th of September, so I set my sights on that game yet again. It was annoying because the new Zelda game came out that day as well, but I was determined to get this secured ASAP. Although saying that, Amazon decided to just not deliver it, so I wasn't missing out regardless. The event was called Max Out, and I completed a bunch of tasks and expected Zacian to appear. Not Squavit. I caught it anyway. I thought maybe it was just a multi-part quest where you get Zacian at the end. I chose the sword path, then looked at the wiki and found out that you actually can't get Zacian this way at all. And that it was actually from a raid. The campfire is completely dead where I live, so there was no chance in taking it on with people in person, so I joined the Pokemon Go Raids Discord server. I had to pay real money for a remote raid pass. They must love me over at Niantic. Anyway, I put forward my mediocre team since I refuse to play this game unless it's for this challenge. I barely contributed to the fight at all, but it didn't matter. As long as Zacian went down, that was the main thing. And eventually it did indeed go down. I gave it a golden raspberry for maximum catch rate, along with the spin and the excellent hit, and it broke free anyway. Not fun. I got it eventually though. Once that was done, Zacian sat and go for a long time while I waited for a Zamazenta event, and also waited to summon the willpower to complete Sword and Shield. 9 days later, Zamazenta became available. I hopped back into the Discord server, joined the raid, and failed. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter, as long as the others pull their weight. So I just needed to catch it. However, I didn't get quite the same levels of good luck I did with Zacian. 1 ball left, and even with a golden raspberry and a nice catch, yeah, this is just fantastic. Well, to offset that frustration, I randomly found a shiny Swaddle while waiting on the next raid. I wasn't even that hyped about it to be honest, because now half of the shinies caught in this challenge have been from Pokemon Go, and they all had boosted odds in some capacity. The others had been the 3 in Legends Arceus, which were Bidoof and Starly, full odds but unfortunately the 2 most common Pokemon in the game, and then Snover with boosted odds due to it being in a mass outbreak. And that awful looking shiny Igglybuff and Crystal, which has a 1 in 8 chance of being shiny. But never mind, a shiny's still a shiny. After that I joined another raid group, but I had run out of remote raid passes and had to pay real money for another batch. I really hope I never need to spend another penny on it for the rest of my life, even if it did save this challenge many times. Anyway, yeah, I did the raid again, and this time I had better luck. All sorted now. I will say as well, the microtransactions in this game made me never want to play Pocket TCG, and I am proud to announce that so far, I've still not caved and haven't played it at all. Yet, anyway. As always, obtaining them in Go didn't actually count towards the challenge until they landed in Home. After I had obtained Dragapult, I was finally allowed to transfer these Pokemon into Pokemon Home. Zacian, then the shiny Swaddle, of course. Then Zamazenta. I have never actually opened Pokemon Go again since transferring them over, and if I'm lucky, I'll never need to use it again. That is possibly foreshadowing, to be determined as of yet. With all that done, I was finally allowed to beat the game. I checked into the fancy hotel, then entered the stadium, registered as a competitor, and was ready to take on the challenge. We all know how this goes, and there are no new captures here, so time for a lightning round. I beat Marnie, then I beat Hop. I went back into the hotel, found out Chairman Rose was up to no good, tracked down an evil employee and beat him, then entered Rose Tower. There were many battles here, so let's just jump straight to the roof. I beat Oleana, and then after a few cutscenes between Rose and Leon, beat Bede, then Nessa, then Alistair, then Ryan. I went to fight Leon, got interrupted by Rose, picked up the rusted shield from the slumbering Weald, beat Rose, and then finally reached Eternatus. As I said earlier, this is the reason why I had to do such a weird method to get Zacian and Zamazenta, as the capture of Eternatus cannot be avoided. The dogs do actually show up during the cutscene at Phase 2, but can't be caught. My useless battle partner Hop managed to contribute by knocking out his own Pokemon, and then I ended the fight, and of course, as you can see, the don't catch option is greyed out. So I caught Eternatus, with a love ball because whatever I threw would succeed. With that caught, I had obtained every Pokemon that existed at the point of Sword and Shield's release. But of course, the DLC added a few more Pokemon that I needed to obtain next. Before thinking about the DLC though, I needed to beat Leon and become the champion. So I did. Once that battle was done, I was then able to access the postgame, which would let me catch Zacian and Zamazenta properly. I really wish I hadn't created the rule stating that if I obtained something from a side game glitch or event, I had to obtain it properly later. But, ah well, no turning back now. Back home I was given an item that was vital for a later capture, the Master Ball. Then I progressed to the Isle of Armor storyline. It consisted of me joining the dojo, doing all of the trials while Avery constantly tried to get in the way. I didn't realise you got the EXP charm here, but it would have come in handy earlier on in the journey. I beat the first trial, got Bulbasaur from a choice between it and Squirtle, then beat the other 2 trials consisting of picking a mushroom and beating Avery, and after that I got my reward. Cubfu. I mean, bear. Definitely the simplest legendary catch so far. Now that I had Cubfu, my next quest was to evolve it. First of all, I needed to bring it to 3 different scenic spots in the Isle of Armor. After that, I was tasked with taking it to one of the 2 towers. It didn't matter which, neither to me nor the game, as the form of Urshifu it evolved into had no bearing on the challenge whatsoever. Now, little Cubfu here was level 10, and in the towers you were required to climb up 5 floors, on each only using Cubfu to knock out an opposing Pokemon. Their levels are between 60 and 70, so Cubfu was going to require a lot of grinding to get to that stage. However, this is the only way to evolve it. Sword had a lot of catching up to do. I hadn't fought the Champions Cup or done any of the Darkest Day stuff, or of course the post-game content. Because of this, I traded Cubfu to Sword, because if it were to sit in my team while I did all that, it would surely gain plenty EXP. Before progressing in Sword though, I had a curious little thought. I wanted to see what would happen if I entered the tower with no Cubfu, and they just let me in. And they let me use my full team, despite them all having 1 Pokemon each. Even Mustard just let me trounce his own Cubfu with my party at full strength. He told me there was not any point in me coming here without Cubfu, however after training it back to Shield, to my delight, when I interacted with the scroll with Cubfu in my team, it evolved into Urshifu, still at level 10, without gaining a single experience point. Next was Zarude. Zarude, however it's pronounced. It's yet another never released normally Pokemon, only ever being given away at official events. So here it is. Moving on. And what are we moving on to exactly? Ah yes, the brutal and boring post-game. So I went back to the Slumbering Weald, beat Hop yet again, met these 2 weird looking guys called Swordward and Shielbert, beat Shielbert in battle, then had to go to a couple of the gyms to clear out Dynamax Pokemon. Those being Sarina, Gyarados and Torkoal. I beat the twins again, then a Dynamax Haxorus, another bead fight, then Dynamax Frostlass and Dusknoir, another fight against Shielbert, then knocking out Zacian, and finally catching Zamazenta. All of that had to be done just because of that stupid rule of having to obtain things properly later. I didn't bother progressing this any further, but I'm sure that wouldn't have any negative effects later. And once that was all out of the way, I needed to get Sword to the exact same level as Shield, so I caught Eternatus, beat Leon and got the Master Ball, completed the whole post-game again and caught Zacian. I then decided to do the Battle Tower in Shield. I entered some Pokemon with relatively okay strategies. I didn't need to win too many times, I just needed to get 20 BP. I see the CPU strategies haven't changed. It was pretty easy at first, but then I randomly ended up having to fight Leon, and just barely lost to him. I tried again and beat him, and from that I also had accumulated more than 20 BP. I then bought a Whipped Dream and a Sachet. I gave the Sachet to Spritzy and the Whipped Dream to Swirlix, then traded both to Sword to evolve them into Aromatisse and Slurpuff, respectively. The reason for all this was, just like with Gourgeist earlier, I had connectivity issues during the Gen 6 video, meaning I had to add them into the game rather than properly evolving them. So now I had righted that wrong at long last. I had a few trips to the Crown Tundra earlier to catch Pokemon, but now I was actually here to progress the story. I did the initial mandatory Dynamax adventure, which consists of choosing a Pokemon to carry through each Dynamax battle, and always results in finding a Suicune at the end. After catching it, Peony's story was then moved forward. I joined him in his cabin, got the 3 legendary clues, and did clue number 1 first, even though that wouldn't be getting fully completed straight away. The very first thing I did was just travel all the way to the crown shrine, so I was able to fly here later. Then I picked up the wooden crown, placed it on the statue outside, and a weird looking Pokemon appeared. There was no required catch though, just had to knock it out. I couldn't understand it, so it possessed Peony to speak to me, and Calyrex then instructed me to talk to the villagers and ask if they'd heard of the Pokemon King. Then I had to get some information about what to do next from a book at the mayor's house, buy some carrot seeds which cost 8 Dynite ore, obtained from catching Suicune earlier, and then went into this patch in the snowslide slope. I planted the carrot seeds here, Calyrex blessed it, and I got the ice root carrot. Then Glastrier appeared, attacked the town, and I knocked out, as it couldn't be caught yet. I got a tuft of white mane hair, and then also the radiant petal. I picked up a Cosmog for no particular reason, and used the items to make the Reins of Unity, and then I was ready to finish the side quest. The carrot lured in Glastrier, and I was able to take on this fight. Obviously I wasn't catching it just yet though, I was getting the prep work done for later. Thankfully it was still waiting for me here later. What I actually needed to do next in terms of the Pokédex was get the new Regis. First I needed the original trio. I had to whistle in front of the iron ruins to unlock them and catch Registeel. All 3 of these were pretty annoying to catch, so count yourself lucky you're watching this in post. The Rock Peak ruins opened because my lead was holding an Everstone, leading to Regirock. And I caught it. I forgot that I needed Cryogonal to open the remaining one. Going back through recordings, I saw myself run past many of them, and typically the weather was not one that allowed them to spawn. It needed to be snowing, but it was cloudy. So I changed the date to the 31st of January and was able to catch Cryogonal. Then, with this as my lead, the door to the Iceberg ruins opened and I was able to catch Regice. Done at last. With the 3 of these in my party, I was able to open the Split Decision ruins. While inside, the dots you walk on determine which Pokemon appears, and I made sure to spawn Regieleki. Because Peony had actually given me a second Master Ball earlier, I decided I'd just be lazy and use it immediately. Then I had to do all that again, but in Sword. I caught a Cryogonal, but then before continuing I wanted to see if I could cheat it by using the Regis from Shield. I added them to my party, went to the Split Decision ruins, and they didn't open. Oh no. So I did all the puzzles again, caught the 3 main Regis, and then went back this time to catch Regidrago. And caught it with a Master Ball as well, because why not? Then I did the Calyrex quest and got the Shade Root carrot from the old cemetery. I knocked out the Spectrier in the town and moved it to the Crown Shrine. And I left it alone because Glastrier comes first. But first we're going to need to address the elephant in the room. Or I guess, horse? I am sure there will be some eyebrow raisers right now realising what's to come. Surprisingly, I got a lot of comments about Victini, Zacian and Zamazenta being impossible before those videos came out, despite their solutions being on Bulbapedia and the Pokemon Go wiki, but only a couple of people across all 7 previous videos commented asking how I was going to beat Glastrier, Spectrier and Calyrex. During the Calyrex adventure, you choose either the Ice Root carrot or the Shade Root carrot. This was no issue, as you saw. I chose Ice and Shield and Shade and Sword. And then I guess I'll just need to catch the 2 steeds in the correct order. Well, here's the thing, you don't catch Glastrier or Spectrier, you catch Calyrex. Here at the Crown Shrine you can see Calyrex is catchable. However, it's in its Ice Rider or Shadow Rider form, depending on the carrot of choice. Yes, Calyrex, not the steeds. So, how am I going to overcome this? Well, I can't get them from events, because they've never actually been released as events. They're also completely unobtainable in Pokemon Go, and have never been available in any other side games that can connect to the main games. The only other games where you can catch these 2 are Scarlet and Violet. However, you need to reach the Terrarium, which requires you to have completed the entire game and post-game, and then beat the Teal Mask DLC, followed by then completing most of the Indigo Disc DLC. I don't think I'm going to be able to invent glitches to bypass getting a Gen 9 starter, not have to get the required Koraidon or Miraidon at the end of the game, and skip Ogerpon in the first DLC, then get the snack items required to get Glastrier and Spectrier in the Glaciado Mountain. we can only dream of one day breaking those games to that extent. So, is that it? Am I finally out of ideas? Has the challenge finally come to an end? Am I going to have to say, for the first time in this whole challenge, that after catching 895 different Pokemon in order without any failures, I've met my maker? Is this truly the killer of this run? No. Today I'm here to tell you how I managed to catch Glastrier, Spectrier and Calyrex in order, in Sword and Shield, with no events, no glitches and no side games. You see, when you catch Calyrex, you actually get Calyrex and its steed at the same time, as both get added to the Pokédex, and the rider form is actually the two Pokemon combined. I have decided that if multiple Pokemon are obtained at literally the exact same time, I'm quite happy to allow that to count as them being caught in the correct order, as long as their Pokédex orders follow one another. Back in the Gen 3 video, if I had gotten Ninjask and then Shedinja at the same time, I would have let that count. I did end up getting them one after the other, though I only did that because it's easily done. Of course, catching the Ice Rider would skip over Spectrier, and catching the Shadow Rider would skip over Glastrier, so either way I'd still actually be breaking the rules. But what if I caught all three at the exact same time? The reason that keeping the Master Ball aside was so unbelievably important was for this exact moment. I went back to my childhood of trying to record game footage by balancing my phone to record the screen. Or should I say, screens. I made sure to navigate to the ball throwing interface on both switches. With them hovering over the Master Ball throw option by pressing A on both at the same time, I then throw it at the exact same time in both games, with a Master Ball, of course, guaranteeing the capture. Technically speaking, by catching both rider forms of Calyrex at the exact same time, I had therefore caught Glastrier, Spectrier and Calyrex at the same time. As the three of them are situated one after the other in Dex order, I believe I could safely say they were caught in order. And as you can see, in both games, the Steed and Calyrex are both registered in the Pokédex as caught. Before I moved on to the rest of the captures, I actually decided to complete the third of Peony's Adventures. This is because I thought that it was required to get another Pokemon I needed, but I'll get to that in a minute. The footage you're seeing of me catching Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres does not do justice to how long it took. These video files are hours long. I returned to Peony to tell him everything had been completed, then checked this tree and there were no footprints next to it. It turned out the trigger for them appearing is actually beating Hop in a battle I'd forgotten about earlier, so that was a huge waste of time, but never mind. I beat Hop, showed him the dojo and then checked and the footprints appeared. I had to find 150 footprints, 50 for each Sword of Justice. I'll just show you the end of it because this also took hours. This is also being done due to my stupid rule I set that I massively regret putting in place. You see, I had to catch Keldeo properly. All the way back in Gen 5 I had to get it via an event, but it can be caught normally in Sword and Shield. Unfortunately, in order to do so you need to catch Cobalion, Terrakion and Virizion first. I then made curry down at Balamere Lake with them in my party in order to spawn in Keldeo. And then, after a graciously easy time, I caught it and never had to play Sword or Shield again for the rest of the challenge. The entirety of this Sword and Shield adventure only took me 1 week to complete. In that week, I spent practically all of my spare time playing them to try and get them done ASAP so I could focus on other things. Big mistake. I ended up making myself ill due to lack of exercise, lack of sunlight and lack of good nutrition. I also got very sore hands. So yeah, take it from me, don't do that. Due to me playing way too much in a short time, I also made an executive decision to take a very long break from playing Pokemon. So after that 10-minute break, I returned to Legends Arceus because the game added 7 new Pokemon to the Dex. Those Pokemon count as Generation 8, and so I had to go after them next. 6 of them were new evolutions, and the other one is a new legendary. Along with that, however, just like with Zacian, Zamazenta and Keldeo, if I have to receive a Pokemon in a funky way, I need to get it properly later. This game lets you catch Phione, Manaphy and Arceus without the use of any alternative methods, but due to needing Overquill for the first 2 and all Hisui Pokemon for Arceus, when I was getting them in order back in the Gen 4 video, I had to settle for getting the water types from obscure side games and Arceus from a glitch in Diamond. So, along with getting those 7 new Pokemon, I also needed to catch literally every Pokemon in Hisui Dex to make up for my naughty behaviour 4 videos ago. I won't cover every single one though, I just simply ran around the Hisui region filling up my decks with everything I missed. Oh yeah, I did a speedrun of this on a stream as well, you should totally check that out. I'll tell you a little story though. It's the biggest reason why I think this game is amazing. I actually thought of the concept of Legends Arceus in my head as a child. I always hoped that there would one day be a Pokemon game in full 3D where you could run around the wild, see and catch the Pokemon on the overworld, and have them attack you without needing to actually enter Pokemon battles. I also wanted this game that I imagined to focus entirely on catching instead of trainer battles and have a mechanic where you needed to catch Pokemon multiple times to fill out various alternative pages on the Pokédex. Therefore, when I played this game for the first time, my eyes popped out of their sockets like an old cartoon character when I realised that this was a game that I had willed into existence in the 90s. Yes, I am taking full credit for the idea of this game. So, after a while of catching anything I didn't have and collecting wisps, I had also finally made Stantler use Psyshield Bash in Agile style for the 20th time, and it evolves into Wiredeer. Still don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Immediately after that, I used a Black Augurite on a Scyther to evolve it into Cleavor, passing the 900 mark on the Pokédex. Keeping the momentum going, I got lucky with a full moon and used a Peat block on Ursaring, evolving it into Ursaluna. There was a massive mass outbreak of Basculin, so I went to check that out, and there was also a wild Basculegion in amongst them. So I caught that, saving myself lots of time. I had plenty of MP from picking up satchels, so I used them to buy a Razor Claw and use it on a Hisuian Sneasel during the day, evolving it into Sneasler. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a Quillfish outbreak no matter how many times I tried, so I gave up and evolved it the proper way, using Barb Barrage 20 times in the strong style. After evolving it into Overquill, I got the last remaining Wisp and therefore caught Spiritomb. Along with this and a few legendaries, all I had left to get was Electrode, oddly enough. Leaf Stones evaded me this whole game. I put Mantike, Weasel and Overquill in my team, set it to evening and sailed through the Arch and the coastlands. This was long overdue, but I was finally able to catch Phione and Manaphy the correct way. This cave is pretty brutal, but I caught both of them relatively unscathed. And now I only had one Pokemon left, other than Arceus of course. Enamorus was released into the wild 3 videos ago, but I couldn't touch it until now. Using stealth sprays, smoke bombs and feather balls, I was able to easily enter a battle with it, and caught it after not too much effort. With that done, I had obtained every Pokemon from Generation 1 to Generation 8 in Pokédex order, still with no breaks in the chain. You didn't think I'd forgotten though, did you? There was one more thing to do in Legends Arceus. I needed to catch God. Without a glitch this time. I was terrible at this battle as always, but I got there in the end. And now that's Generation 8 completed. Paldea, here I come. Eventually. Generation 9. 906 to 1025. Gen 9 was split into 2 parts because of how long it took to complete, and also because I streamed the entire process. Don't worry though, I didn't do the usual streamer thing, it was still all post-commentary. The tone of this one was a bit different from the rest, mainly because it was the grand finale. With that said, enjoy what is without a doubt the longest and most unhinged part of the series. I started my Paldea adventure in Scarlet, and gave my guy scarlet coloured hair to make sure I knew that for sure. I streamed this entire segment of the series on Twitch, and had a lot of fun doing so, and my chat were great every time. Since I want to keep consistency with previous videos, the chat will be hidden so that the usual Pokédex tracker can be shown, but I will occasionally show certain messages when needed. The start of this game was a slog as always. I decided not to do what I did in Sword and Shield and get the starters 4 times, because I didn't want the viewers of the stream to suffer too much. I walked slowly out of my house, got introduced to Clavel who introduced me to the starters, got the Rotom phone, and then walked painfully slowly to the next destination. I met Nomona, who only battled 9 times in the game, and I chose Sprigatito, obviously. And it apparently knows how to levitate. I did the usual tutorial battle with Nomona, again the rival choosing the weak starter, and after winning I got the Pokédex. I got given a very important sandwich and made my way into actual gameplay after about 20 minutes. I was forced into an encounter with a Lechonk, which I thankfully didn't have to catch, because otherwise it'd be game over for the challenge. I knocked it out, which Nomona was not expecting or indeed wanting to happen, but she doesn't understand the importance of sticking to my rules. I did catch a Hoppip, which had been legal for me to do since the Gen 2 video. Not because it's good, but just because it was there. I also got Scatterbug and Fletchling, the latter being the only half-decent Pokemon of the lot. Then there was this cutscene where I met Koraidon. Some people in previous videos speculated that this would ruin the challenge, but that is not the case. Koraidon, or Miraidon in Violet, doesn't actually join your team or become obtained until you beat the game. Therefore, having it as a ride Pokemon is a-okay and doesn't break any restrictions at all. Also, I caught a Diglett. This Houndoom arrived and attacked my Sprigatito, Koraidon saved the day, then became exhausted. I met the much less stalkery character Arvin, battled him, then had free reign over what to do next. For a while at least. One important long-term goal was collecting Gimmighoul coins, 999 of them in total. I caught some random Gen 1 through 8 Pokemon, experienced some of the many glitches this game has to offer, got introduced to the cool outdoor Pokemon centres and won a bunch of battles for EXP and item rewards. You don't unlock the ability to ride Koraidon until after reaching the Academy and going through a bunch of cutscenes, and it makes it a lot easier to get around, but I still did win a decent few battles and caught some more Pokemon along the way before taking on Nomona for a second time. I reached the big city of Mesa Goza at last, talked to this person here to get the all-important Ball Guy phone case, which was greatly cherished throughout the playthrough, and met this game's evil team, Team Star. Third game in a row where the evil team isn't evil at all, just a nuisance more than anything. After the first win, Nomona said some Spanish words and gave me the Terra Orb, this game's battle gimmick. It's pretty good for making battles easier, but the sacrifice is the painfully long, unskippable animation that plays every time you terrestrialize your Pokemon. It's still going. Still going. There we go. After that win, I climbed the enormous staircase, entered the academy, and got introduced to my low FPS classmates. Nomona gave me access to Victory Road, which is actually just the name given to the journey of getting the 8 badges in this game. There are actually 10 other badges, as there are 3 different story paths. I had bad memories of this game due to its performance issues and glitches, though I will say the concept of having 3 sets of badges all over the world is a pretty cool idea. With that said, I spoke to Arvin to get the 5 Titan badge locations, and had my phone hacked. My guy doesn't seem to be too concerned about that. I spoke to Clavel in his office, met Professor Seda, not named after a tree, oddly enough, and was told about Koraidon and its capabilities. I got shown to my room, sat through another ridiculously long cutscene, and finally... Oh wait, I also need to be told about the 5 Team Star bases. And finally, gained the ability to free roam and ride around on Koraidon. I still hadn't even evolved my starter, so I had a lot to do. I made sure to catch a Paldean Whooper for later, and then just ran around the wilds battling every trainer I could find. I went to Cortondo, as I thought it would be for the best to beat the gyms in their intended order, at least for now anyway. The bug gym here is the lowest level, which was ideal considering Sprigatito's weakness to that type. But then there was a change of plan. Someone in chat by the name Ifdes, sorry if I butchered the pronunciation, pointed out that the EXP charm can be obtained already. I actually thought you needed to beat the game to access the DLC, but it turned out that I could go there straight from the beginning. So I went to the academy to talk to Briar and was taken to Kitakami. The main reason to come here is to get a few extra Pokemon added by the DLC, but that's not why I had actually come here. As I just said, it was to unlock the EXP charm, which boosts experience gain by 50%, which would of course make a massive difference to how quickly I'd get this part of the challenge done. The main 2 characters in this DLC are Carmine and Kieran, and I was slightly underleveled for taking them on, but it would be worth it in the long run. Oh look, she's heard of my videos. That's amazing. Anyway, I beat Kieran as well, got partnered up with him for the tasks ahead, unlocked the second part of the DLC, which I wouldn't be doing yet, met Perrin, whose very long side quest would be getting done later, as rewards are mandatory, but require hundreds of Pokemon to be caught, and then actually went and did the required tasks to move the Teal Mask story forward. This simply consisted of viewing some signboards with lore about the loyal 3 legendary Pokemon in Kitakami. After that, I climbed Oni Mountain without Koraidon having any additional powers, which I thought would be impossible at first, but I found a path that led to the dreaded den. I went into this fight with Kieran full of confidence, easily sweeping aside his Poliwag with Sprigatito, who also reached level 16 in the process. And then, So yeah, I lost, due to a combination of bad crit luck and paying more attention to the chat than the game. Due to Sprigatito fainting, it didn't evolve sadly. Anyway, I won on round 2, and Sprigatito finally evolved into Floragato. 2 whole Gen 9 Pokémon only took 3 hours and 22 minutes. That EXP charm was a lot further into the story than I had initially realised, but I had been assured that it was possible without breaking any of my rules, so I soldiered on. Also, my character's hair is just awful. Oh, and I had to fight Carmine again. I definitely won first time, don't check the VODs. Actually, do check the VODs. I've got a VOD channel now. It's called Kiwi VODs. After that, I had no more battles to do here, just had to wander about in the festival and enter this little minigame called Ogre Oustin. It was pretty simple, just had to run around and collect specific amounts of berries and bring them back to their corresponding podiums. Doing 3 rounds of this, I then finally unlocked the EXP charm. I also met a certain Pokémon that I was not allowed to catch yet. I did interact with it to make the Teomas story move forward slightly more, though only because I was locked in place here until I finished the festival. After meeting the ogre and deliberately keeping it a secret from Kieran, I was finally allowed to leave and go back to Paldea. I would of course be revisiting this place, but not for a long time. First things first, the gym challenge. The bug gym required me to do this silly little game where I roll around a giant bouncy olive. It went about as well as it usually does, that is to say, not very, but it's not timed, so I'm pretty sure you can't lose. After passing the test, I was able to battle the leader, Katie. Because I'd done plenty of levelling well in Kitakami, the battle was pretty straightforward. Her Pokémon resist grass, but I had Fletchinder, so they were all easy to take down. With that win, I finally had one singular badge out of 18. It was going to be a long one. The starters are always one of the most tedious parts of these videos, as I was stuck using older Pokémon until all 3 starters were fully evolved in order. I'll also just point out one of the many rare Charcadettes that I wasn't allowed to catch. Very saddening. Another Pokémon I couldn't catch, but could certainly knock out, was Gimmighoul. The coin hoarders only give 1 coin, but knocking out these ones give 50 or more, so I took them out whenever I found them. I went to Artisan to get another badge, and to get stalked again by Nemona. Well, first I decided I no longer wanted to look at that haircut anymore, so I went to Mesa Goza so I could look more like a member of the Yakuza, then headed back to Artisan and actually did the gym test properly. This consisted of rounding up 10 Sunflora, with more and more Sunflora tanking the FPS and causing other various visual glitches. A delight to see. Anyway, gym test completed, time to take on the leader. The leader was Brassius, who's definitely not Hubert from Fire Emblem 3 Houses. And again, thanks to Fletchinder, his grass types were swept aside with ease, including his non-rock Sudowoodo. Gym defeated, 2 badges. The next badge I got was not from a gym, but was in fact from a Titan Pokémon. I hunted down the Titan Cloth and beat it extremely easily, as Floragato was a little bit higher level than the game would expect by this point. In these fights you beat it twice, with the first time being a solo effort and the second with Arvin. And after beating each one, it shrivels up into nothingness, you find some Herba Mystica, make some dinner, and Coridon eats the sandwich made for you, resulting in it gaining a new power. In this case, it gained the ability to dash, which was a relief because slow movement for that long was not fun. Before I went any further, I needed to make sure to download the mythical Pechaberry event from Mystery Gift. It was still available, and will presumably continue to be available until Scarlet and Violet are no longer supported. This wasn't needed for a long time, but I wanted to be prepared for the future. Oh, and I caught a Dunsparce, because it may well just have a new evolution in this generation. I reached the Fire-type Team Starbase and was introduced to a brand new character, Clive, completely distinct from anyone I had met previously. I actually decided to not take on this base yet due to having nothing good against Fire-types and instead left it till later. So I went for Gym Badge number 3. Still keeping within what is believed to be the order that the devs intended the badges to be obtained, I headed to Levincia. As always, Nemona ambushed me at the gym, although we actually needed to battle as well. Once done, I started the gym test, which just consisted of listening to Gen Z slang and finding the director in various locations. Iono uses electric types, I didn't have much to use against them, so I just had to win through brute force, and after the win I had 3 gym badges. Then it was time for more battles against various trainers, featuring more great camera angles. I headed to another Team Star base. This time it was the Dark type one, which was a lot easier for me to take on. After winning the battles at the entrance, the gimmick for these bases is that you knock out a bunch of Pokemon using the Let's Go mechanic, and after 30 are defeated you can fight the boss. The boss here is Giacomo, and they all ride on Starmobiles, which are modified Revavroom that you can't actually obtain, which is a shame because they'd be very cool to use in battles, with a little tweak to their stats of course. This battle was very easy because I was likely meant to take it on at a lower level, and after taking down all his Pokemon, including the Starmobile, I got the first of 5 star badges and unlocked a bunch of TMs and materials. This was the end of the first stream, and I will say I was very pleased with the outcome, both how nice the chat was and how many people joined. I decided I'd name each Gen 9 Pokemon after someone in chat who wanted it, with my starter being named Galaga. Yes, my first stream was 8 hours long and resulted in 2 new Pokemon. Just a little side note, I was pulling absolutely ridiculous numbers from these streams, far more than I'd ever have anticipated, and this was really a huge motivator to do these streams. My plan for the second stream was to try and get Florigato evolved into Meowscarada. Surely I'd manage that within 4 hours, which was the time I set for each stream. I started by beating a trainer and realised there were some Chansey in the background. They give massive amounts of experience and are very easy to KO with physical moves, which was a perfect situation. This was genuinely one of the luckiest things that could have happened here. I was expecting the whole stream to just be story progress and me trying to fully evolve my starter, but this Chansey outbreak certainly fast-tracked that. As you can see, one knockout would give over 1000 EXP to my lead and plenty to the rest of the team. So although it wasn't the most thrilling gameplay, it was a much faster way to level up than going through the main story. What was thrilling, however, was the fact that I stumbled across a shiny Swablu. This was definitely the best looking shiny I'd found so far during the challenge. Along with that, Altaria is a very good Pokemon and I decided I'd make it one of my main team members. Even though Fletchunder had served me well, there was only room for one flying type in my team, and I was planning on using a different fire type later, so I had to say goodbye. With that done, Florigato only needed a few more Chansey slaughters to reach level 36. Therefore, at long last, I fully evolved one starter. With Meowscarada added to the list, it was time to swap over to Violet. Like I had done many times before, the fire type would be chosen by the character who would later be obliterated from existence. Unfortunately, you need to reach the academy in order to unlock the ability to trade, and that took a long time and had to be done 2 more times. But instead of complaining, I just got on with it, chose Fuecoco and did exactly the same thing I'd done in Scarlet. I also named it Yeti Bite. I ran through the game as fast as possible, with the only difference being that I was following Miraidon instead of Coraidon, and everyone was wearing purple instead of orange. And we had Professor Turo instead of Professor Seda. With that long and drawn out process out of the way, I was allowed to trade. I was using Violet on my spare Switch, hence why I wasn't able to just use Pokemon Home to transfer them instead. I traded Fuecoco into Scarlet due to the nice EXP boost given by traded Pokemon, and I was glad to find out that daily outbreaks are tied to the real date and not in-game days, so the Chansey were still there. After one single knockout, Fuecoco got to level 16 and evolved into Crocalor. While grinding for the next evolution, I remembered to catch Mankey, as I need one to evolve into certain Gen 9 Pokemon later, and since it fully evolves into a Gen 9 Pokemon, I nicknamed it, that one being What Guy. I made the painful decision to swap it for one of my favourites, Phalanx. I then evolved it into Primeape relatively quickly. Crocalor spent the next 15 minutes or so massacring the local population of Chansey, reaching level 36 and evolved into Skeledirge. And then Temp Kiwi was deleted and replaced with Fem Kiwi. This was going to be the main Violet save file that I used. It would be used mainly for version exclusives. Well, that was the original plan, but we all know by now that my plans don't often work out. Anyway, I chose Quaxley, called it Collect Stuff, and then rushed through the start of the game yet again in order to unlock trading. After throwing the Quaxley into Scarlet, since this was still the same day, I continued to KO Chansey and evolved Quaxley into Quaxwell after it surpassed level 16. And guess what happened 20 minutes later? Yeah, it evolved into Quackoval. And the starters were finally out of the way, and I was able to start catching new Pokemon. Oh, and also, Shiny Swablu became Shiny Altaria. Very nice. By the way, if you skipped most of the video to find the first captures, you will go back right now and watch it from the start. You need context, and I like storytelling. Anyway, Lechonk was first up. From here, a flurry of captures began. I didn't name it after a chat member though. Instead, I named it after my good friend John Pork. R.I.P. John Pork, you were a real one. Right, what was I doing again? Oh yeah, Oinkalone. As per usual, I avoided having to evolve Pokemon when possible, catching this instead of evolving John Pork, and named it Little Mongoose, despite it not being little or a mongoose. Next up was Tarantula. I kept getting critical captures on common Pokemon, using up my good luck in useless places rather than on legendaries. Also, it was nicknamed Enbryu. No idea if I pronounced that correctly. Spidops was next. There were plenty Spidops haters in the chat, so it was hard to get a name for it, but eventually it was named Devour Greg's. Disclaimer, this video is in no way affiliated with or sponsored by Greg's. Then I encountered a problem that happened a lot. A Pokemon I'd seen loads of times but I had to ignore, in this case Nimble, could not be found when I actually needed it. I eventually found it by accident while running around, and after the catch, it was nicknamed Wheat Bar. So I was hoping I wouldn't need to play Pokemon Go ever again, however I was checking it every so often just in case specific Pokemon would appear in it that would help later. While checking, on one day I randomly found a Kirlia wearing a bowler hat. That's all, I just wanted to highlight that I now own a dapper Kirlia. Before getting any new Pokemon, I had a few things I needed to get out of the way that would help me out later. I actually wasn't expecting the Blueberry Academy director to show up here, and nor was I aware that this part of the DLC was available now, but I wasn't planning on heading there yet. The reason I entered the Academy was to talk to Jacques, as since I had caught 30 Pokemon, I was able to get the TM for False Swipe. Then I headed to the shop to buy some strawberries and bananas, useful for spawning specific Pokemon through the use of sandwiches. I then went on a long hunt to find Pawniard. As we know, Bisharp has an evolved form introduced in Gen 9, King Gambit, so I wanted to get this sorted early. Also, I wanted to give it False Swipe. As you can see by the time change, it took quite a while to find, but once I did, I caught it, and an hour or so later its name was claimed as CAD SC. After this, I wanted to get my hands on Bronzor fragments, 10 to be exact. They can be found up this cliff, though I didn't have the high jump or climb. So I improvised. Once I got up the cliff in a silly way, I reached these ruins and set up a picnic. I was under the assumption that just shoving bananas and strawberries onto a sandwich would give me what I needed, but the mechanics are slightly more intricate than that. I made a sickeningly sweet fruit baguette, which my guys seemed to like, and I am only now realising in post that it didn't actually raise encounter power for Psychic, but rather the catching power. The placebo effect made me assume that they were more Bronzor than normal though, and so I just sent out my big cat to attack them for a few minutes until I had 10 Bronzor fragments, which would be used later to get a very important item. I entered the next town, Cascarafa, and started the gym test, which was just taking the gym leader Kofu's wallet back to him. I wasn't planning on doing the next gym yet though. I wanted to catch Lokix instead of evolving Nimble. On the map tracker I was using, the best location to find Lokix actually required swimming, so I made a quick detour to beat the Titan Bombardier. Because my luxury was slightly overleveled in comparison, it went down extremely quickly. After that win, the usual thing happened with Arvin, getting the Herba Mystica and the badge, and Koraidon gained the ability to swim. Also, Arvin is confirmed to be the best character, doing all this to save his dog. So, now that I could swim, the map doesn't have contour lines. It seemed like I could jump this gap, but nope, big mountain in the way. Instead I just decided I'd go ahead and move the story forward to get Kofu to get to his gym. Hey look, another Sharkadet I can't catch yet. I reached the market, Kofu's gym trainer fought me, I annihilated him with luxury, gave the wallet back, did an auction, and was able to face him. But first, I headed to another location where you can definitely, 100% guaranteed find Lokix. While running towards Medali, I ran into Staravia. Or not. Ditto was a very lucky find, as I was planning on doing some breeding later. So yes, I reached Medali. I did not want to take on the gym yet, because that experience would be wasted. I needed to catch Lokix. I didn't want to have to evolve Nimble because I had meticulously planned my schedule the week before. According to multiple sources, Lokix definitely appears on this cliff. I gave up and just added Nimble to my team. It was unfortunate because my plan was to do this gym and the next to gain experience for an evolution later. But that is just the nature of Pokemon, and I had definitely used up all my luck on the previous stream. So, with Nimble in the back, I quickly dispatched of Kofu's team with electricity and got my 4th gym badge. Then I decided I'd take on another Team Starbase, this time the Fire type. I met up with Clive, did the usual 30 Pokemon KO, and was able to fight the boss, Mela. Despite her being the most intimidating looking person in the game, I had come here a little bit later than you're expected to, and so I was able to KO her Torkoal and the giant car really easily. 2nd of 5 Team Star badges obtained, and oh look, another Charcadet. Since Nimble still hadn't evolved, and I was planning on getting the high jump ability anyway, I went to the Eastern Desert to fight the Titan Earthworm. Eventually. Quaquaval being fighting type made the fight simple, and yeah, so did Arvin and his Toadstool, totally. Easy win, another Herba Mystica obtained, and Koraidon was now able to jump really high. Guess who still hadn't evolved? This was not a good situation. I was running out of trainers to grind levels on. Also, I was going to figure this puzzle out myself, but people in chat immediately posted the answer, and I was tired, so I just listened to them. The gym leader, Larry, is the one I identify with more than any others, since he is also an overly stressed and tired 9-to-5 worker. Anyway, I KO'd his whole team with fighting moves, and at long last, Nimble gained enough EXP to be able to evolve into Lokix, using the cool colourful background rather than it evolving an overworld for a change. So, with that done, Nemona immediately dragged me outside for a battle, with all that EXP going to waste that I would have saved for other evolutions. Never mind, I can't stay mad at her. Right, finally, I got back to catching. First up was Pawmi, thankfully an easy find, and after the catch, it was named Cassius. And I couldn't be bothered evolving it, so I caught a wild Pawmo as well, nicknamed Lucozade. I was hoping it would be full of the stuff because it was going to need to run around a lot. My plan before everything got thrown out of whack was to get the Titan Earthworm defeated ASAP to unlock the high jump. You see, if you send out a Pokemon using the Let's Go mechanic and stand on top of a Pokemon Center, it just runs around frantically. Some may call it a glitch. I like to call it something more along the lines of it getting confused as to where the player has gone. However, I was on stream. Nobody wants to sit and watch that for 10 minutes, so I took Pawmo for a stroll properly. Pawmo evolves into Pawmot when it takes 1000 steps while following the player and levels up, and by how awkward it was to manoeuvre, I can see why people use the roof method. After walking what I believed to have been 1000 or more steps, I trained Pawmo to level it up, and thankfully, it did indeed evolve into Pawmot. Then I headed to the Pokemon League, but not to take on the Elite Four, no, just to catch 2 mice. Tandemaus was caught, and they were nicknamed Flora and Fauna. I decided I'd just be silly and take on another Titan, this time Great Tusk. At first I was going to avoid it, as it's level 45, but then I realised that my starter was roughly the same level, and, well, it's Grass type. Therefore, what I thought would be daunting turned out to be very easy, and Tandemaus gained a ton of levels from it. Getting the 4th Herba Mystica, Koraidon gained the ability to glide. And I made use of it immediately, because who wouldn't? My next destination was the 6th gym in Alfornada. It required me to go through this cavern, taking this detour to an alternative entrance. The trainers here were at a decent level, so after a few KOs, Tandemaus leveled up to a required level, and then due to what I'm assuming is another glitch, it actually evolved without any animation. Apparently it'll give you an animation if it was included in battle, but otherwise the babies spawn in off-screen and it becomes Mousehold. I ran through Alfornada Cavern and avoided trainers that I'd need for later experience, somehow got turned around at one point and came out of the main entrance. Well, you know what, it didn't matter, I needed to get more catches done anyway. Starting with Fido. And it was nicknamed Tetra Schmetra. This person had a C in their name, but it had to be cut out due to the character limit, so as a compromise I've edited in the C. Then instead of evolving it, I found and caught Dachsbun. And it was nicknamed Dr. Mysticus. Very cool name. Keeping the momentum going, I next went to an early game area to catch a bush. Not really, it's just Smoliv. And it was nicknamed Conrad BL _. The next one was awful. At this point in my lucrative streaming career, I still hadn't worked out when I should stop streaming. I was very tired and kept making bad decisions. Dolive appears here quite rarely, so I made sandwiches that I thought would boost normal type encounters, but it just wouldn't happen. because I wasn't putting on enough ingredients and things kept falling off. This abomination was supposed to boost normal, but instead boosted bug, which was no good as Vivillon kept spawning in Doliv's place. I did still run around for a bit to see if it would spawn, but then I made a decision to just go to bed and try again the next day. And so I gained a degree in quantum mechanics and was able to work out that putting 5 pieces of watercress and 12 tofu blocks on a dry sandwich with salt and pepper and no top bun would result in lots of normal type encounters. I found out later that a ham and pickle sandwich will also do this, but I think mine was a lot more creative. After not too long, a Doliv appeared amongst some Smoliv, one of which decided to get in the way. Thankfully it didn't go far, and I was able to enter a battle with it. And I caught it, of course, and it was named Yo Pro, and the plan now was to evolve it. I went back to the Alfornada cavern, beating every trainer inside, and also caught a Dunsparce here, as they were high enough level to already have Hyperdrill, needed for its later evolution. Nobody had claimed a name for it either, so it stayed unnamed for the time being. I successfully exited the cave the correct way this time, reached Alfornada, and admired the cool pictures of Gen 1 sprites on the wall. Doliv was only one level away from evolving, so after a few wild Pokemon KOs, it evolved into Arboliva. Instead of taking on the gym, I focused on more captures. First up was Squawkabilly, an easy find and an easy catch. I named it Mad with 2 Ds, _ 55. I definitely could have caught Knackley at a higher level, but this was the only area I could remember it appearing. I caught it and decided that level 38 would be too high to train using the remaining gyms, so I traded it to Violet. But not before naming it Zappin. Along with trading Knackley, I also sent Quackoval back to Violet, a level 48 which obeyed my character in that game, despite her having no badges due to her being the original trainer. Before this stream, I actually bought the DLC in Violet. £31.49 well spent. This would be worth it, of course, as I needed to first do exactly what I did at the beginning of Scarlet, which was get the EXP charm. This was a much quicker process with the overpowered starter. With that done, I did some olive rolling, beat Katie, beat the Titan Bombardier, beat the Titan Cloth, beat Brassius, beat Mela, won some battles against Iono's trainers which caused Knackley to evolve into Knacklestack, and of course beat Iono herself, beat the Titan Earthworm, downloaded the mythical Petuberry into this game as well, just in case my Scarlet save file got corrupted and the event disappeared from Mystery Gift Online. Yeah, I have contingency plans for everything. I got raided on Twitch for the first time, which I certainly wasn't expecting, but it was hugely appreciated nonetheless. Shout out to Cyndaquil and Dunsparce, who has been doing challenges where they were playing through Pokemon games using Pokemon only beginning with the letter A, a very cool and unique concept. Give a little follow, they deserve it. I beat Giacomo, beat the Titan Iron Treads, well, once I eventually chase it down. Beat Kofu, found a Knacklestack which was level 33. I decided not to catch it because it would gain slower EXP than the one I already had, and I didn't want to have to re-nickname it. I reached Larry and beat him, then beat Nemona outside, and Violet was now up to date with Scarlet in terms of story progress. Since Scarlet was the main game for catching, I wanted to swap back ASAP, so I just used candies to evolve Knacklestack into Garganacl. With that, Violet was put on hold, for now. In Scarlet, I remember to talk to this guy after beating 5 trainers in West Province Area 3 to get an amulet coin, given to my starter immediately. After that, I headed into the desert to catch a Larvesta, since it has Flame Body, needed for something I was going to do soon. I found out that Charcadet has a guaranteed spawn, catching it and nicknaming it Horizon. I then set up a picnic with just Charcadet and Ditto in my team. Well, I tried to, but the picnic table decided it didn't want to appear. I tried it in a different location, just in case something was wrong, but yeah. Good game. Restarting the game, I then enacted my master plan of getting a Charcadet via breeding, training it to Violet and having it gained fast EXP as a main party member. Well, that would have been a quick one if the daycare centre mechanic still existed rather than this very annoying, unreliable method. It took a ridiculously long time for an egg to appear here, even with a sandwich boosting it. With Larvesta and my party halving the number of steps required to hatch it, I got a second Charcadet. And I named it Scarface. I reached Zapapico, which doesn't have many points of interest apart from this NPC who trades in auspicious armour for 10 Bronzor fragments. Using this on the Koch Charcadet, I evolved it into Armour Rouge. I traded the hatched Charcadet to Violet. I had dripped out this character just like the other, and after making another awful creation, I spawned lots of Sinistee outside Alfornada. After KOing enough to get 10 Sinistee chips, and also getting the amulet coin again, I headed to Zapapico where this NPC wanted 10 Sinistee chips. As a reward I got the malicious armour. I used this on Charcadet and evolved it into Ceroledge. I remember seeing lots of tadbulbs south of Levincia, but typically I couldn't find any. I did however see something I never expected to see. There was a ghostly Psyduck stuck inside this wall. Anyway, I left and re-entered and found a tadbulb, and caught it very easily, and nicknamed it Scooby. I used a Thunderstone on it straight after, causing it to evolve into Bellybolt. Without wasting any time, I found a walk trail right after this, caught it and named it MCMIVC, which is apparently 1994 in Roman numerals, but also according to a different website it's not a valid Roman numeral. I headed to the island from earlier where I found Dolive and caught a Kilowatt trail. Nobody claimed the name for this, and since the number of new chatters on that day had plateaued, I had to improvise. I called it Kilo MCMIVC. Very creative. Next I found Mastiff, and after the catch named it Kratzel. They had also claimed Mobostiff, but I found one in the wild, and as always, I'll catch it in the wild if it saves me time. Nobody was claiming a name for this big cool dog, so a poll resulted in it being called My Balls Sniff. I hope you're pleased with yourselves. I entered Tag Tree Thicket for the first time, met Clive again as the Poison Team star base is here, and found the next Pokemon, Shroodle. Or not. I accidentally strayed too close to the base entrance and was given the options yes or yes to engage with them, wasting a tiny bit of EXP. Before going into the base, I actually did catch a Shroodle this time. It evolves at level 28 and it was level 27, which was perfect. After the catch, I named it Licky Kitty, and the plan was to bring it through the base to hopefully level it up once. Doing the usual knockout fest of random Pokemon in the base, I then fought the leader, Atticus, and after a not so difficult time I knocked out all his Pokemon, got the poison badge, got some TM materials, and found out that Team Star battles don't give out any experience. I saw an Oranguru, knowing that a big Pokemon like that would give plenty of experience. Alright, the Zorua tricking me twice was annoying, and to top that off I found a wild Grafaiai. I just decided I already committed to evolving the Shroodle, and so I knocked it out. And therefore Shroodle actually evolved into Grafaiai. Next up was Bramblin, which, by the way, only has one GIF on Tenor. For now. Catching it, I gave it the nickname VIII. Apologies for the, again, no doubt, incorrect pronunciation. This was another annoying following evolution. I still couldn't figure out how to get it to run around on its own without having to move at all, and I got bored and took it for a walk through the desert. One level up later and it evolved into Bramblegast. I headed back to the Lag Tree Thicket, I'm sure I'm the first person to ever make that joke, and was on the lookout for Toadschool. According to Bulbapedia, it appears 2% of the time in most of the areas I had access to, with this place being 10% instead. So I ran around hoping I'd find one soon. Well, I did find a very rare Applin. It doesn't appear very often in this area and was needed for later and evolves into Diplin and then into Hydrapple. I got bored of looking for Toadschool and expedited the process by making the worst laid out ham sandwich you'll ever find. After making that, I found Toadschool immediately. God damn it. Eventually the game stopped trolling me and I found a real 100% authentic Toadschool, and I caught it. And I nicknamed it Drazer's Cool. Since Toadschool only appears in the wild in the north, I decided I'd just evolve this one. I entered the Alfornada gym, got given a lucky egg which I gave to Toadschool, and then started the gym challenge. It consisted of pressing a button every so often. It takes a needlessly long time to complete and also includes a few battles in between. After winning the last battle, Toadschool evolved into Toadscruel. Before ditching it in a box forever, we had a little bit of fun watching the way it walks. Cloth was next, and it has no evolutions, so it was a simple one. After the catch, it was nicknamed Rose Artemis. Next up, I took a trip back to the desert to find Capsakid. Every person talking in chat was already named after something, so I named it after a nice mild curry, tikka masala. Once I was able to spell it correctly. I gave it a Firestone and it evolved into Scovillain. and then I named it after a nice spicy curry, Madras. Annoyingly, I found an Espathra in the wild while looking for a Relor. It's very rare as far as I can tell, and even more annoyingly, I found literally every Pokemon you can find in the desert except Relor, despite it being extremely common. After too long, I did find it, caught it, and found out no one wants to be named after a dung beetle. It was nicknamed Fred Durst. If you know, you know. Round 3 of trying to see if I could angle myself in a way that results in me not having to move. Failed again. So it was another trip into the desert. I found another Espathra. I was determined to not have to grind Flittle at all, and they were also nearby and also happened to be after Rabsca, so I walked in circles around this Espathra for ages to stop it from despawning while adding up steps. I levelled up Relor and evolved into Rabsca, and the Espathra was still spawned in. Keeping its attention, I then entered a battle with a wild Flittle. I was in desperate need to get this caught before Espathra despawned, so I did just that. I didn't even bother nicknaming it, just wanted back on the overworld. I successfully kept it on screen and entered the battle. I caught Espathra and named it Cheesy, which was also meant to be the name of Flittle as the original plan was to evolve it. Oh well. Next up was Tinkatink. This was another where someone had requested the full evolutionary line. After it was caught, I named it Flu, but it can also catch wild Tinkatuff, and I was all for efficiency, so I went and caught one of them as well. After the catch, I named it Flu. Again. I finally actually took on the gym battle because I was not going to be finding a wild Tinkaton. Thankfully, Meowscarada being dark type made this gym easy, though the fact that it was no longer OP enough to one-hit KO everything was slightly concerning. With Tulip's last Pokemon down, Tinkatuff evolved into Tinkaton. With 6 gym badges, I could now buy Quick Balls at long last, and with that I got back to catching. Down at the beach, I snuck up on and caught a Wiglet. Hey look Pete, you're famous. I nicknamed it EV-Fan1. Never knew Wiglet loved Eevee that much, but now we know. Thankfully I found a Chansey which made the evolution incredibly fast, with it evolving into Wugtrio. Bombardier was one that I kept finding on the overworld but never found it when it became available, so I gave up the search and went to catch the former Titan form instead. During the battle, a sleepy Psyduck was watching me. It was then later joined by another one of the Ghost Psyduck. Oh, and also I caught Bombardier. And it was named Pete, after Pete, who had just come online a few minutes beforehand. Finizen was next, which has a strange evolution method. I caught one here, but it was only level 15, so I went to check the beach near Levincia to see if that one would be higher level, and it was level 23, so I caught that one instead. I nicknamed it Super Lopez. I traded it to Violet, the plan being to get it to level quickly while beating the gym. And I did indeed beat the gym. It didn't reach its required level of 38, which was good because it wouldn't evolve anyway if I did that. To evolve Finizen, you need to be in the Union Circle group. No idea how anyone would figure this out without a guide other than doing it completely by accident. So, with a Union Circle set up between both of myselves, I headed into the area near Alfornada where the Pokemon levels are in the 40s, and for not too long I got it to level 37, used one rare candy, and it evolved into the same Pokemon but with a heart on its chest. Palafin is meant to look like this, but only appears as so in battle, unfortunately. Before going any further, I needed to have dinner, but I made sure my chat had something to look at while I did so. Next up was Varoom, which was an easy find near Zapapico. I decided I'd evolve it rather than catching Revavroom, since there weren't many grinds left anyway. I nicknamed it GSP-IXI-9 and then headed to Casa Royal Lake. Fighting through the severe lag, I reached the island in the middle. Thankfully you don't have to sit through this yourselves, however. I found a Tatsugiri saying Titan, and a Dondozo appeared and swallowed it. KOing the Dondozo, the usual second phase occurred, I knocked out that one, and then the true Titan, Tatsugiri, was also knocked out. With that done, every Titan Pokemon had been defeated. Koraidon finally unlocked the ability to climb, which unlocked the rest of the map for me. And also Arvin once again proved that he's the best character, and his dog got better. Putting the climbing to immediate effect, I made my way through Glaciado Mountain, beating any trainers or high level Pokemon for extra EXP. As per usual, I found rare wild Pokemon that I couldn't catch yet. I wonder who had the bright idea of doing this challenge in the first place. I reached Montenevera to take on the next gym, though there was another mandatory Nemona battle first. Wasn't complaining, more experience for my little car. The gym test here is to get the crowd going for the upcoming rap concert, doing so by beating all the trainers, including MC Sledge himself. I then took on the MC of RIP, Rhyme, and she uses ghost types, so Meowscarada had an easy time. I likely wasn't even paying attention, but rather mashing A while reading the chat. Look at that funky little dog. Look at him go. DJ G-Rave. The puns in this place are magnificent. Anyway, I won and got my 7th gym badge, daring to get one out of the recommended order. I found an ice stone randomly while running around, useful for later, and after a few KOs, Varoom at long last evolved into Revavroom. There weren't that many grinds remaining, with the next couple being non-evolving. This started with Cyclozar, and after the capture I named it Flugglegum. Don't worry about it. Then I went back to the quarry and caught Orthworm. This was another low-key stream, with the only chatters being people who had already reserved a name, so I called it Worm. With Worm caught, I entered Alfornada Cavern to get Glimmet. Unfortunately, I charged headfirst into it and didn't realise it has self-destruct. I also had no idea how rare it was. I spent 10 minutes running around the cavern trying to find another one, turning up no results. I got bored of running around and went to Medali to get food that would boost rock encounters. I somehow forgot that the restaurant was in the gym and went to this building instead, and noticed that they'd actually modelled an estate agent building, complete with posters of houses in the window and a logo with the lock and a key. I think I'm probably the first person to have ever noticed this detail, and I will say it is rare to find such attention to detail in these games. Oh right, yeah, Pokédex. I went into the treasure eatery and bought a mustard rice ball, boosting rock encounters, and headed back to Alfornada Cavern, also with Skeledirge in front to stop self-destruct, and then I actually just caught it in one ball. I nicknamed it No-No-Me, and it was one level away from evolving. I headed to an area that has lots of chancy encounters, though I also triggered another Team Star base cutscene with Clive. I then fought a piano teacher, and after winning, Glimmet had leveled up and therefore evolved into Glimora. I had found lots of Grievard before this, and a few Houndstone, and the saga of bad luck continued, taking me a long time to find Go Away Cubchew, taking me a long time to find the little ghost dog. I did eventually see the little candle pop out of the ground, and after the catch it was nicknamed Rocket. It only evolves at night, and it was morning, with this game having no way to advance the time, so I just decided to keep it in the back and hope I'd find a wild Houndstone. To pass some of the time, I entered the Fairy Team Star base, did the usual 30 Pokemon knockout. Well, tried to, but the lag was so bad that the game wasn't even registering my inputs. The usual happened with the Starmobile arriving, this time fighting the Fairy-type boss, Ortega, and my team was pretty favourable against his. After the win, the usual retirement of the boss happened, I got a badge, a cutscene with Cool Guy Clive, and Penny appeared and gave me lots of TM materials. I then headed to Glaciado Mountain to do the gym test, which is literally just slide down a mountain. And as you can see from the lighting, Grievard would certainly evolve after this next gym battle. Grusha was my final gym leader to take on, and he yet again keeps up the trend of ice types being left until later on. Still don't know why they make one of the frailest types always a late game boss. I mean, you've got Lorelei, Elite 4, Price, 7th Gym, Glacia, Elite 4, Candace, 7th Gym, Bryce, 7th Gym, Wolfric, 8th Gym, Melanie, 7th Gym, Garrick, last area, Grusha, expected 8th Gym. But anyway, with that rant done, time to annihilate Grusha's team with my unstoppable flamethrower. Including this inferior blue-coloured Altaria. Get that imposter out of here. Oh yeah, so Grievard leveled up in that battle, and since it was nighttime, it evolved into Houndstone. With that done, I had all 8 gym badges and only had 1 badge left in Scarlet before I could complete the full game, that being the fighting type Team Star base. I was invited by Geeta and Nemona to take on the Elite 4, and also invited by Arvin to give him one last battle, but I was saving both for later. Professor Seda wanted us to investigate Area 0, but again that's exposition for later. First, I needed to go hunting for a large list of Pokemon I was still missing, starting with Flamigo. Or should I say, Pimbus Lover. Setoddle was next, thankfully appearing quickly. After it was caught, I nicknamed it Ifdes. I gave it the Ice Stone I found earlier, immediately evolving it into Setitan. I landed back in Lag Lake, as the next 3 could all be found there. I was looking for Veluza, but it ended up finding me. I was again running low on willing chatters, so after catching Veluza, I gave it a very creative name. featuring way too many spaces. I was getting tired. The next one was easy to spot, the giant Dondozo. So big that it can't even fit on screen in battle. After the battle, I nicknamed it Don Hector. After catching it, Poniard had reached level 52 and evolved into Bisharp at long last. Back on the island, I caught a Tatsugiri. I wasn't bothered about the form, of course. As said many times, forms don't matter, just the species itself. Also, I called it Sol. It was now time for the new evolutions. I withdrew What Guy for the first time in a while, as it was his time to shine. And by shine I mean use Rage Fist 20 times. Fortunately though, I did mean use 20 times. It's a ghost type move, so using it on a normal type 20 times will yield the same results but much faster. Annoyingly, it has 10 PP, so after exhausting them all on one Smoliv, I did need to go back to the centre and repeat it on a Fletchling. However, once done, I went back to the lake for a quick XP and leveled up Primeape. And it died. The rage caused it to evolve into Annihilape, and now that that was done, it was time for another new evolution. I caught a Paldean Whooper all the way back at the beginning. I was originally intending on catching a wild Clodsire, but I never found one, and decided that this would be quicker. Clodsire was reserved ages ago by G Beans, and now it's finally time for this Pokemon to become a reality. After a few fights, it jumped straight up to level 20 and evolved into Clodsire. I realised I hadn't ever caught Girafarig. You can catch Farigiraf at Area 0, but I wasn't planning on going there yet, so I stuck to the evolution. I nicknamed it Nelsito and went to the area next to the fairy base. Making normal boosting sandwiches causes a ton of Chansey and Blissey to appear, and as you can see, they give a lot of experience. 2 KOs resulted in Girafarig getting Twin Beam, and therefore it evolved into Farigiraf. The person who raided me a few weeks before this had reserved the Dunsparce to be called Cinda, fittingly. However, I did the nicknaming in the wrong order, naming it after the evolution instead of before it. Silly me. This Dunsparce already had Hyper Roll and Caught, so one level up was enough to evolve it. And it was the 2-segment form, unfortunately. I then actually named it Cinda. Thanks again for your raid. Much appreciated. I entered one of the only 2 parts of Paldea I hadn't yet visited, North Province Area 2. Also I found a wild Bramwellghast, might have been useful earlier. Oh well. The nearby bamboo forest was my next destination, as this is the easiest place to evolve Bisharp. I know I can just catch Kingambit and Kitakami, yes, I can indeed, but Poniard had been with me for ages and I wanted to keep it that way. Also I just wanted to show off how odd this evolution method is. You have to have Bisharp knock out 3 other Bisharp who hold Leader's Crests, which they have if they're surrounded by Poniard. Before going any further, I did quickly defeat the goon at the Starbase entrance, but then made a sandwich that actually looked quite nice for a change, and it boosted Steel types. A little too well, it ended up being the only thing I could find. The Bisharp and the Poniard circles were the ones I was looking for. The first took ages to knock out because I had no moves that would be useful, so after that I gave my own Bisharp low sweep. That was a lot more effective. 3 Bisharp down, and my own Bisharp evolved into Kingambit. You may have thought Area 0 was next, but the first Paradox Pokemon can be obtained on the overworld. You see, the Titan Pokemon become catchable later, and Great Tusk is no different. After a bit of a tussle, it was caught. Not many people wanted to lend their name to Paradox Pokemon at this point, so it was nicknamed OK Tusk. I then did the usual 30 Pokemon challenge in the base, and for the last time in Scarlet, I faced off against a big Team Star boss featuring a big car. And I won. You know how it goes by now. Not going to pretend it was easy though, her team is probably the hardest one I've taken on the whole run. After beating Eri, I got the final star badge, which was also the 18th and final badge in total. A big twist as well, Cassiopeia is actually the leader of Team Star. Never saw that coming. So I now had 3 big final tasks to undertake in Scarlet. Task number 1, beat Arvin. So, I did that. And that finished off the Path of Legends storyline. Task number 2 was to beat Clive, who, amazingly, turned out to be Director Clavel. And after beating him I fought Cassiopeia, who, unbelievably, turned out to be Penny. And with that, the Starfall Street storyline was done, and there was only one left to do, which took a tiny bit longer than those other 2. That was, of course, beating the champion. I had to do a silly little interview to actually take on the Elite Four, and then after passing first time, which I didn't do on my first playthrough, I then beat Rika, then Poppy, then Larry, again, then Hassel. And then I took on the top champion, Geeta, and I knocked out 5 of her 6 Pokemon in one hit. After the win, I actually wasn't done yet. I had to then beat the other champion, Nemona. And yeah, I won. After the win, I had beaten the Victor Road storyline and I was then able to do the true endgame. Now that I was able to enter Area 0, I could finally move the Pokédex forward. Unfortunately, Koraidon cannot be used here, so it was a very slow descent down to the bottom. I also got caught in a seemingly never-ending loop of battles, because I couldn't get past these Braviary. The main task here was to activate all of the bases, though I would only be finding 3 for now. I also found a broken elephant. 10 out of 10 game. After finding the second base, I met Screamtail, though this one couldn't be caught. And neither could this Great Tusk. However, I finally reached the cave near the bottom and, at long last, after many hours of no captures, I was able to catch Screamtail. And I named it Tougher. I hopped over to Violet to get caught up to Scarlet, beating the Titan Tatsugiri, beating Ortega. Oh yeah, in between here and the next stream, I did something I never thought I'd manage. While chilling at the lake, I actually found my very own Carablast in Pokemon Go. Myself. Not from someone else. Hopefully this footage doesn't give you motion sickness, but it was very cold and I couldn't keep my hands still. I just really wanted to get a scenic shot of this momentous occasion. Of course, Carablast wasn't actually the issue. I already caught that in black. Escavalier was the one actually causing me issues. I really did go a bit too hard on Carablast in the Gen 5 video, and for that I don't actually apologise, I'm still mad. I also caught it on my spare phone. Yes, I did bring a second phone with me just in case of this exact thing happening, since if you trade a Pokemon it can never be traded again, ever. The original plan was to trade it to my spare phone, evolve it into Escavalier, trade it back, and transfer it to home, since my spare Go account isn't linked to home. So, as you saw, I caught a Carablast on my spare phone as well, traded that to my main account for a Shelmet to make it as authentic as possible, evolve it, and thus had obtained Escavalier in Pokemon Go, actually caught by me, rather than having to make up excuses and get it from eBay. Also, my mum decided to choose this exact moment to heart react to my message. Well played. And with that, the monkey was finally off my back. Or should I say, the weird snail. I transferred it to home, and then after that, also transferred it to Shield, just because I can. It's somewhat of a clown. Good to know. Back to Violet now, and I did a long grinding session to knock out many Chansey and Blissey, as the team in this game was nowhere near as high a level as it was in Scarlet. However, by the end, the team had far surpassed that game. With that done, I beat Rhyme, Grusha, Atticus, Eri, Clavel, Penny, Arvin, Rika, Poppy, Larry, Hassel, Geeta and Nemona, then entered Area 0. Now we get to this game's first truly big hurdle. So, here's the situation. You can't get the majority of the Paradox Pokemon before you have beaten the game. Upon beating the game, Koraidon in Scarlet, or Miraidon in Violet, is automatically obtained, and they are numbered 1007 and 1008, while the Paradox Pokemon are, of course, before them. You can, in Scarlet, catch Great Tusk, Screamtail and Fluttermane before beating the game, and in Violet you can get Iron Treads, Iron Bundle and Iron Jugulus. But the rest, no such luck. I did actually try this method where I'd connect both games to the Union Circle and see if I could cause a glitch to spawn Pokemon earlier, but it didn't work. I didn't actually expect it to work, but you never know. So unfortunately I had to do my usual when it's impossible to get a Pokemon in Dex order and turned to events. And thankfully, every single Paradox Pokemon has been obtainable from an event in some way. Because of that, it was, as always, completely fine for me to just drop official event Pokemon into the game. As you may know, the ones I obtained from events would have to be then caught properly later in order to make up for this. Therefore, the people whose names were put forward for these Paradox Pokemon did not miss out on this. Some were directly from events, some were from raids, but it didn't matter. As long as a Pokemon was available from an event in some way, I would allow myself to just transfer a fabricated version of it into my game. So I took a quick trip to Japan, and therefore, in Scarlet, I obtained an official Brute Bonnet from a Koro event. After that, I headed back into Area 0 as next up was Fluttermane, one which could be obtained normally. After that, I named it after my good friend Chris. I was also told to put a love heart at the end. After that, I transferred in an event Slitherwing and an event Sandy Shocks. Heading back to the Asado Desert in Violet, I caught the former Titan Iron Treads, and it was nicknamed PTB-92. Back into Area 0 now, and I caught Iron Bundle. It was then named X equals Penguin. Their actual name was a bit more full than this, but unfortunately, the 12 character limit strikes again. Then an event Iron Hands landed on my lap. I'll just mention as well that I put all these events into Scarlet. They were all available in both games, and sticking them all into one game meant I didn't have to swap over my two switches over and over again. Anyway, getting this allowed me to then catch the next one, Iron Jugulus. Once caught, which took a bit longer than the previous ones, I nicknamed it Cap Ghosts, which was short for Capricious Ghost, but I guess the ghost had been promoted to Captain now. And then to finish off the events for now, I transferred in an event Iron Moth and an event Iron Thorns. After that, I left Area 0 to go to Glaciado Mountain. That's because in between these Paradox Pokemon they shoved a few extra ones to catch, including this generation's pseudo-legendary Pokemon. There is a guaranteed Terra Frigibax here, so I went for this rather than wandering around for ages looking for one, as I'm pretty sure they are very rare. After an amount of tussling I'd rather not admit to, I caught Frigibax and had 14 levels to do in order to evolve it. I nicknamed it Indecisive, which was a name that took me a minute to figure out the meaning of. Some may say I was indecisive, yeah, I'm just going to shut up now. I did the usual slaughtering of Chansey and Blissey, thankful for the fact that this was the last level grind of Gen 9, for now at least. One level caused Frigibax to evolve into Arctibax. And without any further stalling, I got it all the way to level 54 and evolved it into Maxcalibur. As you can see, my Gimmighoul coin count was certainly lacking, so I looked for every chest Gimmighoul I hadn't yet beaten in order to bring my total to the required 999. Not sure what happened to this one. After each battle I got between 50 and 70 coins, so I just needed to track down a bunch of them and eventually get a Gimmighoul evolved. Before evolving one, I had to actually catch one, obviously. These are seriously glitchy Pokemon. Throughout this battle, my guy was stuck in front of it and threw the balls in a very odd fashion. And I had to see that happen many times. I have no idea why this wasn't being caught. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that I wanted to catch it in an alternative ball, and fittingly I caught it with a timer ball. It was nicknamed DD1, and I was getting very close to the huge milestone. I say very close. I ended up spending about half an hour knocking out Gimmighoul chests, but eventually I reached 999 coins. Then I just KO'd the next Pokemon I saw, Gimmighoul leveled up, and, against all odds, something I genuinely never thought I'd be saying in this challenge, Gimmighoul evolved, and I got Pokemon number 1000, Goldengo. And it's really fun to send it out on a surfboard. Look at him go. I was doing some Blissey grinding on both games before beginning the legendaries, and I noticed this distinctively orange-beaked Golduck in the distance. It's not exactly the best looking shiny, especially compared to Altaria, but I was pleased nonetheless. After the catch, I got my second shiny in Paldea, and of course my 10th shiny of this challenge. And I gave it an appropriate name. Now it was time to get some legendaries. The 4 treasures of Ruin all have 8 stakes scattered around the world that need to be pulled out of the ground in order to access them from their shrines. So I just ran around getting 8 for each of them, catching them, then moving on to the next group of stakes. When I walked over to the Grasswither shrine, I made a fatal error. I actually hadn't saved at all while I was doing this whole session of Scarlet, and I had turned off autosave while at Area 0, as I was making sure I could leave halfway through the final mission. In my head, I remembered that you would interact with this, then enter a cave where I would then save the game, but obviously I remembered wrong, and the battle with Wuqian started immediately. Which was not ideal, but hey, as long as I don't do anything stupid like misclick and use a fighting type move on a dark type. So, yeah, not good. I tried to see if I could get it to respawn immediately, but no such luck. Legendaries in this game respawn after a day if knocked out, so I tried to see if setting it to 11:59 PM and letting it tick over to midnight would work, but it didn't. So I did it all over again. The chat were very supportive, of course. And I also actually saved this time. This time I also happened to catch it, and it was nicknamed Sneaky Beaky. I then did the same thing again for the next set of 8 stakes. And I saved again before pressing A at the Ice Shrine, spawning in Chien Pao. After a considerably less hard time I had with Wu Chien Pao was caught, and it was nicknamed Captain Obvious. Guess what? Yeah, I did it all again. Except at this point my chat had learned I had alerts set up, and they were having the time of their lives. Bring on the bits.
Did you know in Like a Dragon Majima and Ear You Kiss, Trode, Diglett, Nidoran, Mankey Venusaur, Rattata, Fearow, Pidgey, Seeking, Jolteon, Dragonite, Ghastly, Ponyta, Vaporeon.
Of course, in later streams I set a bar for how many bits had to be donated to make a message appear, otherwise I may have randoms joining just so they could do this. So anyway, I got the rest of the stakes. Well, not before I changed the text-to-speech accent to Welsh, of course.
Help, I am Welsh now.
So
Bryn. It means hill in Welsh. Shlovia push gwingil gogera quernjo bushlontasilia gogagog.
With that madness keeping me entertained during the boring search for stakes, I headed to the Ground Blight Shrine to summon Ting Lu, and after an unnecessarily long and tedious battle, I caught it in a timer ball. It was nicknamed Bob's Marley, plural specifically. And you know the drill by now. I ran around collecting the 8 blue colour stakes, and then headed to Fire Scourge Shrine, with a Sableye crashing the party, and then summoned Chi-Yu. I mean, Splashy. I caught it after just 2 balls, which was a relief after all that time. It was nicknamed Canyon Doro.
Hey YouTube. Trans rights.
Hell yes. And now we have another 2 Paradox Pokemon, Roaring Moon and Iron Valiant, and there are another 2 that can't appear until Koraidon and Miraidon are caught. So, how? How did I possibly obtain them? Events, obviously. Both had Korokoro events released in Japan, so I just chucked them into the game and called it a day. Again, both were available in both games as well, so no need to add Iron Valiant and Violet separately. It was now time to finally complete the game. I headed to the Zero Lab, met the cooler Koraidon, watched this hilariously bad animation, and after some wins, well, I would try not to spoil stuff, but everyone's either played it or knows the twist that the Professor is actually an AI, and the real Professor died years ago. She made a time machine to bring Pokemon back from the past, which is where the Paradox Pokemon came from, and this AI was cooperating to let me shut down the operation, but also knew that it would start a fight as soon as it did shut down. She also wasted Master Balls catching Paradox Pokemon, despite them all having the same catch rate as Dugtrio. But anyway, I had deliberately grinded my teams in both Scarlet and Violet.
Bro thought he could become the next Liz King by doing the uncanny anchor zone dance like a sussy back in Ohio. Skull, don't bone.
I had deliberately grinded my teams in both Scarlet and Violet to ridiculous levels before doing this, so that there would be no struggling through this battle or any other later battles. I beat all of her Pokemon in one, but then plot twist, the Pokeballs all stopped working. Except those register in Professor Sada's name. Also, this animation is incredibly cool. God, I wish this game ran well enough for me to appreciate it more. Anyway, during the next battle I had to fight the big scary Koraidon. At this point, my Ride Koraidon had finally actually become my own Pokemon that I owned, meaning it was registered in the Pokédex. Hence why I had to add the Paradox Pokemon as events. And then, after the scripted loss but not really loss, I knocked it out, the AI Professor faded away, and I had finally actually beaten the game for real. After one last silly cutscene, of course, and the long end credits. Which I had to mute on the stream because for some ungodly reason, they decided that instead of making the usual banger tune from the end credits, they put an Ed Sheeran song here instead. While they were playing, I made a really impressive piece of art on Paint to show my support for Mr. Sheeran, and he sat there staring at the viewers until the credits ended, and I was able to unmute. After that, I had unlocked the post-game battle mode where I could rematch gym leaders and other trainers, which I wasn't planning on making use of, since I didn't have any grinds left. Or did I? Before also beating the game in Violet, I wanted to go back to Area 0 in Scarlet to properly catch all the Paradox Pokemon I had to get from events, as per my rules. And so I caught myself Slitherwing and nicknamed it Lorcandarcy, and I then caught Brute Bonnet and nicknamed it Sheep 1718. After that, I spent a ridiculously long time trying to find sandy shocks, with me, as always, severely regretting putting this rule in place. Also, I'll just mention that there is a glitch that occurs where if there is a Pokemon you already own, anytime you catch it, it'll show the critical capture animation. This therefore means that you already know if you've caught a Pokemon or not before the ball hits the ground. 10 out of 10 game. I nicknamed it Birdie Brick and only had one more recapture to go. I spent a little while looking for this cave where Roaring Moon can appear. And then I spent a little while longer running around in circles until one eventually spawned. And like the others, I knew it was caught as soon as the critical capture animation played. I nicknamed it Hank Wolfman, and although that was the last Paradox I needed, I also planned to properly catch Koraidon. Even though I already had Koraidon in the Pokédex, I didn't have a tangible one that I could store in the boxes, and I felt more complete catching it this way anyway. So I caught it. Done. And this one was nicknamed Nate Chait. I did one last thing before heading over to Violet. I went to Tag Tree Thicket and found myself an Applin. This was of course required for a later evolution, which I wouldn't be doing yet, but I wanted to get it out of the way now. It was named Blasor, or B-L-Asor, unsure of the pronunciation, as always. After doing that, I had ended the stream for the night. The date was the 20th of February 2025, and unbeknownst to me, they were about to add an event to the game which was going to save me from having to do another event fabrication, and actually allowed me to get them legitimately. When I released the first video in this series in May 2024, that happened to be the last time that Walking Wake and Iron Leaves were available. They have only ever been obtainable from 5-star event Terra raids, and they actually returned on the 21st of February. Unfortunately, they then disappeared on midday on the 27th, which was the next Thursday, the day I always do these streams. Therefore, I had to just do an impromptu stream on a different day and quickly rush through to the ending of Violet. Before I started streaming, I traded King Gambit and Iron Leaves to Violet and did grinding on Chansey and Blissey for a while, getting King Gambit all the way to level 100. I was going to use Iron Hands for Walking Wake and King Gambit for Iron Leaves. Yes, that Iron Hands is from an event, but I don't care. I traded them back to Scarlet and started the stream. I did everything the exact same as I just did in Scarlet. I got through the Area 0 depths, this time meeting the AI Professor Churro, and battled his team of futuristic Paradox Pokémon. While I was mashing the A button through the fight and dialogue, I was also grinding on Scarlet at the same time on my other Switch in handheld mode, defeating Chansey and Blissey to get Iron Hands to a very high level. While I was about to enter the fight with Miraidon, I had to stop everything and put my other Switch into the dock. People were confused as to what was going on, but they noticed pretty quickly when I was swapping them over. To be honest, I was more surprised that it took this long to find a shiny Chansey, considering how much I'd massacred during this run. I was pretty pleased with this though. 3 shinies in one video was not bad. Anyway, back to the main fight. I took ownership of Miraidon to add it to my Pokédex properly, which would of course be caught as well later. Beat his Miraidon, left Area 0, didn't listen to Ed Sheeran again, and then instead of my original plan, which was to head back to Area 0 to recapture the future Paradox Pokémon, I had to put that on hold. I decided that level 92 was plenty high enough for Iron Hands, and even though I would have preferred an electric Terra type instead of water, I only had 3 of the required 50 electric Terra shards, so I thought I'd just go for it and see what would happen. So yeah, I found the crystal that Walking Wake was spawning at in Scarlet. Even though you can take these on with real people, I ended up doing it alone instead. This is for the best anyway, as I'd technically be receiving help from another person's game that existed already before the start of this challenge. Also, people like to be trolls and deliberately play badly during these events just to frustrate people who need to catch them. So I was willing to do this solo and risk having to put up with potentially useless NPCs. So my strategy that I totally came up with myself and didn't just Google was use Belly Drum to maximise attack, then spam Drain Punch or Thunder Punch while holding a Shell Bell to get HP back, and rinse and repeat when I got to an HP percentage that gets rid of stat changes. The shield was annoying, especially since the AI characters have a single digit combined IQ and the chip damage was not particularly useful, but I overcame it and beat Walking Wake on my first try. I caught it in a net ball, and had one of 2 annoying event Paradox Pokémon sorted. It was nicknamed Hair Day, an appropriate name for a change. I then swapped back over to Violet, after having also traded King Gambit in. I actually did attempt to get Iron Leaves in Scarlet, but it actually had to be done with random people, so no. This was a lot harder than Walking Wake. It actually took 4 tries, so I'll just skip to the successful one. The strategy here was Swords Dance, then spam Kowtow Cleave as it's a psychic terror type. During this particular attempt I got incredibly lucky with crits, not to mention one of the AI teammates managing to burn it, meaning King Gambit didn't get destroyed by Megahorn. And so, after a couple more Kowtow Cleaves, Iron Leaves went down. I caught it in a nest ball and named it Lady Melador. Now that those two were caught safely and I no longer had to worry about missing them, I returned to my original plan, which is to go back to Area 0 in Violet. I caught Iron Hands properly and nicknamed it Pickle Mango, short for Pickle Mango Zoom, as I ran out of characters. Then I caught Iron Moth and it was nicknamed Smasher, again having to shorten it from Smasher Dynamo, due to Game Freak refusing to allow any Pokemon to have more than 12 letters in its name. Iron Thorns was next, same rarity as Sandy Shocks but was significantly faster to find, and after catching it, it was nicknamed Caliburn. Finally, I entered the secret cave, and after hyping up how rare Iron Valiant was, I found 2 immediately. I caught it, and accidentally zoomed out during the catch, which made it look significantly less impactful. I nicknamed it Viridian V, short for Viridian Venom. The people with huge names were going all in on the future Paradox Pokemon, it seems. With that done, I then entered a battle with the other Miraidon. After the catch, I nicknamed it Wardmonger, and was caught up to the same point as Scarlet. And with that, I had done everything I needed to do before catching Pokemon introduced in the DLC. But first, time for a little story. Back in August 2023, while I was sorting out my living decks in order, at which point only 1010 Pokemon existed, I thought to myself, I wonder if it's possible to complete the entire Pokédex in Pokédex order without ever getting a Pokemon out of order. This stuck with me, and because I was bored, I made a full list of every Pokemon. I went through it, one by one, managing to find weird and wonderful ways to get each one. I got all the way to the bottom, with Iron Leaves being the last one, and was able to proclaim that yes, this is actually possible, assuming I followed the specific rules I set for myself. I also did a really thorough search to make sure nobody had already done this, and was pleased to find out that this was an original idea, and decided, you know what, I'm going to do it myself. I had no video editing experience whatsoever, and a grand total of 15 subscribers on my channel that had nothing but a bunch of random Walking Dead and Oblivion clips, and a terrible Minecraft house tour, which have all since been deleted. I did have plenty of Pokemon playing experience though, so I just got to it, and over the course of 5 days I finished the Generation 1 segment of the challenge. After this, I spent a few weeks learning how to use DaVinci Resolve, sticking each video clip into the timeline and cutting them up with minimal edits, which is of course evident in the final product. However, in September 2023, something awful happened. The Teal Mask DLC released, and when I played through it, to my horror, it turned out that in order to catch Okidogi, Munkidori and Fezandipity, you must first catch Ogerpon. There is no way around it either, you have to catch Ogerpon to progress no matter what. And Ogerpon is number 1017, with those other 3 being 1014, 1015 and 1016. This did kill a little bit of my motivation to make the series, though I still went ahead with it anyway, eventually. May 2024 was when I finally got around to finishing and uploading the first video, and the fact that this is impossible has lingered in the back of my head ever since. The comments on the videos would always say, Victini is impossible, Escavalier is impossible, Cosmog is impossible, Glacier and Spectre is impossible, the Paradox Pokemon are impossible, and on every one of those occasions I already knew that they were wrong. But when they mentioned the Loyal 3, I truly had no solution. I just had to hope that a miracle would occur. They did release Walking Wake and Iron Leaves just when I needed them, but surely something like that wasn't going to happen again. No, it didn't happen again. When I had reached this point in the challenge, the date was the 22nd of February 2025, and there has still had been absolutely no event distributions for any of these, none of them being available in Pokemon Go either, and nobody has ever discovered glitches to catch them out of order. The last point there is pretty self-explanatory. Why bother catching them in a different order? There would be no benefit to anyone at all, except me, specifically, in this challenge. I did try testing out various possible glitches on other save files to catch the Loyal 3 and their Titan forms, or seeing if I could spawn them using the Union Circles, but nothing worked. So, what was the solution? Well, there wasn't one. I was hoping that at the latest Pokemon Day presentation that those 3 would miraculously be announced as events, or Pokemon Go catches, though it was a long shot. They also announced at this presentation that Legends ZA was coming out in late 2025, much to my dismay, as it meant the end of this challenge would have a pretty big delay. But I'm too stubborn to let myself lose. At this moment, as I speak, I have 1013 Pokemon, and I've done everything in both Scarlet and Violet that is physically possible without progressing the story. If I do progress the story, I'll need to catch Ogerpon before the lousy 3, and that won't be happening yet. I might have mentioned it once or twice, but Ogerpon is a huge roadblock, as catching it will ruin the challenge, since its capture is required to get to Loyal 3. Instead of putting my streams and videos on hiatus to wait on an event, however, I instead went ahead and did everything that could possibly be done without progressing the DLC story. I spoke to Perrin, who wanted me to catch 150 Pokemon in the Kitakami Dex in order to move her story along, so I got to it. Fortunately, it didn't need to be done in any sort of dex order, as I had already caught 99% of them during the challenge. I started this journey with a decent number of Pokemon in the Kitakami Dex, as there is some overlap with the Paldea Dex, and I caught a few other randoms beforehand. The next one I caught was one of my absolute favourites, Corphish, and from there I just ran around Kitakami and caught everything I could find that I didn't have. For example, Heracross. I was at the Mossfell Confluence, as this stand sells syrupy apples. These are required in order to evolve Applin into its secret third evolution, newly added by the Tealmass DLC. That evolution being the hilarious looking Diplin. This also has an evolution, but it's a little later, so I left it until then. And now, time for the slow ASMR Pokerap that no one asked for. I caught Growlithe, Swadloon, Ekans, Bellsprout, Seedot, Riolu, Vulpix, Petilil, Stantler, Sentret, Kricketot, Poltergeist. Oh wait, that's the next one, the National Dex. So yeah, I caught that and nicknamed it Lamp Disease. Now, back to the catching spree. I got Coughing, Geodude, Houndour, Spoink, Chingling, Slugma, Big Rock, Jangmo-O, Nosepass, Unremarkable, Teacup, using that to evolve Poltergeist into Sinistcha, Spinarak, Starly, Pichu, Poochyena, Arbok, Swaddle, Fomantis, Crawdaunt, Ralts, Mienfoo, Grubbin, Weepinbell, Curlia, Charjabug, Squavit, Cutiefly, Yanma, Mightyena, Rockruff, Staravia, Staraptor, Ribombi, Curlia, Bonsly, Hatena, Noibat, Salandit, Swinub. Wow, that's a lot of Swinub. Whipper, Quagsire, Vullaby, Ducklet, Gardevoir, Crammer. I can't do this anymore. I was planning on doing every single Pokemon individually, but I mean, people are just going to skip straight to the Loyal 3 bit. Like, I'm not even going to bother with the rest. Look, here's all the Pokemon. Look at them. There they are. Like, lots of them. Yeah. And then also evolving as well. Yeah, I did a lot of that. I caught more. Yep. Look, there they all are. All the Pokemon that I can't be bothered saying out loud. And then I also did some trades and caught Bronzor, and that was the 150th Pokemon, and I have gone so off script. Oh well. And with that, I had completed a little bit of the prerequisites for some later Pokemon. I talked to Perrin, told her the news, battled her, and by putting myself through that hell, I unlocked the ability to go camping with her. I was sent on a survey to take pictures of Pokemon in order to look for the supposed Blood Moon Beast. And so I ran around for a while like an idiot, trying to find Pokemon to take pictures of, having to get 10 in total. I'm pretty sure it does, actually. And so the survey was completed and the Blood Moon Beast appeared, which is actually just a really scary looking Ursaluna. I was shoved into a battle with it, and it was actually a required capture, so I was very glad that it was already caught in Legends Arceus. With that all out of the way, I was given a free Hisuian Growlithe that never got used, and without wasting any time, I went straight to Naranja Academy, talked to Serrano, and got taken to Blueberry Academy. Time to do part 2 of the DLC, the Indigo Disc. Without completing part 1. Let's see how far the game actually allows me to go before I have to face reality. Upon entering, I met Lacey. Fun fact, she is the daughter of Clay from Black and White, and for winning a battle against her, I was able to enter the terrarium. This would be my home for a while, and I needed to catch a lot of Pokemon here. And the reason for that? Well, look who was waiting for me here. That first grind fest was just the warm-up. This time I needed to catch 200 Pokemon in the Blueberry Dex. Again, I didn't have many to begin with, so I just jumped straight in. Again, I was planning on saying the names of literally every single one, but then it caused the video to be 10 to 20 minutes longer than it needed to be, so let's just not. I will however point out the fact that I caught Duraludon, which has a new evolution that I haven't got yet, but won't be getting just yet either. I nicknamed it Closent, and I'll also just quickly point out that it took me 8 years to realise that the Switch can be set to dark mode. Really odd, since I use dark mode on everything. Anyway, I got more Pokemon and eventually decided I'd start evolving as well. As you can see, I was once again back at my old favourite location. People were telling me that this was a bad idea because the experience here is slower and I could spawn higher level Chansey and Blissey in the terrarium. That may be true, but if I listened to them, I wouldn't have found this diseased frog. I ran towards the belly bolt, but its Tadbulb underling blocked me and it belly bolted away from me, but thankfully it didn't despawn. I caught it in a luxury ball, and that was another to add to the collection. I, as always, give it a creative and fitting name. I did as many more evolutions as I could be bothered doing that session, and then I ended it for the night. Alright, so at the end of that catching spree, I had a total of 132 Pokemon in the Blueberry Dex. It contains 243 and I needed 200, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue, right? Wrong. We have a rather large elephant in a very small room and it's time to address it. Every starter Pokemon from Generation 1 to 8 is in the Blueberry Dex. However, they don't just appear by default. In order to have them spawn in the terrarium, they need to have been placed there manually, and you do that by spending BP at the League Club room. But what is the League Club room? Well, it's a place I couldn't access until completing the Teal Mask. And to complete the Teal Mask, I had to catch Ogerpon. And I've said it a million times, but catching Ogerpon means skipping the 3 before it. Not having access to these Pokemon yet may not sound too daunting, until you realise that there are 72 Pokemon when adding up all these starters and their evolutions, along with an additional 7 that I couldn't get yet due to it breaking the Dex order, and Walking Wake and Iron Leaves not counting towards your total, and that meant that 81 Pokemon could not be added to the Blueberry Dex at this point. And I'm no mathematician, but I know that if you subtract 81 from 243, that's a lot less than 200. Obviously I could have just laid the run to rest for now, or moved on to Violet to get the Kitakami Dex done along with most of the Blueberry Dex as well, then wait and see what happened. But I don't like to back down from a challenge, and I was determined to get as much of both games' stories done as possible without actually completing the Teal Mask. One rule of this challenge that I've always made absolutely sure to shout loud and clear is that I can use any games at all that I've used previously. That meant that if I wanted to, I could get starters from any of the save files of games that I'd already played. And I had already obtained every single starter in existence. Although an issue here is the fact that I lost the save files for all of the GBA, DS and 3DS games. What a shame. Well, I guess I'll just deal with the Switch games first. I went back to Shield. I had all 3 fully evolved Gen 8 starters, but I was also able to get a free Charmander from Leon's room. After doing that, I swapped over to Sword, which hadn't moved at all ever since I got the triple catch of Glastrier, Spectrier and Calyrex. In that order, of course. I had never visited the Isle of Armor in that game since I never actually had any reason to, but I did have one now. After meeting my Sword Isle of Armor rival Clara, who's just as delightful to talk to as Avery, I went into the dojo. In Shield, I chose Bulbasaur, and therefore this time I chose Squirtle instead. With 6 starter families secured, I traded them from Sword into Shield, since Shield was on the Switch with Pokemon Home, and of course I made sure I had at least one from each of the starters available in Legends Arceus. And now we get to the rest of the starters. Unfortunately, that's all I can get from the Switch games. Well, I could get a Gen 7 starter from Sword and Shield, but it requires you to find 100 hidden Alolan Diglett, so that was a no. You can get some starters from Dynamax Adventures, but they're random and I could be resetting all day for them. And you can catch all Gen 1 to 4 starters in BDSP, but only in the postgame, which I was not prepared to do. The solution to this problem was the fact that my 3DS still has Pokemon Bank, because I was one of the lucky few who still had a subscription to it when the 3DS shop shut down. And I of course also made sure to keep it installed along with many other games. I'm probably sitting on a goldmine by having all of these. So as I said earlier, I lost the save files of all the games on the GBA, DS and 3DS, and therefore if I wanted to get other starters in Scarlet and Violet, I'd need to start new save files. Oh, and I lost the ability to record via my computer, so I had to record me getting these starters on my phone. So yeah, here's me starting many new games in Pokemon X to get the Gen 6 starters, each time transferring it to Bank, starting a new game and doing it again. Then I did the same in Alpha Sapphire for the Gen 3 starters, and Moon for the remaining 2 Gen 7 starters. This footage does not do justice how long this took. I was doing this in between everything else during an entire day. Adding all of them up, I was still missing the families of Chikorita, Totodile, Snivy and Tepig. All but one would be easy if ZA was out, but it's not, so I had 20 starter families, 60 in total. Yes, I can multiply by 3, which was a nice boost to my Blueberry Dex total. Thankfully, Pokemon Bank does still actually work, so I was able to transfer the 8 from 3DS games into Home, along with the 12 I got from other games and dump them all into Scarlet. I spared my viewers from having to see any of that madness live. I reached 132 in the previous stream, did all that offline and hopped into the next one with a total of 150 in the Blueberry Dex. Yes, not 152. It turned out that Hisuian forms don't count in that Pokédex. I stuck all of the unevolved starters into my team and started massacring every wild Pokemon I found, very quickly evolving them. Of course, I won't subject you to more catches, but basically, after I'd evolved all of them, I then had to do a lot of breeding and it was very boring. I wanted to have 2 eggs from each Pokemon so that I could trade them to Violet as well, to make that go by easier. Although saying that, in Violet I did do all the other captures for Kitakami and the Blueberry Dexes properly, rather than trading every single one from Scarlet, because that would be extraordinarily boring. Anyway, I had eggs containing each of the starter families I'd ported in, and so I then got to hatching. When I reached 190, I got a metal alloy from the Pokédex rewards, useful for later. I then did some more trade evolutions, and got annoyed because I was missing Chinchu but it kept submerging itself, so I couldn't get into a battle with it. While wondering what was causing this, I noticed this weird, discoloured Seadra. I genuinely couldn't tell if this was the lighting or not, but it was shiny, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that sparkle for the 5th time in Scarlet and Violet. I nicknamed it Kiryu because it's like a dragon, but not literally a dragon. Also, Alolan Diglett evolved into Dugtrio, no idea how it's floating like that, and I also did actually catch Chinchu. And then Snubbull evolved into Granbull, and Quillfish evolved into Overquill, bringing me to 200 Pokemon in the Blueberry Dex. I don't know why Perrin couldn't give me these without me having to go through such a tedious process, but regardless, after talking to her I was shown photos of 2 Pokemon that I cannot catch yet due to my rules, but when the time came I would of course be able to catch them. The most annoying thing here was the fact that I was going to have to do this all again in Violet, because there are 2 version exclusive Pokemon here in each game. Before I did swap to Violet, I decided I'd progress the Teal'c story a bit further. Their granddad told me the story of the Loyal 3, but I've got my own version of the story, where they completely screw me over due to their Pokédex positioning, and yeah, that's it. I handed over the titular Teal'c, Kieran got all jealous because he wasn't part of the Ogreplon club. We finally visited the 3rd sign after about 3 months, I battled him yet again and won, with this Sandshrew cheering me on the whole time. Even during the cutscene. I ended up catching it, just because. I went to the crystal pool, fought a Milotic, got some crystals, and found out that Kieran had stolen the mask, so I then needed to track him down. Flawless game. I went to this building where, you know, it would be great if I could just catch those 3. I beat Kieran again, he punched a wall which gave him a little ouchie, I got the Teal'c back, and then the lousy 3 resurrected. Why doesn't the game just let me catch them now? Why does my guy just stand there? Why did he let them get away? Just catch them, it's not hard. Yeah, anyway. I tried to see if I could catch Okidogi from here, but no such luck. I actually had to fight Monkey Dory here, funnily enough, but it can't be caught, just battled. Anyway, we became pals with Ogrepon. Thankfully this falling doesn't count as me actually getting it though. I decided to see if I could just get Ogrepon to fall to its death, and that way I wouldn't need to catch it at all. Didn't work. I had to gather information on the loyal 3 from people in the town, which I did in their Pokédex order by the way. I also procrastinated progress while in denial by drinking from the Magikarp fountain. Anyway, yeah, I gathered evidence, returned to Ogrepon, and found out where Okidogi, Monkey Dory, and Pheasantipity are found. I couldn't catch them here though, oh no, the game teases so much. I hate it. My face was the opposite of this. Right, so, time to do every single thing I just did, again, but in Violet. Don't worry though, I'm not showing the entire process again. As I said earlier though, I did genuinely catch every Pokemon again instead of trading them from Scarlet, because that would be the absolute antithesis of fun. Yeah, so there's Sentret. And there's me suddenly taking on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. I named this one after a really famous cartoon bear. Then I entered the terrarium, ready to take on the Blueberry Dex once again. I charged straight forward, and without even noticing it first, the very first Pokemon I found was yet another shiny. I have no idea where this luck was coming from, 6 full-on shinies in these 2 games. As I said, I didn't even notice I found a shiny until I saw a rusty looking Rhyhorn. Appropriate name, as always. Again, not going to waste your precious time. I'm sure you're close to finishing your dinner or your cleaning or dishes or whatever chore you do while watching my videos, and you want to find out how I overcame the big problem. I will however mention I did trade to get the starters from Scarlet, and also Rabsca because I wasn't going through another walking evolution. I got up to 200 Pokemon in Violet's Blueberry Dex, spoke to Perrin and unlocked the ability to catch another 2 new Pokemon when I reached them in the Dex. I then swapped back to Scarlet once again. Do you see Okidogi in the distance there? Yeah, I can't catch it. It's the Titan form and I have to knock it out, along with the other 2, and that'll let me catch Ogrepon. However, I wanted to confirm without a doubt that I couldn't get it through a glitch, so on the Union Circle I ran up to it using my Violet save and tried to enter a battle with it. On Violet, which I was using in handheld mode, there was actually nothing there. It was a long shot, but worth a try. Instead I just had to bite the bullet and start progressing the Teal Mask story. I knocked out the Titan Okidogi, it shrunk, and I couldn't catch it. Thanks game. Also, Ogrepon got one of its masks back. Hope you're happy. I did the same to Monkey Dory, and again to Pheasantipity. Then I returned to the village, and everyone now likes Ogrepon, and it was a happy ending. For some, anyway. I returned to the dreaded den, and I had one more trick up my sleeve that should definitely work, assuming that this game has branching paths. For you see, Kieran challenged me to a battle, and the winner gets to keep Ogrepon. So I fielded a somewhat weaker team than normal. And as we can quite clearly tell was going to happen, after wiping I just had to try again. So I actually did beat him this time. I also can confirm that if you try to battle Ogrepon with all of your boxes full, this message shows up. After all that build up, the people in the next stream were confused when I just went straight into the fight and caught Ogrepon. Does that mean I just gave up? I just wanted to be allowed to move the game forward instead of potentially waiting forever? No, of course not. But first, I speak directly to you. Yes, you, the person who seeked on the video and skipped straight here. I've got a question for you. Which shinies did I catch on the lead up to this point? Can't answer? Well, you know what to do. And as for the rest of you, time to show off how I got the loyal 3 before Ogrepon. I spent over a year trying to figure out a solution to this problem, and in that time I actually did come up with a bunch of them. Some are rather unorthodox methods, but still very much possible. First, let's look at a really good option that genuinely will work within a main series Pokemon video game without having to get Ogrepon. I present to you the e-reader. This handy-dandy device lets you scan e-cards into any Gen 3 game. Emerald is the best bet for this, so I tried it with this game. An interesting piece of trivia about the e-reader is that the contents of some of these cards don't exist in the game until they're scanned in. For example, there are a bunch of e-cards that summon trainers into the game to fight, and change berry number 43 from the Enigma berry into a bunch of various other berries with new images and new names. The fact that these have unique new images and names intrigued me. My line of thinking would be that if I could write into a blank e-card to morph an existing Pokemon's sprite, name, stats, type, moves, and so on and so forth, to be that of Okidogi, followed by Munkidori, then Fezandipiti. Ignore the fact that the fairy type doesn't exist at that point, and the fact that there was a 10 character limit. I'd be able to get them in a mainline game. And this wouldn't actually be cheating due to the way in which the e-reader works, as it is a legitimate peripheral. I'm not an authority on this subject at all, so I'm not able to fully explain why this is different from using a Game Shark or an action replay, but just know that doing this counts as using the game's own mechanics, even if the cards are modified. I did get in contact with the authority on e-cards and arbitrary code execution, known as Blussy, asking a bunch of questions about whether or not I could use Ace, RNG manipulation and the e-reader to get what I wanted. They confirmed with me that using Ace in the game to do this would be impossible. RNG manipulation doesn't work the way I thought, and although it is technically possible to rewrite the code to add these Pokemon, it would require many cards, and a lot of work obviously. And, well, I haven't coded anything in like 8 years, so that was very much out of my reach. Though someone on that server did manage to make a Zorua in Emerald, so there was a bit of hope to make me think that theoretically this is possible. But I didn't manage it. Bear that in mind though, it would be possible for someone with the technical know-how, which I, as I explained, do not have. That was a shame, but anyway. What's next? Let's have a quick check of the TCG mobile game. Nope. No Loyal 3 to be seen. It's also not a main game, but you never know, they might link it to Pokemon Home one day. Oh, speaking of the card game, how about the physical one? I mean, the set Twilight Masquerade has them, and I actually already had them from boosters I randomly got a while back. And, you know, I've got them stacked in the correct order. This is a mainline game, you know. It's an official TCG expansion. Oh, the Pikachu pumpkin symbol? That's just because I got them from a Halloween event booster box. They still count as part of the set according to Bulbapedia, I promise. Still not satisfied by that? Well, if you insist on them being added to the actual main video games, well, the Switch does use cards. Let's see what happens if I just do this. Here we go. They've landed in Pokemon Home. Alright, well, I guess I can call it a day with that. No? Alright, what else? They've not been obtainable in Pokemon Go yet, but surely they'll happen eventually, right? An interesting thing to keep in mind is the fact that they do actually exist in the coding. Therefore, I wanted to see if it was possible to hack the Pokemon Go servers. Right, what else is there to try? Well, they've not had their inevitable shiny event distribution yet. How about I just go on eBay and buy them from someone? The guy I got them from was a time traveller, assuring me that this event distribution does eventually occur. However, he said I couldn't know the exact date it happens, as it did cause a time travel paradox, which is totally understandable. Still not satisfied? What else? What else? Oh, let's use my e-reader method from earlier, but with slightly less drastic changes. Rewriting existing Pokemon to have a different image was going to be hard, but this was within my reach. See? Basically identical.
Hello.
How about this? As you can see, all three of them are very clearly standing in front of you, built in the correct order as well. Oh, that failed to convince you as well? God, I'm not paying that. Okie dokie.
Monkey Dory.
Fezandipit... Wait, what? So, put a little comment down below with your favourite method of me legitimately obtaining Okidogi, Monkidori and Pheasantipity before Ogerpon. My personal favourite I'd vote for is all of them. Look, I know this isn't ideal. I'm not feeling okie dokie about it either. The fact is though, if I just decided to put this video on hold until they became available from events or whatever, you might be waiting years. If you had to wait that long, things would not be hunky-dory. It's a total gamble. They might become available in 2040, or the day after this video gets uploaded. I could not rely on such serendipity to occur. Just like what I had to do with Escavalier, I will say that they will eventually be added to Go, because, you know, they're gonna have to make that Pokédex completable eventually. Again though, that could take years. After all, when Pokemon Go came out in 2016, we were about to be introduced to Sun and Moon, but Go didn't add Gen 7 Pokemon until 2022. Well, Meltan was added in 2018, and there's also Alolan forms, but other than that, none. When I make this entire challenge into one huge compilation video, I'm going to put a little message here to let you know whether or not the Loyal 3 are now available for Ogerpon in some way.
Oh hey, it's me, in the compilation. I was going to delay its release until they were available as events, but I got impatient. So yeah, they're actually still not available legitimately before Ogerpon, but I did get a comment on the original video that sparked my interest. This, even though really silly, would technically work. So we started up a new save on Pokemon Scarlet, rushed through the Teal Mass DLC, which I will say took an extraordinarily long time, because by this point I'd deleted all of the save files I used in the challenge and replaced them with ones with little to no progress. And so to speed things up, I transferred a Diglett to Sword, did a few Dynamax adventures for a good chunk of experience, and transferred it back so then I could slaughter everything in Scarlet. Anyway, to cut an extremely long story short, I mean 6 recording sessions worth of failures to beat certain battles since Dugtrio alone wasn't enough, I eventually got to the Ogerpon fight. And then on the 26th of October 2025 at 1:45 AM, I started the battle against Ogerpon. I caught it, and then when it reached 2 AM, it actually rolled back to 1 AM because of daylight savings time. With that done, I then quickly beat the rest of the Teal Mask and then caught Okidogi, Monkidori and Pheasantipity. Definitely. I totally didn't just shove in footage from the actual streams after this because I didn't realise they'd still be level 70 and couldn't get them reliably on a new profile. Yeah, anyway, look at that, it's 1:41 AM, but I caught Ogerpon at 1:59. Therefore, in actual real time, I'd caught the Loyal 3 before Ogerpon. Thanks, Eli Gumble, for saving this challenge. Anyway, they'll probably also get added as shiny events eventually, but I can't be bothered waiting on that. It's done. There's a workaround that doesn't require creating custom wrestlers.
Thanks me, I feel a lot better now. It's a shame. The e-reader solution was the one I thought of a while back that I thought would be smart and creative. I was really hoping that my not-so-subtle hints to get the people on that server interested in looking further into this challenge would work, but no such luck. I hope that one day a huge YouTuber will watch my videos and be like, hey, this guy's videos are pretty interesting, or someone with 2,000 Twitch viewers will raid me and bring me past the unreasonably high 75 required average Twitch viewers to allow me to reach partner. One day, this Kiwi may learn to fly. But until that day comes, I'll still be working a 9-to-5 job and doing this on the side, having barely any time to actually edit, only being able to stream for 4 hours a week. With my videos I spend hundreds of hours working on making less than the price of a McDonald's delivery in most cases. Absolute misery. Putting monetary gain aside though, I'm proud of this challenge. You know, it's the first time in my life I've been genuinely pleased with a project and seen it through to the end, and I've been extremely happy with the reception I've gotten from it, along with the hype for each new video and the anticipation of what's to come next in the future of this channel.
It's very sad that I couldn't get those 3 in the correct order, and I had to come up with something stupid to be able to move it forward. This challenge run that nobody has ever done may be possible to fully complete one day, if they ever do decide to add those 3 as events, or into Pokemon Go. But until that day comes, they're the only ones standing in the way of true perfection. Ah, who cares? Let's just get this out of the way and move on. Comparing myself to YouTubers with millions of subs? No one should ever do that. Be proud of what you've got and what you've achieved. It's all just for fun anyway. After knocking it out 4 times, 1 KO for each mask, I then caught it. A guaranteed capture of course, seeing as you were forced to obtain it. I caught it in a Safari Ball, which is something I'd never be seeing in an older game. With that done, I'd finally allowed myself to just move on and properly access the features of the Indigo Disc. I also nicknamed it Matabi. Kieran got all mad and ran off. Carmine wanted to battle me with Ogerpon in my team, which I actually didn't use at all because most of my Pokemon were in the 90s or level 100. And with that done, the Teal Mask concluded after many months of denial and procrastination. And then Kieran had his Joker transformation. I headed back to the terrarium where Carmine was acting like she'd been waiting for years, even though it had been about 10 minutes, and we battled yet again, but this time it was a double battle and her levels were ridiculously high. Every battle in the terrarium is like this. For the first time they actually made in-game battling quite difficult. Also, in the short time since I'd beaten him, Kieran had managed to become the champion of Blueberry Academy and had also turned into a not-so-nice guy. I met a guy with toothpaste hair, and I was finally welcomed into the League Club room. This place would have been useful earlier for getting starters to spawn, but for the purposes of this challenge now, it was completely useless. The main reason I went here before doing anything else was to get the catching charm, to hopefully make the next few catches a tiny bit easier. Those catches were, of course, the Loyal 3. I had to actually catch them properly since I got them in a stupid way before. Or you could also interpret it as, I didn't get them at all earlier and now I need to fix the deficit, but regardless of which camp you're in, they needed to be caught here and now. Okidogi took a while to catch, however for the sake of convenience I skipped straight to the winning timer ball. It was nicknamed Brit Fox. Wasting no time at all, I headed over to Monkidori to catch it properly as well. Although also in a timer ball because this took many turns as well. It was nicknamed Metro Man, though unfortunately for him, Megamind was nowhere to be seen. It had become nighttime in-game, meaning that I could actually use Dusk Balls on the final one, Fezandipity. The quickest catch out of the 3, and I was glad to be done with that. It was nicknamed Kai Road, and I was able to just completely forget about this horrible roadblock. Until I started editing the video, obviously. Now, how's about we progress the Pokédex properly some more? I used the metal alloy I got a while back on the Duraludon I also got a while back to evolve it into Archaludon. Before I could get the next one, I needed to enter into the Blueberry League. I spoke to Drayton in the cafeteria and met the other Elite Four members and the champion Kieran, and for deliberating I was allowed to join. Drayton is the one you need to beat to be able to get Hydrapple, but he's also the hardest, so I left him until last while levelling up some new Pokemon in the background that had been caught in the terrarium. I actually forgot about the pre-battle trials that you have to do, as I'd only ever done this once before, and I guess I purged it from my memory because of how boring some of them are. Crispin's trial consisted of having to awkwardly collect ingredients from people by trading them, and then making a spicy sandwich. I can't lie, that actually does look really nice, ignoring the terrible presentation of course. Anyway, I did it right, he called me out for not picking on the top one, and then it was battling time. Unfortunately, I seem to have this incredible ability to unintentionally construct the worst possible team for the late game, with this one missing a particularly vital ingredient to take down fire types. A water type. Quackoval was in Violet and I didn't bother training it over, so I just had to struggle through the battle. As I said earlier, the teams are actually quite well constructed and make heavy use of held items, so actual strategy was required.
I did of course eventually win, but it was hard fought, unlike the entire E4 in Champion of Paldea. 1 out of 4 defeated. Next up was the Steel type, Amoris. The trial here was just flying through hoops, which was significantly less tedious than running around asking people for sausages and mayonnaise, and once that was done I was able to take on the E4 battle. This was one I was not expecting to have any trouble with, especially since I had deliberately put 2 fire types on my team, but it was significantly harder than the previous battle. Also, Earthquake is a thing that I probably should have accounted for. But I still won, and that's all that matters. It's not a speedrun. 2 out of 4 defeated. I took on Lacey next, whose trial was just a quiz, which is my area of expertise. Oh, no, actually, no, this is too difficult. I have no idea what that one is. I am not good with new Pokemon. Ah, good, that's not the question. After getting them all right first time, definitely don't check the VODs and find out that I actually got one of them wrong in the first attempt, I then entered the battle with Lacey. And she was actually the easiest out of the 4 because I just used brute force to get through it. 3 out of 4 defeated, and after the final member I'd be able to move the decks forward just a little bit more. Drayton's trial is an annoying one. His trainers can only be fought using Pokemon caught within the terrarium by the player, so you can't just steamroll them with your team of level 100s from the main story. Therefore I constructed an okay-ish team from Pokemon I'd caught during my Blueberry Dex filling adventure, leveled them and gave them good enough moves. I actually went into this thinking that you had to use these against Drayton himself, but thankfully I found out that it's just his trainers, so not too bad. In fact, not just not too bad, more like incredibly easy. Drayton himself had an absolute beast of a team though, and I was not looking forward to fighting him, but I did what I must in order to move the Pokédex forward. I had employed my own actual strategy, such as giving Ninetales a choice scarf so that it didn't get one-hit KO'd by Flygon, ganging up on Haxorus who had a focus sash, and ignoring Dragonite for as long as possible because it was holding a Yashay berry, which I couldn't be bothered dealing with. Pre-planning actually results in a win. Who'd have thought it? 4 out of 4 defeated. And I got the TM for Dragon Cheer, which was the reason for doing the Elite Four before catching any new Pokemon. I withdrew Diplin for the first time in a while, gave it Dragon Cheer, leveled it up once, and it evolved into Hydrapple. Unfortunately, it was merged with this bush, so it didn't look quite as cool as I'd have hoped, but oh well. Now, I could have just gone straight to Area 0 to catch the remaining Paradox Pokemon, but you get a Master Ball for defeating the champion, and having 2 Master Balls would help me later because I had almost no catches left, and therefore I didn't care about using them up, even in Pokemon that may not be too hard to catch. And so I battled Champion Kieran, and despite his team being daunting, I did manage to take him down on my first attempt. It was not an easy one though. With that done, Kieran was dethroned within a few hours of becoming champion, and everyone lost interest in him, even Vileplume. Then I got a second Master Ball. There was also a lot more dialogue and exposition, along with an announcement to head to a classroom in Blueberry Academy, but I was not planning on moving the Indigo Disc story forward any further just yet. Instead, I headed to Area 0. I won't leave in the search for each of these Pokemon. I didn't use guides and that made the process take ages. I did eventually find Gouging Fire though. I threw a Quick Ball turn 1, you know, just in case. They have a catch rate of 10, which isn't as bad as the 3 that legendaries have, but I still wasn't expecting this to work. I nicknamed it Mudkip Katie, although I do not see any resemblance. I then headed straight for Raging Bolt, again not bothering to save beforehand since I was just planning on chucking a Master Ball if the initial Quick Ball failed. Damn. So, yeah, I just caught in a Master Ball because I had so few catches left that it really didn't matter. I called it Goobiz. Jumping into Violet, I ran around for a while and eventually found Iron Boulder. I threw a Quick Ball and... caught. After nicknaming it Chef Jason, I then went on the hunt for the last remaining Pokemon I'd need to catch in Violet.
That was of course Iron Crown. And guess what happened for the third time? Easy. Anyway, I nicknamed it Swagga Mick, and I hopped back to Scarlet to continue on with the story. TLDR is that Briar wants to take us all to the underdepths of Area Zero because there's a certain mysterious Pokemon down there. I wonder what that could be. Well, like usual, it was time to ignore the main goal and do something completely different. That's because I needed to get Meloetta. Yes, that's right, I needed to make up for getting it in Pokemon Go back in Gen 5 by catching it here, since it is indeed obtainable in the terrarium. Getting it is very simple. All you need to do is stand inside this cycle of leaves, spin around— go away Zangoose, no one asked for your opinion. Spin around clockwise for at least 10 seconds, then immediately bring out the camera, swap to the sepia filter, and look around and Meloetta will appear. It's very reminiscent of playground rumours. I genuinely have no idea how anyone would ever figure this out on their own. I just ran straight into the battle because I was planning on using a Master Ball, though I thought I'd do my usual just in case. No luck, unfortunately. So yeah, I caught it, and once again made up for not getting it through normal means before. Now that Meloetta was caught, I'd managed to get every Pokemon properly that I'd had to get outside of a game's normal mechanics for an event, apart from the ones which, at least at the time of recording, have no in-game location. Those Pokemon are Genesect, Diancie, Hoopa, Volcanion, Marshado, Zeraora, Meltan, Melmetal, and Zarude. In case you were curious, I did catch Victini properly in-game at the end of the Gen 5 video. Even though it required an event, I still consider that obtaining it through a proper method. And I'll now just mention something you may be wondering in regards to Glastrier and Spectrier. I didn't actually get them in an alternative way before, because catching Calyrex and therefore getting its steed is a completely legitimate way of obtaining it in Sword and Shield. I just happened to catch them both at the same time on 2 switches in handheld mode. Therefore, I do not need to catch them individually in Scarlet and Violet, like I would have to do if I obtained a Pokemon via a side game, glitch or event. I actually went ahead and unjoined them in both Sword and Shield to show that I have obtained them properly. To be perfectly honest though, you'll be thankful I didn't have to get the steeds again. If I did, it'd mean that I would have to run around for ages in both Scarlet and Violet, picking up thousands of blueberry points to trade in for a chance of getting one of the many snack items. Except you don't get to choose which one you get, and I'd be sitting there soft resetting, potentially for hours. Oh, and it would require me to complete a lot more of the game in Violet than otherwise needed, and I was getting really sick of the sight of these games. So yeah, I vetoed that suggestion. Now that everything was properly resolved, it was time to finally actually complete this Pokédex, once and for all. We all went to Area Zero, taking the titular indigo disc with us to open up the gate. Great pun. After some elevator banter, we reached the Area Zero underdepths. This was a lot longer than I remembered, since I'd only ever done it once, over a year ago. I had to clear out all these crystals by knocking out Stellar-type terrestrialized Pokemon, and after doing that a bunch of times with no help from any of the others, I reached the bottom. Kieran found the treasure of Area Zero, like the name of the DLC, and this object, which is identical to a green rupee from Skyward Sword, turned into Terrapagos. Kieran caught it, and that's it. Challenge ruined. Again. Nah, I'm just kidding. I knocked it out, and then it somehow stopped being his Pokemon, and transformed into its big scary stellar form. And this battle took a very long time. I did not plan ahead at all, and didn't realise how tanky this thing was, so obviously I'll just skip to the end. Unfortunately, Kieran dealt the final blow, but oh well. After it was defeated, we were greeted by a very apt and very true statement.
Trans women are women. Trans men are men. Non-binary people are valid and deserve legal protection. Fuck the UK Supreme Court. Double fuck JK Rowling.
Double fuck JK Rowling indeed. Love is love, and I'm gonna throw a love ball. Hey hey. I'm so smooth. Yeah, very smooth indeed, me from the past. Anyway, after watching the ridiculously long animation, it was caught, and I only had one more Pokemon to go. Much later on, I realised I forgot to nickname it, so here's the nickname. Wanna Pikachu. They had an I at the beginning of the name, but that didn't fit. So anyway, back to the story. Things were resolved, Kieran stopped being weird, a message showed up that approximately 3 people on Earth will understand, Ed Sheeran played at the end credits again, so I stuck his face on screen again, and then I had to rematch every gym leader and beat the Academy Ace tournament to be able to do the epilogue. Fun. So I did step 1 of that, being an inspector for the gyms to make sure that they aren't all useless. Fighting Katie, Brassius, Iono, Tulip, Kofu, Larry, Rhyme, and Grusha. You'll be glad I cut that all down. It took forever. I was just mashing the A button through all the dialogue, trying to get to the end as quickly as possible, so I answered Katie for every single one of these questions, calling her both the easiest and hardest gym leader, and my favourite, apparently. But of course, that wasn't it. I needed to beat the tournament itself, but thankfully it was only 4 battles, so to cut a long story short, I beat Arvin, Jacques, Dendra, and Gita. Calm down everyone, I've not beaten the Pokédex just yet. I was now able to actually take on the epilogue, looking at this dusty decoration which was supposedly moving, and then I got a call from Arvin. And oh no, the decoration has disappeared. How spooky. So this was the beginning of the epilogue, Mochi Mayhem, which I imagine not very many people have seen. It is definitely the weirdest storyline out of every game in the series. I went home for the first time since the very start of the game, and we all planned a fun little trip to Kitakami, where absolutely nothing bad was going to happen. The Paldea squad met Kieran, and then also met Carmine, who was acting a little bit excited. Don't worry about it though. At night, in the community centre, we had to hunt to find a TV remote to turn off the boring tourism videos. I found it, and instead of doing some gaming, we had to go look for Nemona, who had disappeared. And this is when the seriously weird stuff started. This is true Pokemon horror. Forget Lavender Town, Hypno, the old chateau, the strange house in Unova. People being possessed and doing a weird chicken dance is the most disturbing this franchise has ever been. The funny and weird mochi dancing was broken up by a bunch of battles, which didn't help me much since all my Pokemon were level 100. But after winning, we found Kieran's grandparents, who also ended up turning into mochi zombies due to them eating the forbidden mochi. After beating their teams as well, Arvin and Penny called as they were still sane. Also, I saw the only smoothly animated cutscene in the entire game, featuring the very last Pokemon needed for the Pokédex. These mouth breathers ended up swallowing the mochi, though my guy dodged it, and Kieran, being a loser as always, got hit in the head by it. And so we had to battle Arvin and Penny. After winning that battle, the funny purple thing ran off, and we met Nemona, who had also been mochified. Along with literally everyone else. And now it was time for me to take on the very last trainer of Scarlet and Violet. And it was a long time coming. Nemona happened to be the only person who was strong enough to resist just saying mochi on repeat. After KOing her Quackowal, I had one more battle to go. That was of course against the strange Pokemon, which happens to be Pecharunt, and I sent out Ogerpon first to see if it would cause unique dialogue, since in lore, Pecharunt controls the Loyal 3 and made them do all the bad things to Ogerpon. It did have unique dialogue, definitely worth getting knocked out for. I thought I had it in the bag with Raichu paralysing it, but unfortunately it had boosted its stats a lot and Malignant Chain was a one-hit KO. Thankfully, Skeledirge came in at the end to save the day, and with that done, I was able to catch Pecharunt. I threw a Luxury Ball, with my chatters being very excited to see the ending, and with that capture, I had officially obtained every single Pokemon, all 1025 of them, at the time of recording, in Pokédex order. Just ignore the times where I had to bend the rules. Also, the nickname of the final Pokemon was Rachel. Pecharunt was caught, and everyone went back to normal. Arvin acknowledged that my thing is catching Pokemon, very correct, and after everyone had awoken, a few days passed, everyone reconvened, they had a little laugh together, and they all lived happily ever after. And thus, the epilogue concluded, and, for now at least, so has my Pokédex. And now that I've completed the Pokédex, I'm gonna go make a cup of tea. I'll see you all in the next challenge. Oh, you're still here?
Well, you're clearly the most dedicated Kiwi fan of all time. I guess there should be some kind of reward for you. I know. How about a face reveal? Thank you very much for watching, especially if you managed to make it all the way to the end of the full compilation. I really do hope you enjoyed it. The series took a very long time to make, and it was definitely the most impressive and successful thing I've done with this channel. If you haven't already, please do consider subscribing. This series may be over, but I'm not done. I still make videos on YouTube and stream on Twitch, so if you want to catch me over there as well, please follow me, twitch.tv/KillerKiwi1642. And if you're watching this in the distant future and Generation 10 is out, I'm sure I will have already finished that, so be sure to check that out. And with that all said and done, I hope to see you all in the next one.